When the National Citizens Representative stands before the Canadian government, representing the people, I would like the government to apologise to all the children.
But yeah, I really saw, and we are still 3 years later dealing with the mental damage that has happened to our children because of what the government has done.
My daughter is in high school, and the messaging at high school, which was very similar to the messaging we would have heard in the news, was that we all need to do our part for the greater good and follow these protocols and these mandates.
I was very concerned for my family throughout the pandemic. A lot of the rules that we were asked to follow stopped making sense, and a lot of them seemed to contradict each other.
I personally had an issue with the comments about, you must wear a mask, you must get vaccinated because you don't want to be responsible for the death of someone you love, like a grandparent.
But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness.
This is not the country that I grew up in. It's been a horrendous 3 years. And
why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children?
As a medical professional, every day I see the impact of what these mandates have done.
But are you okay with what they did to us? Are you okay with what they did and how easily they could just pull the pin on our lives? But I have kids and they deserve better than this.
And unfortunately, it got to the point that the policies no longer made sense. And we really began to fear about the impact that these policies would have on not just us as a family, but especially on my child. My background, my educational background was in psychology, and kind of at the forefront of my mind throughout the past 3 years is what are the long-term effects going to be on our young children. We're going to see a lot of mental health issues such as depression in our younger generations that had to find a way to survive the last 3 years. I don't think we fully understand the scope of the damage that's been done.
So a question that I'd have on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens?
It created a them versus us camp, where if you followed suit, you're being a good citizen, everything's okay. If you don't, you are then almost shunned from what should be our natural rights to work, to go to school, to buy groceries, to do whatever you need to do. I just saw this as a divisive tactic that I couldn't really find any real rooted truths in.
My daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government.
I think the government has to change in a lot of ways.
When you think about it, when in history has the government coerced students to do things they don't want to do? And then on top of that, they're giving them free credits if they agree to get a booster. I want the National Citizens Inquiry to stand before the government and ask them, why are you mandating children? They know they made poor choices. It's now their responsibility to apologize and resign. Hold themselves accountable.
In order for us to move forward as a country and not walk through these egregious, errors that have been made, we need to maintain open conversation. We need to not silent people who have different views. We need to have open and honest conversations and debates again. We need to allow ourselves to go, you know what? You have a differing opinion. Well, let's explore that together. And not shut down the ones who weren't, shouting out the government message. I think that's going to be really important in the medical community. Again, let's have conversations. I heard once that science is not to be trusted, it's to be tested. And that's what we did not see happen.
Yeah, I spent 3 years apologizing to my family for something that's not my fault.
Love each other. When the National Citizens
Laura Braden, do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Braden.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here to give your testimony.
My pleasure.
Now, I know that you've prepared a detailed slideshow, and you're going to start with your qualifications, training, and experience. So I'm going to let you get right into the slideshow. I'm going to try not to interrupt, and if I do from time to time, it will probably just be to explain in simpler terms, because I know you have a complicated slideshow. So it may be just to explain in simpler terms what you're talking about, or to have you do so. So I'm going to go ahead and let you take the floor.
Fantastic.
And
yeah. All right. Well, thank you. And it's a pleasure for me to be here today. Yes, so my name is Dr. Laura Marie Braden. I have a doctorate in molecular biology with a focus in molecular biology, cell biology, and transcriptomics, genomics, functional immunology, proteomics, etc. So my education and experience started with a degree in cellular molecular biology. I then did another one in neuroscience because I just couldn't get enough of school. And that was followed by a doctorate, as I mentioned, at the University of Victoria in BC, which is my home province. In my doctorate, I specialized in molecular immunology with a focus on host-parasite interactions, really understanding the interface between host and pathogens, and these pathogens included virus, bacteria, and parasites. And I used techniques in molecular biology to get a better sense of these interactions, and these techniques included transcriptomics, so learning how RNA expression impacts this, genomics, so the genes, functional immunology, so really getting a sense of how cells in the immune system interact with hosts and parasites, and histopathology, microscopy, etc. I was then recruited to come to PEI, the East Coast, and that is my home province now. I'm a proud Islander. And I did my first postdoctoral fellowship in pathology and microbiology. I did another one, again, in immunology. Again, really focusing on understanding how the host and the parasite or the pathogen interact. I then got my big girl job. You say that after you do your postdoc, with a private biotech firm. But I maintained a tight connection with the academic world because teaching is a passion of mine, communicating science is a passion of mine. And I had an adjunct, there's a spelling mistake there, I apologize, an adjunct professorship in the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine in pathology and microbiology. So getting into what my career was up until 2021 is I was the senior research scientist and program lead in molecular biology and biotechnology. I was in charge of development of novel biotechnology solutions, genomics, transcriptomics, again, histopathology, functional immunology, and a really important piece of this, which is what I'm going to focus on a little bit later in my talk, is that I have an extensive experience in the GLP environment, and what that means is good laboratory practices, which is what regulatory compliance is all about. So I know what it takes to go through a proper, rigorous regulatory compliance approval process with the FDA and the Health Canada. And so I have familiarity with regulatory compliance processes, the approval process of new products, and most importantly, what quality control and quality assurance means.
Wow. Okay, great. So we're in for a science lesson today.
Yes. Okay, so why, number one, I already mentioned it's an extreme pleasure to be here. As we got through the beginning of the COVID crisis, from the very beginning, there were red flags for me. And as someone with the understanding and education of, number one, how to read science. Science is hard to read. Scientific papers are hard to read. It's very exhaustive. But with our training, we learn how to do so. I know how to interpret data. I know how to read data. And so things were popping up that didn't sit quite right. So it was sort of a professional obligation of mine and those in my profession, I feel, to question the quote-unquote science, because that's what scientists do. We never stop questioning until 2020. I'm going to highlight a few things here in this slide and then move on. There's a lot to talk about. With the brevity, in the interest of time, I would like to focus on a few things. The first ones I've highlighted here. So number one, at the very beginning, there were genomic sequences that were published on COVID that contained some very interesting inconsistencies with the whole concept of natural origin. I also want to talk a little bit about masking and the inconsistencies in the scientific data to support indiscriminate masking of healthy people, asymptomatic spread, and also the use of PCR. I use PCR every day of my life in my career. I troubleshot PCR. I was talking with the technical support teams of the major biotech firms who were supporting PCR in my lab. I know how to use PCR, and I have some things to say about that. I'm not going to go too much into it, but there was also this demonization of early treatment strategies to control the virus. Never before have we never treated the virus. You always treat the sick people. You don't send them home. And there was this demonization of early treatment strategies and with safe generic drugs that was very upsetting and inconsistent with science. And finally, I want to point out the last piece here. This whole concept of this novel technology that, in my opinion, which was my initial and very adamant concern, that there was a lack of quality assurance and quality control to ensure there was no contamination in these products. And I fail to this day to see rigorous testing to demonstrably justify its widespread use. So I'll move on. The first thing that I saw was early sequence data in 2020 that indicated there were novel genetic inserts in the sequence. And what that means is we were told from the very beginning that this was a natural-born virus that was a zoonotic, so it transferred from a bat to a human. They published the sequence in January of 2020, and then a paper came out, a preprint. So because there's so much data, we have to get the data out as fast as possible. Preprints are when the authors want to get the information into the realm without going through the exhaustive process of peer review, which can take many months. So a preprint, you have to keep in mind, hasn't gone through the rigorous testing of peer review process, but it's open science They want comments. They want to get a discussion going, which I will emphasize is the tenet of science, is open discussion and discourse. So they want to get this done. Okay, there was an early sequence analysis indicating there was these interesting novel genetic inserts. And this caught my attention because these inserts showed significant similarity to HIV-1 sequences that were never present before in coronavirus. And that was very interesting to me as a scientist, and I wanted to talk about it, and I was, of course, silenced from my peers saying this was ridiculous. These sequences, I'll show here, this is a 3D generation using bioinformatics tools that you can put in a sequence of a protein, and you get a rendition of what this protein looks like. So this was the spike protein from this paper. This is the paper from Pradhan et al. Uncanny similarity of unique inserts in the COVID-19 spike protein to HIV-1, GP120, and GAG. And that's just a lot of talk saying we found similarities in COVID to HIV. That's interesting. Let's talk about it. The really important piece of this, of course, is that these sites that they found are the sites I've highlighted here in red that are the binding sites. These are the binding sites of the protein, meaning those are the pieces of the protein that would interact with human cells. So if those are interesting or different and unexpected, let's talk about it. That might be something to talk about, right? Interestingly enough, those particular proteins that are similar in HIV-1 are GP120 inserts that facilitate or allow interaction with CD4 plus T cells. So this was indicating that SARS, COVID-2, could interact with not just the ACE2 receptors, which we've all heard about, but also T cells. And this is a paper talking about it. Okay, so in addition, they also found the furin cleavage site, and I've highlighted those here in green. These are the furin cleavage sites. They, again, were not present in any other coronaviruses, so this was an interesting finding. And these also facilitate nuclear transport, and we're going to get into that in a little bit later, but they were different. And they also showed that these particular furin cleavage sites were key to pathogenesis. This is what made COVID-19 pathological to humans. So instead of discussing this and engaging in discourse, which is typical of science, this paper was withdrawn over a weekend, and it sort of disappeared into the ether, and we never saw it again. And this was very concerning to me, because this contradicts the typical process for discourse after publication. If there's a paper that's published and there's other authors that have an issue with that, generally what happens is that there's interactions, there's comments, there's letters to the editor, etc. But instead of any of that, it was just mysteriously withdrawn.
Okay. And so if I understand what you're saying, Dr. Braden, there's early evidence that the signatures on the virus were man-made or synthetic.
That's correct. There was evidence for this, yes.
And that did not support the theory that it came from bat to human.
No. And that evidence continues to accrue. Many papers in the last couple of years have shown that, including a paper by a group of authors that have shown other endonuclease signatures that are recombinant in nature. And so let's talk about that. And also there's evidence coming out, of course, in the US about this whole concept of lab-made origin. So instead of discussing these potentials in 2020 as a group of peers, people who brought that up were censored. They were taken down off social media sites, and of course the papers were withdrawn, which is completely antithetical to science. I'll move on. So the other thing, the next thing that really bugged me was how they figured we would stop a mosquito with a chain link fence. And that's tongue-in-cheek, of course. But it was the indiscriminate masking of healthy people that never made sense, and it didn't make sense to a lot of people. But those of us who worked in level 3 biolabs, worked with viruses, know how these things work. It didn't make sense even more. Yet we saw our colleagues go along with this narrative, which was especially concerning. So we heard about the masking and how it doesn't make sense in a number of ways. It wasn't supported by science. Public health said you need to follow the experts and trust the science, and masking is the best way to stop the spread. if you're working with virus, you need to have negative pressure rooms, you need to have flow hoods, you need to have full body suits, proper respirators, not a bedazzled cloth mask. That does not work. And even then, you know, we know from previous scientific research, this doesn't stop the flu, which is droplets. How could they imagine that masking would stop aerosols, which is COVID? So it didn't make sense. But then it didn't make sense intuitively. And then large randomized control studies were then published, one of them being the Denmark or the famous Dan mask study, and then the Bangladesh study. They showed no impact on risk reduction. This is the one from Denmark. And then we finally have, over the last couple of years, despite the evidence that they don't stop spread, the meta-analysis by the Cochrane collaboration showing no impact. And I'll quote from the lead author, "The pooled results of the studies did not show a clear reduction in respiratory viral infection with the use of medical or surgical masks." So I'll move on from that.
Just to summarize, it sounds as though the medical professionals who were indicating we needed to wear masks were ignoring this science.
They were.
Yeah.
So the next point, moving the goalposts, as they did constantly. This one, that there's sick, perfectly healthy people. And what I mean by that is asymptomatic people were told that they were sick because they tested positive using a PCR test. And it is my professional opinion that this was used by the media and health bureaucrats to perpetuate the fear in people. Public health, again, did not support this assumption with evidence of any kind. It was never proven that asymptomatic shedding resulted in infectious spread. And even the WHO, the World Health Organization, admitted it was rare. One of the biggest studies to sort of conclude that asymptomatic spread wasn't a thing was a Chinese study. This is published in Nature, that out of the 10 million PCR tests they conducted in Wuhan, 300 of those, 10 million, were asymptomatic. And out of those 300, 190 people already contained antibodies. So they had already been infected. And out of the 300, none, not one person, produced a live virus in the lab setting, demonstrating high cycling of PCR was generating false positives.
Okay, so the false positives were used to support the asymptomatic spread narrative.
Correct. And I'll go through that a little bit more detail here. I will be clear, PCR detects nucleic acid, it does not detect disease. Never before in my training have we used PCR to show that an animal was sick. PCR is a good diagnostic tool that is always followed up with a confirmatory test of some kind. In a virus setting, if you test an animal and it is positive for PCR, and I will also mention here within the realms and the linearity of the test itself, which is an important part, you always confirm with either a bacterial culture or a virus culture of some kind. That was not done in this case. Diagnostic tests need to be interpreted in the context of the patient. So whether or not this person already had COVID, if there was a presence of antibodies already in their blood, meaning they've already went through the infection and they just have residual DNA, because again, PCR tests for nucleic acid. Do they have symptoms? Are they sick? It has been shown conclusively over and over again that high cycles over 30 is detecting such low levels of viral RNA, it does not indicate infectivity. And that's what they showed with the China study from the slide before. Viral shedding occurs after recovery. DNA is sometimes sequestered, and RNA is sometimes sequestered by our immune system cells weeks after the virus is gone. Is that what is being detected here? We don't know, because they never conducted culture-based methods to confirm the person actually had infectious viral particles. They used PCR cycled at ridiculously high levels. And what I mean by that is the test is only designed to confirm the presence of nucleic acid within a certain range. And that range really shouldn't be considered past 30, 35 cycles. Yet across Canada, provinces were cycling routinely 40, 45 cycles. That is inconsistent with the science based on the test.
And so that's where the false positives come
Correct.
from. These are healthy people that may have had the virus at one point. The signature, if you will, is still in their system, and so because they're cycling it so high, it's magnifying, revealing that signature.
Precisely.
Yep.
And I've mentioned this point previously. PCR detection of viruses is helpful, but it does not detect infectious virus. And this has been shown exhaustively in the literature with many other viruses that viral RNA can be detected long after the disappearance of the actual infectious virus. And actually in Portugal, there was a Lisbon Court of Appeal that concluded the PCR test is unable to determine beyond reasonable doubt that a positive result corresponds, in fact, to the infection of a person by the virus. And that's very important. This precedent was being set across the world, yet Canada was not following the contemporary science. And the next slide is an example of a FOIP request kindly given to me by Dr. Jessica Rose. From the Newfoundland Public Health, showing the threshold is 45 cycles, and that, to me, in my professional opinion, is abhorrent. And this, it's hard to find every single province across Canada, but I know that PEI was cycling to 40. I know that Ontario was cycling to 40. So we can assume the rest of the provinces followed the same trend.
And that would not be the standard, to be cycling at that level.
No. All right. So those are the pieces that I wanted to talk about in terms of the mandates. Now I want to get into the quality control and quality assurance, or lack thereof, in my opinion. For an experimental product, we would expect rigorous quality control and assurance that the product we are receiving is consistent, it is transparent, we know what is in it. The necessary steps to approve this gene therapy, which is what it is, were rushed, incomplete, or simply ignored. The precautionary principle was thrown to the wayside. For example, there was no genotoxicity studies conducted because they felt it wasn't needed. And I'm assuming that by the end of my presentation you will disagree with that statement. The biodistribution studies that had to be FOIP'd because they didn't want us to know where it went were extremely underpowered and lacked relevance. There was no quality assurance from sponsors, and when I say sponsors, in the regulatory realm, that means the pharmaceutical companies of Pfizer and Moderna, they are the sponsors. There was none from them on very important considerations, including the potential for contamination. This would include the RNA in quality. They're injecting RNA, so we expect the quality to be consistent and high. Batch composition, protein identification, any of those things. There was no quality assurance about the fragmentation of RNA. RNA can be fragmented. What does that mean? You will learn. And Pfizer knowingly allowed contaminants of potential danger, and you will see why. Finally, the production process lacks fidelity and transparency. What is an injection? How do we know it's consistent from person to person lining up? How do they know that every single injection contains the exact same thing in each lot? We don't know that. So before I go on, I want to get us all on the same page because there's going to be some technical discussions that I'm going to bring up. And I want to make sure everybody is up here. So I apologize if this is technical. I'm going to try my best to explain this. The first thing I want to talk about is the process of reading DNA. DNA, so this is a cell. DNA lives in the nucleus. This is the brains. This is the double-stranded DNA. All the red bits here are genes. These are the pieces that make our proteins. When your body or your cells want to express a protein, the DNA is transcribed into RNA. At this point, there's many different processes to snip the RNA pieces, and there's to make it high quality. There's all these little checks and balances in your nucleus. It is then shuttled outside of the brains into the body, right? This is the cytoplasm of the cell. The mRNA is then translated into protein. The protein is then, so proteins are not single-stranded, they're globular. There's many domains, primary, secondary, tertiary domains, all that happens, folding, and then you have your protein.
Can I just summarize what you said
Please.
to see if
Yes.
we've got that? So you basically explained the process of converting the DNA into mRNA, which happens in the nucleus, the brain of the cell. Then the mRNA is converted into protein. And I know you use different words for that.
Yes.
But that's essentially what's happening
And a very
within the cell.
simplified version, but yes.
Great.
Yes, correct. All right. The next lesson, what is a plasmid? A plasmid, you may have heard about a plasmid. What is a plasmid? What is a vector? It's a piece of DNA that can be used to transfer foreign genetic material into cells. So in molecular biology, if we want to express or we want to produce a protein, we can take the piece of DNA that we want. In this case, let's say it's a virus DNA we want to express, the spike protein. We use molecular scissors to cut that gene out of the DNA, and then we insert it into this plasmid or vector, the red part. And so you can see here, we can insert the gene of interest into the plasmid and use molecular glue. That's a simplification, but it's literally how it works. To glue those pieces together, then we have this plasmid that is a circular DNA, and we can transfer that into bacteria. Plasmids live in bacteria ubiquitously in nature. That's where they're from, bacteria and archaea. And there's some very important characteristics of plasmids. Number one, they can replicate on their own. They often contain genes of interest that will help bacteria survive. So if you've heard of methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, that's because they've attained antibiotic resistance from a plasmid and know those bacteria are resistant to those antibiotics. This is a very important characteristic. Also very important, the double-stranded nature, so these are double-stranded, makes them stable. They do not degrade easily, and they replicate easy. Okay, so just to recap, you want to express a protein of interest, you cut it up, you put it in a plasmid, and you put the plasmid into bacteria, and you grow the bacteria up rapidly, and you get many, many copies of that plasmid.
And that's how you're making the spike mRNA.
That's right.
Yeah.
So now, how did they make the spike injectables? So we've got our plasmid that has our piece of spike in it. They're transferred to E. coli here. So these are the little plasmids. They're transferred to the E. coli. They're then fermented or grown rapidly in vats. Hundreds of liters of bacteria growing in media that they like. They have all their nutrients. They're growing rapidly. With them, their plasmids are growing. Then we can harvest. This is from Pfizer. I should mention, this is the process detailed from Pfizer itself on how they made these injectables. So then they harvested the plasmids. You break apart the bacteria and you harvest the millions and trillions of plasmid. Then you need to cut up the plasmid because you need to get the DNA out, the red piece, the spike protein DNA. So they cut them. They linearize the plasmid. That's an important piece. They then use something called in vitro transcription. So if you recall what I said, transcription is when you go from DNA to mRNA. So in vitro meaning it's in a tube. This is not in a cell. They add the DNA that they've now taken out of the plasmid. They add a bunch of enzymes and things, and they are looking for this mRNA. This is what is going in the injections. They then purify. All of these pieces, I should mention, by Pfizer's own lips, this is intense, rigorous testing to ensure there's no contamination at every one of these steps, that they've linearized all the plasmids, that they've turned all the DNA into mRNA, and if there's any that's left, under their words, they digest it, they get rid of it, they purify the mRNA so that all they have is that mRNA for spike protein that they then add to the lipids to make our delivery mechanism, the lipid nanoparticles with mRNA.
Okay, can I summarize that?
Please.
I'll try. I regret skipping science class now. So the bacteria or the plasmid is used for replicating the DNA.
Correct.
Okay. And once it's replicated, that is supposed to be filtered out. That
Correct.
the plasmid or the bacteria is filtered out, leaving pure DNA. Then the DNA is converted into the mRNA using the process that you showed us earlier happening in the cell.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so now that we're all up to speed on that, what did they tell us? They being the sponsors, Pfizer and Moderna, would happen during injection. So they told us, okay, so here's the lipid nanoparticle. You can just blow this up, please. And they injected it into the deltoid, and it stays in the deltoid. That's what they told us. And at that point, in cells of the muscle in your deltoid, this is a cellular rendition of what is happening. So I'm just going to use my laser pointer here to show you. This is the lipid nanoparticle with mRNA. It is taken into the cell here. This is a cell. You recognize the brains. Here's the nucleus. The delivery of these mRNAs are turned into spike protein. Some of the spike protein is cleaved, proteolytically cut up into tiny little bits. Some of it is taken to the outside of the cell. The end result is spike and spike peptides, or tiny bits of spike protein, are exposed to the immune system of the person to induce production of antibodies specific to those peptides or protein fragments, thus inducing immunity. This is what they told us would happen. And based on data that has accumulated over the last few years, data that has been the result of FOIPs or court-ordered discovery of documents that were otherwise going to be hidden from the public for 75 years, what we can say is happening is, number one, the injections do not stay in the deltoid. And this is based on data that was under a Freedom of Information request by Dr. Byron Bridle from a study that was conducted in Japan. The distribution of these LMPs go throughout the body. That is clear. They go into very sensitive organs. They do not stay in the deltoid. And not only do they go in throughout the body, that they accumulate. What do I mean by that? That means that I'm going to just highlight here some tissues that are sensitive. Liver, adrenal glands, your spleen, ovaries. Over time,
One moment. I just want to make sure we're still streaming and everyone can see, so we'll
Yes,
just pause
yeah.
for a moment. Okay.
yeah. Over time, in these sensitive organs that I've highlighted in red, the LMPs, so this is a distribution study where they radioactively labeled LMPs, and over time, were able to quantify where they went. And they show accumulation over time in these sensitive organs. In addition, this study was based on a single dose injection. So based on this study, Pfizer concluded that it stayed in the arm. It is not relevant to the true vaccine regime because there's only one injection. It is not biologically relevant. They didn't do a second injection and see if that was further accumulation. They just looked at a single injection, and I'll tell you the number of rats in this study was 3. For every time point, they looked at 3 rats. Now, one of the most concerning pieces from this data set is with respect to the ovaries. So Dr. Jessica Rose took this data and plotted it. And you can see here that after 48 hours, it continues to go up. This is the LMPs over time. The x-axis here is time. The y-axis here is concentration. Over time, it accumulates in the ovaries of rats. Why did they stop at 48 hours? Why wouldn't they continue until it plateaued, like what would be scientifically rigorous and ethical? They stopped at 48 hours, so we aren't able to see what would happen. But if you were to take this and extrapolate based on the degree of increase from the data to 48 hours, this is what might be happening. But we don't know, so we have to just base this on our own integrity. Again, why was this data only showed at 48 hours? Sample size of 3. And importantly, this study was done in a non-GLP environment. The only study from the Pfizer dossiers that were not done in accordance with regulatory compliance, which is necessary for this type of approval process. They did it in a non-GLP, meaning none of the processes were vetted. They weren't under strict operating procedures. That's a huge concern for someone who came out of that environment.
Is that a quality assurance issue?
A huge quality assurance issue, in my opinion, yes. So that was the first thing that we know is happening. The second, spike peptides share significant similarities to human proteins. Now, what do I mean by that? Remember this picture here, how the spike protein in the cells of the body is either cut up with tiny little scissors and taken to the outside of the cell, or full proteins are taken to the outside of the cell. When proteins are cleaved or cut up, the results are peptides. All proteins have peptides that make up the larger protein, and they all share similar peptides when you cut them. This is a very simplified explanation, but the point I'm trying to make is there is a huge concern for the development of autoimmune conditions when the body is instructed to create antibodies against a peptide, in this case spike, that shares very, very strong similarity to human proteins. There is a huge concern for autoimmune development in that case.
And so the concern is that the spike peptide will be attacking human protein because it's so similar?
The concern, very close.
Okay.
The concern is the antibodies produced by the recipient, by the human, will be against peptides that are also in spike, but also in endogenous, also in the human.
Okay.
They share similarity to human proteins. And 27 of those share similarity with proteins involved in fertility and development of the fetus.
And so what might that mean?
That would mean that the body will be producing, potentially, antibodies against proteins that are critical for human development. And that is a concern that should have been addressed, in my opinion.
So development of the fetus might be seen as a
Correct.
foreign body.
Placental development, deciduization, all of those things that are critical components.
And that could lead to miscarriages or?
It could lead to a lot of things that I wouldn't be able to speculate on. But that should have been done. That is part of the quality assurance that wouldn't have happened. Those are studies that needed to be done. So I'll recap. Not only are the LMPs going to important tissues such as ovaries, and we're seeing data in real time right now that they also cross the placenta. That's a big concern. But then the proteins that are being expressed share significant similarity with human proteins.
Is it possible the manufacturer may not have known that?
In my opinion, there is no way that they wouldn't have known that. This is part of rigorous primary research that would have happened in a room full of very, very well-paid scientists over many months. Anybody in first-year biology can put in the sequence of the spike protein and find out what similarities peptides would share.
Thank you.
What else do we know? We now know that unlike what Pfizer and Moderna have said, the spike protein and the mRNA enter the nucleus or the brains of our cells. There was assurances that this wouldn't happen, but recent reports show the nuclear presence, so again, where the DNA in our cells live, that spike protein and spike mRNA localize to the nucleus. And my question is, why is this research being done 3 years after the rollout of these injectables? And this is the paper. So one of the conclusions from this paper, and if you recall, one of the pathological characteristics of spike protein is the presence of the furin cleavage site. It's one of the things that make it so pathogenic to humans. It is also a nuclear localization site, meaning that that particular sequence facilitates, helps the mRNA go to the nucleus. And that was a surprise to these researchers that this publication was from January of 2023.
That's not supposed to happen.
Not what they told us would happen, no.
Yeah, okay, all right. So the spike protein that's contained in the injection is landing in the nucleus, which is the brains of the cell.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I'll just bring up this, which was on the CDC website. You can go back to the way back when machine and find this yourself. Of course, this has been taken down. One of the things that they say is that these injections do not impact or interact with our DNA. And that is no longer what they claim. And this is a paper showing that. And I want you to impress on you what this means is that the spike protein and mRNA go to the brains. This is the brains, right, where our DNA lives. And this is showing you a picture of that data. What you're seeing here are cells under fluorescence microscopy. The blue staining is the nuclei. The green staining is the protein, and the spike protein, and the red staining is the spike mRNA. And you can clearly see, and this has been replicated, clear association with the nuclear envelope, so what wraps our DNA in the nucleus, as well as inside the nucleus of the cell. I'll move on. What else do we know? The spike mRNA is reverse transcribed in human cells, and I will explain what that means. This is happening. So this paper here was published last year, and it was conducted in liver cells. So this is not in humans, this is in vitro, and it shows that there's intracellular reverse transcription of the COVID injectable mRNA vaccine in vitro in a human cell line. And this is happening as quickly as 6 hours.
Is in vitro in a petri dish?
That's correct. Yeah. And you know, this is not happening in a human, but this type of information is critical, and these are the original experiments that needed to happen, because if you see some kind of trend like this, that begs more questions. That's a huge red flag. Wait, it's reverse transcribing, and in addition to that, so reverse transcription for everybody who is listening is when mRNA is turned into DNA. We are going the other direction now, and this is facilitated by very important enzymes called retrotransposons, retrotransposases. And the one that in humans that they found to be associated with this is something called line 1. This particular enzyme is really important, and you'll notice a trend, to embryogenesis and development of the fetus, development of people, okay? And it is being exacerbated, it is going up in expression after injection, after exposure to these Pfizer products.
So I think I'm going to try to simplify that.
Please.
So does this mean that the spike mRNA that we said is landing in the cell is then being converted to DNA, back to DNA?
This is saying that is potentially happening.
Yeah, what's happening in that petri dish, which would be good quality assurance, I would think, to do that sort of research when you're developing the product. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Furthermore, in another study, they found that enzyme, line 1, mediates, so it facilitates, reverse transcription of the SARS-CoV-2 virus into the genome. This is in cells of humans. This is in a petri dish. These are cells, human cells. This paper is where this could be found. So the virus is being turned into DNA and going into the genome of the people's cells. Sorry, that sounded quite... So not only is it being reverse transcribed into DNA, but with the virus, it's being reverse transcribed and then inserted into the genome. So I just want to quickly go back to this picture because I don't want to lose people. This is very important that everybody understands. Reverse transcription is when you go from the RNA back to the nucleus. Line 1 is the enzyme that is that facilitates this. There's others, but this is the main one. And so the concern is not only is it going to the nucleus as we've shown, but the potential for it to be reverse transcribed into DNA and then furthermore integrated into the genome is there. This is a concern. What else do we know? The products do not contain what we were told they contain. What you are seeing here is from a dossier. This is Pfizer's data showing the RNA integrity of what was being produced commercially. There was some documents that were leaked, so to speak, after the European Medical Association met with Pfizer. They had major objections because they found inconsistencies in the quality of RNA that was being produced for their clinical studies versus the quality of RNA that was being commercially produced and therefore used for widespread inoculations. There was inconsistencies. And what does that mean? That means that the length of the RNA, the integrity of those messengers that were being injected varied. It was inconsistent. It varied from batch to batch. And that is unacceptable quality control or quality assurance when you're considering what those things actually do. And this picture shows that. So what we should see here is just a single, very strong peak. This is showing the volume or the quantity of RNA, and it should be a beautiful peak. There shouldn't be any other peaks. There shouldn't be shoulders. There shouldn't be anything like that.
So the shorter peak is the shorter
is an
RNA.
impurity.
Yeah. And that's a truncated piece, like
That's
part
correct.
of the message is missing, as you said. Yeah.
That's correct. So the percent RNA integrity is not even close to 100%. And it was closer to 55% in some commercial batches. So if this is true, we do not know what is being made in the cells after they have been injected. And the physiological impacts of this is unknown. There is no way to predict, and every single vial has a different concentration of RNA that's in complete RNA. In addition to that, so I mentioned this was leaked from the EMA. This was raised as a major objection, and the level that was set originally was 70%, which is still interesting that 30% impurity is somehow acceptable. The original level was set at 70% because Pfizer couldn't meet that. Instead of increasing their quality assurance, they just reduced the acceptable background to 55%. So they are okay with 45% of the injections containing who knows what.
Okay.
And I'll quote from the objection. The possibility of translated proteins other than intended spike protein resulted from truncated and/or modified mRNA species should be addressed. And I mentioned this, 55% intact RNA is the new acceptable limit. So that's a concern. Truncated mRNA species is known, they are known to be potentially pathogenic. They can have unknown physiological impacts. Our cells have checks and balances to make sure that that message from the DNA to the RNA to the protein is has high fidelity, is translated, there's no mistakes, there's no mutations. If this truncated mRNA is then allowed to reproduce in our cells, what is the protein impact of that? What impact does that have on the cell? Are there misfolded proteins? Misfolded proteins are a huge concern. And that's what this is talking about. If the RNA is not intact, what is the protein that's being produced? And that was the objection raised to Pfizer, and Pfizer submitted some very interesting digitally sort of mastered proof that nothing nefarious is going on, or the proteins are what they say they are, and that was just unacceptable because it was digital protein verification. They didn't give actual data to show what those proteins are. There's never been sequencing done on the proteins. There's never been crystallography done on the proteins or any of that confirmatory steps necessary to show people, to show the public and assure them that those truncated mRNAs are not going to be a problem.
So the truncated RNAs then, they have a partial message. So that's confusing the body, or the body is we don't know what the body's going to pick up from that in terms of messaging.
Well, the message could be read, but as I mentioned, so recall, the proteins are translated, and then there's all this protein modification, and they're globular on all these domains. If it's a partial message, that protein could just be partially there. Who knows what it interacts with? There's the potential for interactions that we don't know about is very, very high.
Okay. And so it's a matter of waiting to see how that evolves in the body. Yeah.
Yes. Finally, there has been data in the last month that has been rigorously, in my opinion, confirmed to show the injections contain double-stranded DNA contamination from the plasmids. So if you recall in the process map, and I will bring it up again, the plasmids were linearized. The DNA is then translated, or is transcribed into mRNA into the injections. That entire process appears to be contaminated. The researchers, Dr. Kevin McKernan et al. And his team, have taken it upon themselves to sequence what is in the vials, because we were never given sequencing data. It continues to be hidden from the public. So they did it using Illumina sequencing. They did RNA-seq, DNA-seq, nanopore sequencing. They have exhaustively repeated the data because the concern is very real. So they wanted to make sure it was what it is. And they found, without a shadow of a doubt, double-stranded DNA contamination in the injections. They had 2 vials of Moderna. They had 2 vials of Pfizer. Contamination was present in all of the vials in various amounts. In addition, they found contamination of plasmids that contained the antibiotic-resistant gene from the original cloning experiments. Neomycin and kanamycin, the sequences are there for those particular resistant genes. And regulatory authorities have said there is an acceptable limit of contamination by double-stranded DNA. 1 molecule out of DNA for every 3,000 molecules of RNA. What they found is orders of magnitude higher than that, number 1. Number 2, they found intact plasmids, and I'll show you what that means. If there's no questions to that slide, I'll move on.
No.
So this is the RNA integrity plots from those vials showing shoulders here. Again, what are those? We're not sure.
The shoulders are, is that the shortened?
Those are truncated and
yep.
in some cases elongated versions of mRNA.
Okay.
So I just want to recall, plasmids, what are we talking about? They're circular DNA, they are highly transmissible and replication competent, meaning they can replicate all on their very own. They are used in molecular biology to produce proteins of interest. In this case, it's spike protein. They are often associated with E. coli. That was the original bacteria that they were using to reproduce these plasmids. They contain their own promoter. They contain the interest. So here's the promoter. This is ensuring that it is replicated. So it promotes the gene of interest. This is where the spike would be. A bunch of other things. They need to be able to select that those bacteria containing those plasmids are actually containing what they think, and they do that using antibiotic resistance. So if you put this plasmid in a bacteria, you know it contains it because the bacteria will survive in the presence of that antibiotic. And in this case, it's neomycin and kanamycin. So remember this diagram. These are the potential areas of contamination that I've circled here in red. According to Pfizer, the linearization of the plasmids occurred earlier in the manufacturing process, and then after this step, there's rigorous testing to demonstrate they are linear. That is not, there is circular plasmids present in these DNA, in these vials. And importantly, this step is considered by regulatory authorities to be a critical quality assessment, meaning this is a critical point to ensure there is no contamination. So I emphasize that because of the importance of what we're discussing here. It's critical.
And I'd like to summarize that because it is an important point. So the bacteria and the plasmid that was used to replicate the DNA, we talked about that process earlier, which is supposed to be filtered out, was not filtered out in the samples that the scientists examined from Pfizer and Moderna.
There's contamination.
And that's the contamination you're
Yes.
speaking of.
Yes.
So it's that bacteria and plasmid that is in the injection, which is not supposed to be there.
Correct.
Okay.
Here are some maps. The next two slides, the only thing I want to impress upon you is that not only are there plasmids present in the vials, but the plasmids are different. There's different sequences. Some have really long spikes, some have different, there's just different contamination. It's not like there's a consistent plasmid in every, it's not like there's consistent sequences of the double-stranded DNA. It varies.
So that
And
would be
that
from
was in
batch
Pfizer.
to batch.
That's correct. Pfizer and Moderna, same thing. So, to confirm that the plasmids were what they saw on the sequencing data, they took the vials and they digested all of the RNA out of it, so that all they would have left is double-stranded DNA if it was present, meaning plasmids potentially. They then exposed that double-stranded DNA to E. coli in a petri dish, in a flask of medium. E. coli are really good at taking up plasmids. So if there's plasmids in what they just put in there, they will take it up. They then took that bacterial medium, plated it on plates, this agar here, that contains antibiotics. If they were to find bacterial growth on these plates, that would demonstrate there were plasmids that were replication competent in those vials, number one. Number two, that contained antibiotic resistant genes. And they found that in both Moderna and Pfizer. And you can see that here with colonies of bacteria growing on these plates.
And how is that important that it's in there? Maybe you're going to get to that, but
What that confirms is that not only were they finding plasmids, they were circular, they were replication competent, and they were able to grow in antibiotic-resistant antibiotic media. Now, if you imagine that those injections are going into the human body, and we know that they go all over the body, including the GI tract, and those plasmids are then, GI tract being your colon and everything, where you have tons of bacteria growing, that's your microbiome, and those plasmids are replication competent, it follows they would get out, they could get out and they could get into the bacteria of the human, thus in transforming their microbiome with potential antibiotic resistant genes. That's a huge concern. That is unacceptable quality control. These sequencing results of the contents of injectables found multiple versions of expression plasmids in varying degrees between vials. These are viable. There is inconsistent contamination to which people were not given informed consent. I realize we are getting up there in time, so I will try to go a bit faster if that's required.
no, it's pretty fascinating, so.
We have time.
Okay, keep going.
We've got a few witnesses.
Yeah, we do.
And so if you're okay with that?
I am, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So I would just like to summarize this independent product analysis. And I would also like to say that it is unacceptable that this product analysis landed on the shoulders of independent citizen scientists, and that this wasn't done by the sponsors. Because we wouldn't have known this was the case if Kevin McKernan and his team didn't sequence this. And I will also know, based on Kevin McKernan and his team, that they're trying to reproduce that with the original injectables. This is for the bivalent boosters that they are pushing on our children right now.
Okay.
That is what we are talking about.
So the contamination that they've
Yes.
identified is in the boosters.
This is in the
Yeah.
bivalent boosters that is currently being
Yeah.
pushed on the public.
And they haven't examined the original injections yet to
No,
say
but
whether it's
they're-
present.
They have high suspicions based on earlier data that they will find the same thing.
Okay. And I also meant to ask you whether this might contribute to the wide variety of adverse events we're having if there's so many different contaminants in the different vials, different levels of contamination.
Unequivocally.
Yeah.
So I just want to summarize this independent product analysis. They found double-stranded DNA contamination levels at up to or maybe more than 100-fold higher than acceptable limits. It's important to note this has been under, for the last month, rigorous community discussion, scientific discourse, trying to reproduce data, trying to get at some very important questions in a way that is transparent to the public. Anybody can go and follow this stuff. They're trying to get it out on Twitter Spaces, they're getting it out in their Substacks. Anybody can go follow this. And I would have to say thank you very much to that team for doing this work. They have estimated up to 35%, again being confirmed, of the nucleic acid in each vaccine as being expression vector. And most of this DNA is expression plasmid DNA, again the plasmid being what was initially carrying out the reproduction of the spike protein. Interestingly and very important, whenever you have presence of contamination like this, how can you assure the public that there isn't contamination of bacterial, other bacterial type associated things like E. coli endotoxins? So when you're growing up plasmids in E. coli and you get evidence of plasmid contamination, then you must assume through logic that there might be E. coli contamination. Mm-hmm. So E. coli contains endotoxins. Endotoxins can cause anaphylaxis, TSS, toxic shock syndrome, among other things. So it's sort of like a canary, right? Mm-hmm. To see the plasmid present. Again, we don't know, but that's a concern. Mm-hmm. The plasmids carry antibiotic resistance. Again, the potential to transfer that to humans is a concern. And while the bacteria are unlikely to express the spike protein, they can replicate the plasmid. So the bacteria in our guts, if they get this plasmid, there's absolute certainty that they can replicate it.
Okay, and does that mean that it's questionable whether the body will react properly to antibiotics if they need antibiotics for some condition?
That would be my concern.
Yeah, because the body would
Yes.
it would be resistant to the antibiotic. Okay.
So the next really important question that follows, and I'm taking you through this in a way that I've been following it because it's step after step. So the next question that I have, is this contaminating DNA interacting with our DNA? In molecular biology, it is sort of a known. It's a known phenomenon that when you have high amounts of double-stranded DNA present, it can enter the genome. And it doesn't need those special line 1 transposases to help you. It can just do it on its own.
And the genome is?
The DNA.
Yeah.
And this happens during cellular division. When your cells are splitting, in meiosis and mitosis is when cells split into other cells, they grow. It's cellular division, okay? This is known to happen during that process. What are tissues in the human body that are highly divisive, that are dividing all the time? Liver, skin, your intestinal tract, sperm cells, egg cells, bone marrow, lymphocytes, the developing fetus. All of these tissues are under high rates of mitosis. And this is the paper showing transvected plasmid DNA is incorporated into the nucleus during this process. So we know that there's publications showing this. This is a known thing in molecular biology, that the double-stranded DNA can integrate into the genome during these dividing cell processes. So in this instance, where we have potentially billions and trillions of double-stranded DNAs in the injectables that is contaminating, they are now going throughout the body, we know that. They're accumulating in certain very sensitive areas, we know that. And those sensitive areas are subject to high rates of mitosis. And now we're showing that high levels of double-stranded DNA are present in those injections in highly dividing tissues. The logic follows there's a potential for integration into the genome. Moreover, we know that the furin cleavage site acts as a nuclear localization site, getting the DNA into the nucleus of the cells. In addition, in those plasmids that they've sequenced, they found the sequence and they know that there's a special promoter called the SV40 promoter. And that's a promoter that is used in molecular biology to replicate plasmids because it works so well. It's like a supercharger replication, okay? It facilitates nuclear entry as well, in addition to being an oncogene. Kevin and his team found evidence of the 72 base pair insertion in this promoter that, as you can see here, has a striking effect on gene expression. So this promoter turbocharges the plasmid replication. And here is the sequence, and I apologize, you can't see well, maybe you don't want to see the letters, but basically what this is showing in one plasmid, you see the evidence of the insertion of the 72 base pairs, and the other one you don't. So it's just inconsistent. Some plasmids have it, some plasmids don't.
The SV40 is not present all the time.
No, no, the promoter is.
Oh,
but
okay.
this supercharged insertion isn't.
I see.
So
okay.
what is the SV40? It's a simian virus. That's what it comes from. It's a highly competent promoter sequence used for efficient replication, and the nuclear entry of plasmid DNA requires this promoter to get in.
Okay. Is it unordinary that would be used in this process? Or
No, it is not.
No.
It's a really exceptional way back early before it's in the injection. That's an acceptable way. That's an acceptable way to replicate plasmids. We're not supposed to be injected with that, though.
Yes, okay.
That's supposed to be gone.
That's for a whole entirely different science,
Yes.
not for use in the human body.
That's correct.
Yep.
So I want to just bring this all together. When I'm talking about the abhorrent, abysmal quality control and quality assurance that, in my opinion, has happened with these injections, it has resulted in every injection being a new event. When you go to the grocery store, you expect your milk to all be the same. When you take a Tylenol, you expect it to be 400 milligrams, not sometimes 900, and not sometimes 300, and not sometimes containing lead. It's quality assurance and control. That is what makes the world go round in consumerism and commercial products, and that is supposed to be an accepted sort of standard and fundamental tenet for pharmaceutical drugs. Mm-hmm. In this case, this is not, in my opinion, the case.
Okay.
Every injection is a new event. You may or may not have spike of various lengths, mRNA of various lengths, double-stranded DNA of various lengths. You have the SV40 promoter. Sometimes it contains the turbo, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you contain the resistant genes for antibiotics. Who knows if there's endotoxins in there? Who knows where it's going in your body? That's a really important point. And I wanted to recall, because yesterday, I've been watching this entire testimony. Yesterday, I apologize, I forget the name, but the nurse who was talking about aspirating and how they don't aspirate anymore. And how every time someone is injected with one of these products, it either could get into the blood, maybe it doesn't, maybe it stays in the deltoid a little bit. Who knows? Because it's not the same for every person. And this, on top of it, the confounding impacts of these contaminants makes it so concerning for me.
So it sounds as though the process is well outside any kind of reasonably accepted standard.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I know you can't speak to whether the manufacturer would have known this, but ought they have known this?
100%.
Yeah.
The onus is on them to know this. The lack of sufficient quality control and quality assurance by manufacturers that every injection is consistent, lacking contamination, and that the necessary checks and balances are undertaken to ensure there is no potential negative impacts on people was not done. The injectables are not a conventional vaccine. They are a gene therapy drug built on brand new technology that lacked the assurances from quality control to ensure that it was consistent and lacked contamination. It enters the nucleus, it doesn't even provide immunity, and it persists in the body for months. Why does this matter to us? That's why. In conclusion, things are not what they seem. The origin of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, we don't know. The true numbers of actual infections, it is my personal opinion, based on my professional experience, this has been a case-demic. Mandates are justified by trusting the experts. They've never been supported by citations or references and were politically incentivized. Early treatment was treated as pseudoscience despite clear benefit. How many died unnecessarily? And finally, mRNA products are an abject failure. They are not safe, they are not necessary, and they do not contain what we think they do.
Thank you, Dr. Braden. This is fascinating data and evidence. I really appreciate you putting this slideshow together. I want to take a moment because I think the audience and the people watching live stream should know a little bit about your personal story.
So I think I've demonstrated fairly well that I've had concerns about multiple facets of the COVID crisis. I live in PEI, where every Thursday we were told by Dr. Heather Morrison, the public health officer, that our children were going to die if we didn't vaccinate them. We were told that there was a huge risk to their health. We were told a lot of things. And for quite some time, I as a professional did not speak out publicly. Because we saw what would happen to you if you did. After they started rolling out vaccines, injections for the children, I decided that I had a moral obligation and a professional obligation to stand up and ask questions publicly. So in November of 2021, the International Day of the Child, I attended a rally in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, and expressed my concerns. Of course, back then we didn't know about all of what I just spoke about, but my concerns were with respect to the silencing of early treatments, to the fact that children were not at risk, and all of those things. And in December of 2021, I was fired. I was terminated from my position and effectively canceled from my career first for this.
You sacrificed a lot to speak out on behalf of others. And what was your position?
So I was adjunct faculty in the Department of Animal Medicine at the University of Prince Edward Island, and I was also, as I mentioned, program lead and senior scientist in molecular immunology and biotech for the private company that I worked for. And at no point did I ever, during me speaking out publicly, did I ever mention my employer's name. I spoke as a private citizen with the education to back up the conclusions that I made, and I never at once indicated who I worked for or that I was there on their behalf. I was never given any warning. I arrived to work on a Monday morning. My supervisor was there who flew in from the US. They'd never allowed me to speak, to defend my position. They escorted me out of the building. I was never given any severance or any of the like. They fired me for degrading COVID to be a bad flu, for calling ivermectin a potential early treatment, and for questioning the safe and effective nature of mRNA injections.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Braden. At this time, we are going to take a break, and then we'll have you take the stand again after, and we'll let the commissioners have an opportunity to put some questions together for you. I believe they will have some. Okay. So at the moment, it's a 10-minute break or 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
everyone. Dr. Braden, so at this time, I'm going to turn you over to the commissioners.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Full disclosure, I have to talk. Okay, full disclosure. My question will be from a base of knowledge, because all of these nice cartoons she has depicted for recombinant DNA technology and stuff, I did that in my youth. We were the first lab in Canada to do a recombinant DNA experiment with resistance gene in bacteria. So I know that stuff. I was also, during my postdoc, the first lab in Canada to produce what we call a recombinant adenovirus, which is the basis for a number of these vaccines that are currently used by industry. So I know the technology. And having worked at the NRC, I was also involved in the commercialization of these processes, so I know the scale-up of product from E. coli under GLP condition, as well as the scale-up of recombinant adenovirus. The technology I contributed to develop at the NRC was licensed to a number of companies, one of which is known. It's a CanSino. It's a Chinese company that has produced a recombinant adenovirus using our technology. And I know very well what it takes to produce quality product. So I have a few questions for you. The first one is, yeah, I've been reviewing exactly the same literature as you presented it in a very, I think, clear way for most people. If you look at all of the issues that you raise in terms of the quality of the product, do you think that it's because it was rushed, or all of the issue that you are presenting can be corrected if the method is properly developed and the assessment is properly done? In other words, do you think that these mRNA liposome vaccine can be scaled up under GMP process that would be according to the highest standard? Is it possible to do it if you would do the step properly?
In theory, I think that is possible. With respect to putting into context, with respect to this particular injectables, I do not, and this is the reason. I have yet to see any evidence to support the use of full-length spike as an antigen for the human body, because spike is a virulence factor and inherently an inflammatory molecule that has lots of issues. So I could see this being, I'm not sure if that's addressing your question, Dr. Massey. I could see this being something, in theory, the process without rushing the system, with ensuring higher quality that throughout the process, in theory, would be possible. My objection is to the gene of delivery.
I have a more specific question about the issue of the double-stranded DNA plasmid that can potentially insert it into the genome. I know it's a recent paper that described the frequency, and I haven't read this paper in particular. So, based on this, what you've read from that, could we anticipate that the frequency could be a concern in terms of what it could actually trigger in terms, for example, of insertion of the SV40 promoter near potential oncogene, like we have seen, for example, in the first gene therapy trial with the retroviral vector, where they ended up with a fairly high number of insertion that activated oncogene. Is it something, according to what you've read and what we know right now, that is a likely possibility?
Yes, in a short, yes, and I'll explain why. Like I mentioned, all of this sequencing of what's in the vials and the discovery based on your sequencing and all the work that they're doing is really happening as we speak. And if you think about what they're showing to be present, concurrent with this sort of explosion of deleterious adverse responses, such as what they're calling turbo cancers, and you're seeing degradation of T cell populations and innate immunity suppression in people who are injected, and that information, and now you have what we're seeing, it's hard not to draw some sort of correlations between the two. It's hard not to do that, and we can't because we need more data. However, what we know is what you've just suggested. The SV40 promoter has certain impacts. In some vials it contains the insertion, in some vials it doesn't. It's very potentially possible that the double-stranded DNA is getting into the nucleus. Is it inserting? We don't know. Is that impacting on cancer pathways? We don't know. We do know that spike interacts with P53, which is part of the anti-cancer pathways in people. So there's all of these lines of evidence that are all converging, and of course there's more data that needs to be generated, but it's hard not to draw those conclusions given what we know now.
Maybe I'll just ask one last question. The analysis that was done by independent researcher with the vial, it was my understanding, and maybe I didn't read that correctly, that in theory you're not allowed to open these vials to do these type of analysis. Is that correct?
I can't speak to that. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I have two questions. I understand that in vaccine research, the placebo used in the non-treatment groups is usually another old vaccine. Do you know what was in the Pfizer and Moderna COVID vaccine placebo? I think many people are assuming it was plain saline.
That is the assumption. That is what we're understanding, that is saline. And they have said it in some of the dossiers that I've read that the placebo is saline.
And my second question is, can you speak to blood transfusions?
I can speak to it from a concern. So I'm not a medical doctor. I've never done a blood transfusion. So I can't speak to it from that perspective. I can speak to it from a concern of the contamination and what is being delivered into our bodies, and how the production of spike that we know is existing for up to 15 months, protein present in people who are injected, circulating in their blood. So from a concerned citizen perspective, as well as a professional who understands molecular biology, it is of great concern for blood transfusions to not be screened for the presence of both lipid nanoparticles or spike protein. And in fact, as a mother, I would not let my child be transfused with blood unless it was proven to be clear of both.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Laura.
Hi.
I have a few questions, and my questions aren't as complex. I'm an engineer. I'm not a researcher or a doctor. With regard to masking, you were talking about the difference between the virus being either aerosol or carried in fluid particles, and you said that the COVID-19 was an aerosol type transmission. Are there any other known viruses prior to this that were aerosol transmission type viruses?
The other SARS.
Okay.
MERS. Small RNA viruses.
Okay, so that's not that unusual. It's not an unusual or a novel transmission.
Not to my knowledge.
Then I have another question related to that. Was there any pandemic planning done by Health Canada or the authorities in Canada anticipating a pandemic, and was there any investigation at that time as to whether or not a mask would be effective in preventing transmission?
To my knowledge, there exists such a document. The publication, you'll have to double check this, it might have been in 2016. And their conclusions were that masking would not help in a pandemic situation.
And that was a Canadian report?
It was a Canadian, and I believe Dr. Teresa Tam might have been an author.
Ah, okay. I have a few more questions, and you know, it's been a long time since I've been in school, and I was more in physics and calculus than I was in biology. But just for myself, the reason DNA is so important, in my understanding, and I know you'll correct me, but isn't DNA the blueprint that the body uses so that to create more cells or more tissues? That it uses that as a guide? Is that the function of DNA?
Correct. So in our cells, we have copies of genomes from both our mother and our father, both of which that come together to create us. Those genomes are in our nucleus of our cells. We have those chromosomes, we have 46 chromosomes. In those chromosomes, which are tightly wrapped together to protect this very fragile blueprint of our bodies, is wrapped in protein and other things in the nucleus. And it's protected in the nucleus because it is, number one, so important. We don't want deleterious mutations. We don't want things interacting with our DNA. It's housed in a very protected area to facilitate that. And because mutations, anything like that, we don't want to pass down to our offspring. And that's very important when it comes to mutations or anything interacting with our DNA, which is why genotoxicity studies should have been done.
Yes. So again, just so I can repeat that, what you're saying is that the reason this is so important that you're finding that these particles are showing up in the DNA is it's essentially, or could be potentially, putting instructions in there that wasn't before. So instead of when it goes to grow a new cell in the body, it's got new instructions and that cell isn't the way it was originally intended to be.
In theory, if we're following the trail of logic, yes, there is a concern for integration of these exogenous, human pieces of DNA now in our nucleus. We know that high levels of double-stranded DNA will insert on their very own.
Yes.
And there's a couple of other things that I've shown that are concerning in terms of the potential for integration. Now, why is that important? Well, if these things are happening in germline cells, such as sperm and egg cells, which we show the LMPs in the distribution of these injections go to, and this is happening in those cells, is potential that that could be passed on to our offspring.
Yes. I want to switch around a little bit.
Again, can I finish?
Sorry.
That is a potential. I'm not saying that is happening. Nobody is saying that is happening. But that is why these fundamental studies need to be done, because that is a concern. So to evaluate that concern, you have these baseline studies, and that was not done.
So essentially, we jumped off the cliff without knowing what was
With no
at
parachute.
the bottom. Yeah. With regard to the PCR testing, everybody's talking about that, and I've heard many people, medical people, talk about the cycling. As I understand it, the PCR test, some people have called it a genetic replicator. And when you talk about cycles, does it have a linear effect, or is it a exponential effect? In other words, if I do one cycle or if I do two, is 2 cycles twice as many, or is it exponentially?
It's exponential replication of nucleic acid. Every cycle there is a doubling. So if you have n equals cycle,
Yes.
it's 2 to the power of n. So if you, for example, run a PCR test for 40 cycles, and you started with 1 molecule of DNA, you will have 2 to the power of 40 molecules of DNA at the end.
Right. So the cycling from 30 to 46, I just want to make sure everybody understands, or as I understand your testimony, isn't just simply that it's 20% higher, it's
2 to the power of 16.
2 to the power of 16. My next question, I think, was answered, and that was, you were talking about, I was writing them down as you were speaking, but you were talking about how the vaccines were originally intended to be intermuscular. In other words, they weren't to be inserted into the circulatory system. And you said that there were evidence that it was getting out into all other parts of the body. And my question had to do with aspiration, and if we're not aspirating, how much of that might be because of that, as opposed to it just getting out.
That is exactly one of the concerns, and that is from nurse to nurse, from high school student in some cases, whoever is giving the injection. The technique will be different, the potential will be different, and that is why it contributes to every injection being a different event.
Okay. In the testing that Dr. McKernan you had referenced, was he testing from different batches of the vials? I think you said they used two vials?
2 vials from the same lot.
From the same lot. So it didn't really indicate necessarily what the variation between lots and between different.
No.
And am I correct in asking or assuming that these vials were also produced in different facilities? It wasn't just one big giant, not for the testing, but the vials that were out being used in the public. Were they being manufactured all in one giant facility?
From how Pfizer describes it, and there's a great article in the New York Times that worked with Pfizer to give a really nice overview of how they make their products. Certain processes are limited to one facility, and then so for example, in the US, that's where all the plasmid is made and then linearized, and then that product is taken to another facility, Andover, for example, and then another facility, and then they come back for quality assurance, loosely termed. But all of the one process, is my understanding, happens in the same facility.
Yes. I've got 2 questions that perhaps aren't fair, but I want to ask you because I want to know, and I think a lot of people here want to know. From what I was listening to from your testimony, it appeared that there were massive failures or omissions in the initial conceptualization of the research, and then on top of that, there were massive failures of quality control in the manufacturing process, and then there were potentially massive failures in the actual implementation of putting needles in arms without aspiration. So my question now is, if that is a reasonable interpretation of what you were talking about, have you ever seen that happen on this type of scale in the pharmaceutical industry or the health industry before in Canada?
No.
My next question is, again, a difficult one. Have the companies involved with this research and manufacturing and whatnot have any historic record of doing things that were perhaps not in the interest of the public?
It is my understanding that Pfizer is one of the most sued successfully companies ever in the world. I believe the lawsuits are up in the billions of dollars in litigation for various things that are available in the public sphere, but it is my understanding that that is the case. So the answer is no, they're not. This is not a new one.
I have many, many other questions, as I'm sure everybody in Canada does. But I thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank
and
you.
your expertise.
Thank you.
I just have a few questions. Sorry, I keep not getting the mic close enough. And I apologize if these questions have already been asked and answered, and maybe I'm asking the same thing in a different way, but please bear with me. So you spoke a little bit about the PCR not being a good diagnostic test, and that it would always be followed up with a confirmatory test. Is there a confirmatory test for the COVID-19 that you would follow up after a PCR positive?
Absolutely. So viruses in their very nature, lyse, meaning they break up cells. And I've done this in the lab. In experiments where we've infected animals with virus, you do a PCR to determine the level. It is a good way to assess quickly if your animal is positive or not, because you don't want to waste the time for the next step. If there's no virus present, you won't get a hit. And by the way, we are using cycle thresholds of 30. You then take a sample of the relevant tissue and you expose that tissue. In this case, it would be either spit or mucus or whatever for virus that's respiratory in nature. And you would expose that to a viral plaque assay, is what it's called. And if there were virus present, you could visualize that underneath a microscope because there'd be clearings in your cells. So you would see the virus has lysed and broken open cells. And based on the number of those plaques, you can reason, because we know that each plaque therefore equals X many virions. So you can reasonably extrapolate how many virus particles are there, and that would be the step 2 of the PCR to then confirm that there's virus present that is infectious. Without that confirmatory test, you cannot say, especially when you're looking at asymptomatic healthy people, that they contain an infectious virus.
Thank you. And do you know if that type of confirmatory testing was done in Canada as part of the PCR testing processes?
There is no way that they did that with all of the tests. There might have been 1 or 2. I'm not sure if there ever was one, but with the responses that we were seeing in the testing that were being put out within hours, there's no way that they ran confirmatory tests.
And what about the rapid testing kits that people used and that were distributed? Would that have been a confirmatory test?
No.
Thank you. I'm not finished. I'm just turning my page. So you've spoken quite a bit about the need for more experimentation, and that some of the experimentation that you would expect to see is happening now, but did not happen earlier. And I'm just wondering what the sort of timing is to complete these types of experiments that are now happening and that we're seeing now, and whether they could have been done at an earlier time.
We just witnessed within 2 or 3 weeks the entire sequencing and analysis of the genetic material potentially in these vials, as well as other bacterial associated assays that I showed you to show presence of plasmid. All of those necessary steps that should be happening within the manufacture process, there's other more eloquent and more high throughput ways to ensure quality, and that could have been done within days. Some of these things to ensure, for example, there's no double-stranded DNA, that's a couple hours. These aren't months out, and they're easy checks and balances. Well, maybe not so easy. They're checks and balances that should have been done and are easily attainable with our given technology in molecular biology. These are not things that are out of the realm of possibility.
And so the manufacturers were not, this is not testing that they would have performed as part of the development?
I can't speak to whether they did. This is what the logic trail would make you do, but I can't speak to whether or not they did of those things. What they did claim, what Pfizer has claimed themselves, is that strict and rigorous quality assurances were made at every step along the way to test for these things. They say that. They tested there was no plasmids. They tested the double-stranded DNA was digested. The plasmids were linear. It was pure mRNA. The integrity was 100%.
Thank you. And when they made these statements that they had performed this testing, did you understand that that was testing on this particular injectable product, or would it have been based on perhaps past study of mRNA technology?
This was with respect to this particular product.
Okay. And so you spoke a little bit about reverse transcription, which I don't pretend to understand, but I think you explained it well enough that as a layman I got a general idea of it. And I'm just wondering if this is reverse transcription an issue that was identified as part of the historical mRNA research, or is this something that has only been discovered since the COVID injectables have been rolled out?
To my knowledge, there's no data pertaining to the potential for reverse transcription in human cells from mRNA technology. I could be wrong, but this is to my best knowledge. All I'm aware of is the first paper that looked at this was last year, which was on the liver cells.
Okay, thank you. Just turning my page. I think you spoke at the beginning about your experience in GLP. You called it good lab practices. And I'm just wondering whether the proper implementation of good lab practices could have addressed some of the contamination issues that you've raised today. Maybe you've already answered this, but I
think it's a great point to hammer home. In a GLP lab environment, every single thing that you do is run by a standard operating procedure, an SOP. Those SOPs are vetted and assured by the regulatory authorities to do what they say that they're going to do. So basically what this enables for is in a lab environment, every step along the way, it's consistently done over and over again the same way. You cannot conduct a study in a GLP environment without SOPs that are first concurred with by the FDA. The FDA and Health Canada ensure that GLP run studies are done in this manner. It is my assertion that in order to run a GLP study, all of those SOPs and standard lab practices that are demonstrated to regulatory authorities need to be done. So to get to your question, is there ways where that could have been mitigated? Is that what you're?
Yes.
Okay. If it was done in accordance and in compliance, no. The fact that there are these particular contamination signals and others indicates to me that they did not follow, they were not compliant.
Thank you. And one last question. Just if you could give us what would you recommend should have been done differently?
Could you be more specific? In what aspect?
Well, what we're hoping to take from your testimony is an understanding of what has happened and an understanding of what could be done differently next time.
What could have been done differently is that at the outset of the COVID crisis, scientists could be allowed to talk to each other in an open public forum in a way that would encourage scientific discourse to understand the biological methods at play and how we could, as scientists, work together to make it go away or to understand the insufficiencies and where data needed to be generated. Because of the censorship and silencing of people who asked questions, that entire discourse was essentially deleted. And that is one of the most important pieces of this that I need for you to understand. Scientists that went against the narrative were not allowed to speak.
Thank you.
All right, so if there's no further, yeah. Is there a question? Oh.
These are questions from the audience.
So, just some
I
questions.
know we're
from the
running
audience.
out of time, but there's one question which I think, because you've said that you had expertise in immunology, I think it would be worth it to explain the idea of autoimmune reaction that might occur because the spike proteins share what we call epitope or sequences with a number of our own protein. Because normally my understanding is that we don't generate antibody or immune responses to our own protein because this would lead to all kinds of disease. But why is it that having share sequence between spike and our protein can actually lead to this process?
Essentially, the injections are programming our cells to produce a protein that could then be displayed to our immune system on our cells. And they are using these receptors called major histocompatibility factors 1 and 2. And really that part doesn't matter, other than the fact that these receptors are there normally to show pieces of non-self to our immune system, so that our immune system can recognize whatever is attached to that receptor, oh dear, we better mount an immune response against it. And there's a number of different receptors that also do the same thing. Because this is so important, immunological responses, by their very nature, destroy what they're intended to destroy. Often, inflammatory diseases, collateral damage from inflammation that is left unchecked is how we get pathology, immunopathology. In a very similar way, when there are antibodies produced against pieces of ourself, we develop antibodies to proteins of ourself, and then our immune system thinks ourself is bad and to attack it. So, if the spike protein has peptides or epitopes that are similar to those of our proteins, and our bodies are thinking that they are bad and produce antibodies to them, that is the definition of autoimmune disease enhancement or progression. And in fact, one of the highest proteins, one of the proteins with the highest similarity is a protein called thrombopoietin, which is involved in the clotting cascade. So basically, the take-home message here is the potential for autoimmune disease progression when the similarities in these proteins are so high is extremely concerning. And I'll finish the thought with, that is one of the basic fundamental tests that you would run when you're trying to decide on injecting people with a protein if there are similar epitopes or antigens. And that is the biggest concern. That should have been done.
There is a question from the audience, and it's a long one, and I'll do my best. There has been some speculation here and elsewhere around the question: were the problems associated with the COVID-19 injections reasonably attributable to a rushed process? Under normal circumstances, what would be an expected time period for a novel pathogen to be isolated and sequenced, a suitable vaccine to be developed, manufacturing, storage, delivery capacity to be expanded to produce sufficient vaccine vials, needles, shipping boxes, etc., in sufficient quantity to provide for billions of doses around the world?
To my knowledge, 10 to 15 years.
I have an additional question. I apologize. If I understood your testimony correctly, you were saying that some of these particles or some of these revised DNA were getting into the bacteria within the gut of people, so that those bacteria now were carrying, I don't know how to call it, is it?
Plasmids.
Right. Aren't those bacteria in the gut everywhere? Like, if it's in the gut, is it possible that it's getting into the water supply and they're spreading? Do we know this?
The theoretical concern is absolutely, and no, we don't know this.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Braden, we thank you for your fascinating and interesting testimony here at the NCI hearing.
Thank you, and you're welcome.
Dr. Matthew Tucker.
While Dr. Tucker is coming to the stand to testify, I just have two quick announcements. One is that there is a pad of paper at the back of the room for those who wish to write out a question, which can be brought up to the commissioners at the end of the testimony. That last one was a doozy, and it got a very interesting answer. David is waving the clipboard around there. And the other thing is, given time constraints again, although I'm sure we are all willing to sacrifice part of the lunch hour for the sake of having heard Dr. Braden out. And so we'd ask that lunch be shortened to 30 minutes. So do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us your full name, where you're from, and your occupation?
My name is Dr. Matthew Tucker. I'm a family and emergency medicine doctor in the Annapolis Valley in Nova Scotia.
And Dr. Tucker, can you please give us a bit of a background with regard to your work experience?
I was in the Canadian Armed Forces for 21 years, including almost 10 of those years as a doctor. During most of that time as a doctor, I also worked regular shifts at my local emergency departments in 3 different provinces.
So you were in the military for 20 years, 10 of which you worked as a doctor, and then are you now working for the military?
Yes, as a civilian physician, yes.
As a civilian physician?
Yes.
And have you recently also been working in an emergency room?
I was during most of the pandemic. I took a break beginning in 2021.
And please note Dr. Tucker's CV is Exhibit TR13. What is it like working as a military physician?
It's great. I hope it doesn't sound overly sentimental if I say I love the men and women in the Canadian Armed Forces. I have a very high opinion of them. Essentially what we do is we do family medicine in a military clinic on a military base. A little bit of what we call occupational medicine as well. It's very interesting.
And who exactly are your patients? Is it strictly military personnel or families as well?
In Canada, it's strictly military personnel. That's quite a large question, actually, probably beyond the scope of this thing. In other militaries in other countries, the doctors do look after the families, and I wish we did, but we don't.
Over the past couple of years, have you noticed any concerning trends in your patients' cases?
Well, I think so. I had a conversation, actually 2 conversations, 2 different people I asked this question recently. You know, hallway kind of conversations, you know, at the place where I work. And I said, is it just me? Or is it all we do these days, mental health things? And is people's mental health worse than ever? And both of these people said, it's not just you. They see the same thing. And so in my opinion, this is very subjective. I don't have statistics at hand. But it's my opinion that there's been a mental health crisis where I work for the past couple of years.
So you've seen an increase in the last couple of years compared to your prior 9 or so years of experience?
I think so.
And how many doctors work in your clinic right now?
Not that many. There's doctors and nurse practitioners, so maybe 6 clinicians in total.
And do you regularly sort of meet to discuss cases? Yeah. And do you notice a trend in their
I think so.
in the cases arising for them as well?
I mean, let's be clear here. It's not that mental health issues are new in the military. Military life has always been stressful for people. But I think it's been a significant theme in the past couple of years.
Do you have any theories as to why you and your colleagues at the military are seeing this increase in mental health issues?
Well, I do think that a lot of it has to do with the stresses of the COVID restrictions of the past couple of years. Can I tell you guys a story, a personal story? It's a true story. When I was a brand new doctor, this was on a military base in Ontario, and my wife and I were shopping for our first house. And we settled on a house, and our realtor turned to us and said to my wife, she said, "This is a good choice. This is a good neighborhood for you because because I'm going to be away a lot. And I don't know why I didn't believe her. But at the end of 4 years, when we were leaving that place, I had been away from home for 11 months. So these are the sorts of stresses that military people deal with. I think that every Canadian has had a lot of stress over the past couple of years. Most people report that they were affected by the COVID measures in some way. But I think that military people have particular stresses that affect them particularly, like having to go away frequently, like having to move around. And I think that the COVID restrictions were particularly hard during times like that. And I think this was a trigger for a lot of anxiety and depression.
So the standard COVID measures that applied to everyone would have particular unique sort of impacts on those who are used to traveling and being away from family and the way that the military.
I think so.
And can you elaborate a bit on the type of symptoms that patients present with when they have these mental health issues?
Yeah, thanks for asking that, actually. I'm sort of passionate about that question because I think that a lot of people, non-medical people, I think they don't know what the symptoms of depression are. So, of course, the obvious symptom of depression is low mood. But there's quite a number of other symptoms that go along with depression and anxiety. Things like not sleeping, not eating, low energy, not doing anything for fun anymore, feeling bad about things that perhaps aren't reasonable. And so I've seen a lot of this lately. You know, people afraid to go out in public, afraid to go to work because they're anxious. I've seen a lot of it lately.
Have any of the patients you've seen commented on the link to sort of the COVID restrictions or the impact of the COVID measures?
Yes. Certainly I've heard that sort of mentioned in passing by patients a number of times. I heard it explicitly recently because I asked one of them. I said to him, I said, hey, I was seeing this person who I've gotten to know as a patient over the past year or so, a person with significant anxiety. And I said to this person, I said, hey, listen, man, I just want to ask you something. You know, this might seem like a random, weird question, but can I just ask you this? I said, do you think that you had trouble with the COVID restrictions? And his face lit up. And he said, yes, that's when all this started. He said, I was on a military base where I wasn't allowed to go anywhere. My family wasn't allowed to come visit me because of the travel restrictions. So we had kids at home. We had no family support because my extended family is from out here and we were on this base out here. We had an erratic sort of work schedule where it was ever evolving. That was very stressful. So I think definitely yes, these sorts of things were very stressful on our people.
Were there aspects of the military, were there certain measures in the military or unique kind of features of the military that would create sort of impacts on military members, sort of things that in the way the military operates, they would have specific measures that wouldn't affect other Canadians?
Well, I think I already mentioned those, the frequent travel. So imagine the stress not only on military members when they have to travel frequently, they have to self-isolate frequently before they travel anywhere. They're worried about their families who are stuck at home with no support because of travel restrictions. Yeah.
With COVID measures reduced now, have you seen a decrease again in mental health issues?
Well, I think that's a hard question to answer. I think on the one hand, yes, many people are doing better now. Although I would say that I think many of those people are probably the people who would not have come to see me to begin with. I am still aware of a number of people who I would say the COVID measures, the COVID stresses were probably the straw that broke the camel's back for these people. And they have not really gotten better, even though the world may be returning to normal-ish.
Is it your observation with anxiety and depression that even if it's caused by social determinants or external factors, that once it sort of takes hold, that it can be hard to treat even if those factors are.
That can happen. Now, frequently, it does get better. You know, in medical parlance, we have this term called social determinants of health. And if you ameliorate the social determinants of health, it is true that people frequently get better. But everybody's different, and it can be hit or miss.
As someone who spent 20 years in the military, can you speak to how a rise in mental health issues and anxiety and depression among military personnel could have an impact on day-to-day military operations?
Well, I think that's a fairly self-evident no-brainer. I mean, if people are sick, they can't go to work, they can't perform their jobs. It's going to affect the ability to carry out a mission successfully. And I'll tell you something. Part of the reason that I'm passionate about this, part of the reason that I'm passionate about our people's health, is that it's not a secret when I tell you this, that the military has a personnel crisis right now. A lot of people are leaving. A lot of people have left. A lot of people are very sick. And I think it's a fairly self-evident no-brainer that is I guess you could say, it affects the security of the country if people are too sick to perform the mission.
So you are seeing people leave due to those reasons, the mental health issues?
Yeah, I think so.
So Dr. Tucker, during the pandemic, up until late 2021, you were also working part-time at the local emergency room in Annapolis Valley, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was not associated with your military practice, correct?
Correct.
So at that time, and of course you weren't there as long into the pandemic, so it's hard to compare, but did you also see a trend in rising anxiety and depression?
I think so. When people come to the emergency department with mental health issues, it typically presents a little bit differently than it does at a family medicine or primary care clinic. I find that typically what will happen is you'll pick up a chart and the triage notes will say that the person is there for something like situational crisis or mental health crisis. And so what will happen is you'll go see them and you talk to them and it becomes clear that they're suffering from anxiety or depression, stress from whatever's going on in their life. And so during the COVID period, yes, I do think there was a certain amount of that. I do remember seeing several patients at the emergency department who I'd go see, and the triage notes said they were there for situational crisis or mental health crisis or whatever. And I'd go see them, and it became clear that these people were just they couldn't make it work anymore because maybe the measures were affecting their job. There was financial concerns. Maybe maybe their families weren't able to come visit them to help with their little kids or whatever. This was in the general public, as well as, of course, the emergency department serves the general public. Although I will tell you something else, going back to the question about the military families. In case you don't know this, every community hospital that's close to a military base looks after military families all the time. And the reason for that is because these people move around all the time, and so they don't have doctors. And so they go to their local hospital all the time. And I'm going to tell you something else. Military spouses basically deserve a medal for what they deal with, okay? There's military medals. I think there should be a spousal medal for what they have to deal with. They put up with so much when their spouses are away. Imagine this. Can you imagine this? Imagine that you're a military spouse, okay? And you get uprooted from the place where you're from. Your spouse is stationed at a military base that's far away from where you're from. So you have to move to this place where you don't know anybody and you've never been, and it's 2,000 kilometers, several provinces away from your extended family. And you don't know anybody, so you depend upon things like activities, clubs, peer networks, your kids' school, churches, whatever. And then imagine that all these things are shut down, and you have nobody, you have nothing, and because of interprovincial travel restrictions, your extended family is not able to come and look after you. So I would also see those people at the hospital a couple of times.
And you would see the mental health impact
Yeah.
in some of those patients.
Yeah.
Going back to the beginning of the pandemic, working in an emergency room, can you tell us a bit about what that was like, circa February 2020?
It's a very interesting question because, we did everybody knew that this COVID thing was coming. And at the beginning, doctors, I think, didn't really know what it was, didn't know what to expect, didn't know what kind of symptoms to expect. And so at my hospital, what they did was they decided to organize some practice sessions, which was always a good idea. They organized some practice sessions on how to deal with a respiratory emergency. So I went down to the hospital a couple of times. We did a couple of practice sessions about how to deal with a respiratory emergency where we would, we'd have a mock patient and I would participate in the team and there would be your nursing team and we did a practice scenario or two, okay? And we felt great about it. We thought, this is great. We're all practiced up. We've got our skills all practiced up. We can save people's lives if they come in. It's great. And you know what happened? Nothing. The patients never showed up. So I'm going to say this, and people, especially people in other parts of the country or other parts of the world, they may have trouble believing this, or they may think that I'm misspeaking. I'm not misspeaking when I say I worked regularly in the emergency department once or twice a week throughout 2020, throughout 2021, and I never met a single COVID patient until January of 2022.
So no flood of COVID patients?
No.
Dr.
And the only reason I met them then in January of 2022 was because at Christmas time in 2021, the military people were finally allowed to go home for Christmas, and so they came back with it.
Dr. Tucker, why did you feel that you wanted to come and speak here today at the National Citizens Inquiry?
Well, I was asked if I would, and I thought to myself, I feel like there are a number of stories from Canadians that haven't been heard or are not being heard, still not being heard. I think that everybody deserves to have a voice in the national conversation, and I thought that maybe I could shed some light on some voices that haven't been heard, just with a view towards improving our healthcare system and improving the lives of the people that I care about.
Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to the Commission if you have any questions.
So thank you very much for your testimony. My first question would have to do with the condition of the family around the military.
Yes.
How extensive could be the isolation based on assignment when they move from one location to the other? And in other words, do they have the time to build a social network, or they move constantly so they have to rebuild it all the time?
It's a very good question. I could answer it at length. There's multiple components to that question. The short answer is it depends, okay? Sometimes people stay in the same area at the same military base for 10, 15 years. That's more common than it used to be. It's more common on certain bases. Sometimes people move around every 2 or 3 years. So it all depends. And I will tell you this, though, based on my experience, this is my experience in being fluent with this culture. People usually say, as a general rule, that in the military, when you get stationed, it takes sort of a year just to get your feet under you with understanding what the amenities are in the local area. It probably takes 2 or 3 years to really start building relationships with other people to the point where you feel comfortable there. And so absolutely that can be very difficult on families. And in particular, a lot of our military bases are located in smaller rural areas where that might be even harder for people. And so going back to the COVID stuff, if stuff is shut down, a lot of these military families, and I said spouses before, but it's also the kids. It's also the kids. It's very hard on them.
I have another question with respect to the mental health issue. I know it's kind of difficult to define because it could have many different components. I know that you're not in theory in contact with families or the kids and so on, but have you noticed or have you heard of special condition affecting the kids also of the military in the because of the isolation and travel restriction? Was there something, and all of the other conditions that the kids were submitted to because of the lockdown?
I think I said that when I was talking about seeing these families at the emergency department, I think I said spouses, but it's kids too. Kids will typically present in a different way. It may say, behavioral issues, but that can encompass a variety of things. Whether it's childhood anxiety, depression, ADHD that's not been properly diagnosed.
I'm going to ask a sort of broad question. Knowing what you know now from the experience of what happened over the past 3 years, what would you recommend we should have done differently with respect to managing this whole health crisis? I know it's a broad question, but...
It's a broad question. I'm not sure it's my place to answer that question. I sort of felt like I came here to tell you what I've seen. I'm not sure it's my place to... I don't have all the information to answer the question. But I think my best answer to that maybe would be, I think the biggest recommendation that I would have made would have been to say, I would have liked to have seen everybody listened to.
Thank you.
Good morning. I would just like to kind of further the comment that you made about, you alluded to the military personnel being in somewhat of a crisis in terms of, I guess, recruitment and retention, possibly.
Yes.
So we know across the country there's been a lot of connections with, this, people are stepping back, this quiet quitting. And as a doctor who would be seeing all of this and wondering as well, I'm just, from my perspective, I'd like to know, is there a way to counter the quiet quitting, this stepping back from working, being part of the community, volunteering? Do you have any kind of tidbits that would help people to step out from their homes and not be so fearful? Just from your perspective as a doctor.
Can you elaborate on the question a little bit? Like how to counter?
How to counter, we have this quiet quitting movement. There's a lot of employers who can't find employees. There's a lot of charities now who don't have volunteers. And it seems to be increasing this, they call it the quiet quitting movement. And it seems to be increasing in not just pockets of the country that had very tight restrictions, but it's spreading across the country, even to those provinces that didn't have as quite, the restrictions were less than maybe the Atlantic region. And I'm just wondering if you have any counsel from a physician's perspective of how we can counter that movement and say that your place, you have a purpose in this world, you have a place that's important. The social fabric is dependent on people being participants. Is there some way that you can add to that conversation that might actually encourage people who may be watching from online or in here, that they could say, I have been moving outside of the social fabric. Is there a way that I can participate, that I should be participating, and maybe encourage those people who are listening, particularly online, because all of you did show up, but just to try to encourage people to move forward and maybe counter what seems to be happening and may increase and actually seriously disintegrate our social fabric. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's a big question. And I think you already answered some of it yourself. I think the very short answer to a very big question would be you have to find a way to re-engage people with society. I think there would have to be a re-emergence of social cohesion, shared value, shared purpose. I suppose that efforts that would help, build communities and bring people together would be the start to that.
Thank you.
I have a number of questions myself, and there's 2 questions from the audience.
Yes, sir.
But first, before I start that, I want to thank you for your service. 20 years of service to our country. So you were with Canadian Armed Forces for 20 years.
Yes, sir.
Would you say that the Canadian Armed Forces is effective at evaluating risk and solutions to unusual problems?
In general, yes. I mean, listen. To a certain extent, that's not my place to comment on.
No.
I mean, the people who make these assessments, they would rely on a variety of metrics that I don't have access to. But I think, in general, yes, that's part of what they do.
That's part of what they do. You also mentioned that in 2020, when the pandemic was first announced, there was uncertainty, at least in your medical community, about what it entailed and what it might mean, and you did some practice runs to see how you might handle that.
That's right.
How far into the pandemic was it before you or your colleagues began to understand that COVID was was affected by the age? In other words, the risk to an 85-year-old might be less than the risk to a 19-year-old.
How long did it take to realize that? I would say, I mean, I don't remember for sure. A lot of stuff has happened in the past couple of years.
Sure.
But I would say, probably later in 2020 that started to dawn on us. But I mean, it was hard for us to realize that where I work because we didn't see any of it.
Right. But even where you were and you didn't see any, I guess with what you were hearing in the press and what you were talking to your colleagues about, they were starting to understand that it was related or it was vastly related to age, or it was
I would say sort of later in 2020 that started to become clear.
When did the Canadian Armed Forces require or mandate vaccines for members?
In the fall of 2021.
So in the fall of 2021, how many 85-year-old members are there in the Canadian Armed Forces that you're aware of?
So listen, they keep increasing the age where you're allowed to stay, but it's not to 85 yet.
Being an organization that's part of their task, and they do it very well, in my opinion, is to assess risk, understand unusual situations, and respond in an appropriate way. And if the information seemed to be available in 2020 and they didn't have members who were in that age group, do you have any idea why they would have mandated the unknown vaccine?
I can't answer that question. That's way beyond my pay grade.
Okay. I have 2 questions that were submitted by the audience. First one is, and this might be a difficult one too. Okay. Knowing that we understand this is a commentary following the witness that was on prior to you, Dr. Braden.
Okay.
Knowing that we understand the spike protein does cross the blood-brain barrier, is it possible, or should we be wondering, if this may also be contributing to the increased incidence of anxiety and depression?
I mean, my short answer to that is maybe. Okay. I mean, like any number of things, I think it requires more study.
Okay. The last question is, with regard to military members who for either medical or religious reasons requested exemptions from the vaccine mandates, how was this contributed, let me start that again. With regard to military members who, for either medical or religious reasons, requested an exemption from the vaccine mandate, and I guess weren't provided with one, how would that have contributed to their increased stress levels?
Well, it increased it. I mean, I certainly, I mean, if you want to know, I certainly saw that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Can I just say one more thing? Are we done? Okay. Can I say one more thing? I feel very strongly about this. I know the inquiry heard yesterday from some people who have been through some things that have led them to have had bad experiences with the medical system. Can I just say, for the record, to those people or to anybody else who may benefit from hearing this, that I don't think it's ever appropriate in any medical context for anybody to be belittled or laughed at or made fun of or dehumanized for their personal medical choices or for their anxieties and concerns about what's going on with them. That's never appropriate. Everybody always deserves to be treated professionally and empathetically. And to those people who have had that experience, I just want to say I'm sorry to hear that you had to deal with that. And I would never treat you that way. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Tucker.
While we're waiting for the next witness, little announcement here. The hotel requests that anyone in the following rooms who has not checked out already, please do so, because they need to be able to clean the rooms and turn them over. So the room numbers are 101, 116, 253, 265, 268. 101, 116, 253, 265, 268. You need to check out so the hotel can clean the rooms. And so our target times, commissioners, for the next witnesses is Dr. Lawrence needs to finish approximately 12:20. This is all worked out by David Ross, who's a chartered accountant, and some colleagues, by the way, so we dare not ignore these time limits, right? A lot of brain power went into this. Dr. Davidson start 12:20 to 1 p.m. Lunch, we keep it to 30 minutes and start again at 1 p.m. One other item of housekeeping is that regional council commissioners are going to enter into the record matters of which you're entitled to take judicial notice, which happen to be the various public health orders in the various jurisdictions of Atlantic Canada, and that will be done in due course. Perhaps I would swear or affirm the witness then, if... Yes, sir, you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the Commission?
My name is Dr. Aris Lavranos. I've been an emergency physician for about 8 years now. I have a very, very small sort of family clinic where I see patients in an outpatient setting, follow up from the emergency department, which I've been doing for a couple of years, really in response to COVID. And I am just about to graduate from law school.
Now, can you speak a little bit more expansively, Dr. Lavranos, about your history of practice and your areas of practice?
Sure. So I did my residency and fellowship in Ontario, between Kitchener-Waterloo, Hamilton, Collingwood, South Lake, sort of that area. I returned to Nova Scotia about 6 or 7 years ago. I practiced all over the province, practiced in Digby, practiced in Amherst, practiced in Kentville, the IWK, Central Zone, Truro, traveled throughout the province. Over the COVID crisis, I practiced mostly from Truro, occasionally in Kentville, the IWK, and Cobequid emergency departments.
Okay, so when you say that you practice in emergency departments, would you be classified as an emergency room physician?
Oh yeah, and I did my family medicine training with a fellowship in emergency medicine, so a sort of subspecialty in that, and that's what I did almost exclusively.
And what does emergency medicine contemplate?
So we see, like the primary care in general sees everybody as their entranceway into the healthcare system, but generally speaking, the emergency department is the face of the hospital structure to the public. So one of the things that I often like to comment on, and I think some of my other colleagues have mentioned it already, is that public health decisions, the impact of those is felt in places like the emergency department, perhaps predominantly in the emergency department. A lot of public health consequences aren't always amenable or agreeable to being seen and followed up in primary care in a family physician's office. So an acute case of a sexually transmitted infection, an acute case of a sick child who might not get in to a family medicine appointment. So we see a lot of those kinds of consequences.
Now, you just commented on public health policy a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that came up during the testimony of Dr. Chris Milburn, and this is on the record, on the public record, in the news. But Dr. Strang, I understand, made some comments that as an emergency room physician, Dr. Milburn should not be commenting on public health policy.
Mm-hmm.
As an emergency physician, are you qualified to comment or have an opinion on public health policy?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think stating anything otherwise is a little ludicrous. We see patients who are or are not wearing their helmets in bicycle accidents, right, who are and are not wearing their seatbelts, and this is all within the ambit of public health. If we have epidemics or outbreaks of infectious diseases, measles outbreaks, sexually transmitted infections, so we are exposed to all of those things. And then, of course, other consequences of sort of like, let's say, more broad social determinant of health, which also falls in the ambit of public health. So, for example, if smoking cessation improves, we do not see as many smoking-related issues. If children start vaping a lot more, we see a lot more evidence of consequences of vaping in children, and so on. So we are certainly exposed to all of that, and it would be within the ambit of anybody, let alone someone who has a public health background or understanding, expertise, as emergency physicians alone, to be qualified to comment on that.
And for the record, can you confirm, Dr. Lavranos, that you've provided me with a copy of your CV?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and that will be entered as an exhibit for the commission. Within the scope of your practice, and you've told us that you've covered a fairly wide geographical area of Nova Scotia, approximately how many patients would you attend with or otherwise treat in the run of a week?
So it's a good question. Depending on the week and how heavy I'm working, how many clinic days or how much schooling or those sorts of things. But when I was working at my fullest, in the course of, if I did 3 or 4 shifts, I work more than most of my colleagues when I'm working full time. I acknowledge that. I could see probably 5,000 or 6,000 patients a year. So that would probably be like the upper limits of what I would see if I was working full time. So that's 18 to 20, 22 shifts a month, an average of 25 to 30 patients per shift. So it's a lot. Yeah, it's a big number.
And at the beginning of the pandemic, let's go back to early 2020, what were your professional plans?
Sure. So even before entering sort of the idea of going into law, I liked the idea. I've always been interested sort of like politically, administration-wise, and my idea was to find more training, leadership courses, certifications to try and bring back some of that expertise into the medical field, but certainly never to stop practicing clinical medicine. I love emergency medicine. I really, really love it, and I think that I'm quite good at it. So I mean, like, there's a tremendous amount of meaning and reward in my life from that. But then sort of going into law school, I thought that I would bring back some of that legal training, do something college-related or administration-related. But as a consequence of the COVID pandemic, my life trajectory has changed dramatically. So my pursuits now are, I've become very, very disillusioned with the practice of medicine in Canada, generally in Nova Scotia specifically. I think that a lot of the consequences and crises that we are seeing now could have been mitigated at the very least, if not diverted outright. And so I am pursuing a career in medical malpractice to try and hold hospitals and physicians accountable for the errors that lead to the crises we see.
That's very interesting. And for the benefit of the commission, can you just briefly talk about when you went to law school and why you did that initially?
Yeah, so again, the intention, that was not the intention. I really, really enjoyed my advanced negligence course. I really enjoyed my tort course in first year, but I liked constitutional law, I liked administrative law, I liked the idea of supporting healthcare policy. I contributed at least lightly to Tim Houston's plan in Nova Scotia, to legal bodies advocating for certain conservative platforms for healthcare. So that was kind of the direction that I was originally interested in. So the idea of medical malpractice was very, was new. That was later on, definitely.
And a final question about that, Dr. Lavranos. When did you go to law school? When did you graduate, if you have graduated? And did you continue to practice medicine while you were a student?
I did. I practiced medicine throughout law school. I did sometimes like a reduced load. We would consider 16-ish, 14 to 16 shifts to be full-time emergency medicine practice per month. I would do 6, 8, maybe even 10 on the month, depending on what the month was. So not quite full-time practice during school. During reading weeks, during the summer, it would jump back up to sort of a much more heavier workload. I started law school in 2020, but I worked throughout the pandemic and throughout, like school hadn't started at the beginning of the pandemic. So I worked pretty intensely over the first 9 months of 2020.
And has that completed, or are you still in that process?
Yeah, so I'm still doing that. My law school has another 6 weeks or 7 weeks of school.
Okay. All right, we'll shift gears and go back to the pandemic itself and your experience as a physician. Now, based on your education, training, experience, in any medical literature you had read, what was your understanding on the front end of the pandemic of the danger posed to public health in Nova Scotia by COVID-19?
Yeah, I was definitely one of the biggest alarmists when it comes to COVID in the beginning of 2020. January 24th or the 26th, I can't remember which of those two, but I was on shift in Truro. I was handing over to my chief, or they were sort of like on shift with me, and Xi Jinping of the CCP had just announced that they were going to shut down the province of Hubei, Wuhan, whatever. And I had thought to myself that this is going to be peri-apocalyptic for somebody in such a precarious position of power on the world stage to announce the political ramifications of that. I thought that this was going to be massive. At that time, I was very much on board. 2 weeks to stop the spread, I thought sounded insufficient. I thought that we really needed to have closed borders immediately. This whole idea of, Trump having been racist for suggesting that, and you should just go and eat at Chinatown, the Democrats were saying, I thought that was not appropriate. I was like, people are underemphasizing how dangerous this could be. But that perspective only lasted maybe a couple of months. Once we started to see what the seroprevalence data that was coming out sort of the end of 2020, the beginning of 2021. That's when it was published, but the data was out there beforehand, the end of 2020, by Bhattacharya and Ioannidis, showed that it was probably nowhere near as fatal as we had thought. The Diamond Princess cruise ship was the first week of February, the second week of February. 900 people of 3,000 contracted the virus. I think something like that, maybe 9 people or 7 people died. So not nearly what we had thought or what we had expected. These videos of people collapsing in China, largely discredited. The reports out of Tehran, largely discredited. Demographic data coming out of New York was very early on in the summer. I think it was like June or July of 2020. 30%, 35% of all fatalities were happening from long-term care facilities with people who are extremely old and extremely comorbid. So very quickly I became sort of disillusioned to the idea of the alarmism and hysteria that was sort of flowing around COVID.
Just a brief point of clarification, Dr. Lavranos, for the audience. When you say individuals were largely comorbid, what does that mean?
Yeah, so, I mean, like, there was this meme that went around when the CDC published the data showing that something like 94% of patients who succumbed to COVID had 2.6 comorbidities. So those are chronic conditions that stick with you. Now, appropriately, a lot of the pushback against that was, well, lots of people have comorbidities, for sure, but the average ages of death were fairly advanced and patients were very comorbid. And if you looked at the number of patients who were healthy who succumbed to COVID, was really much older population. So comorbid means like other medical conditions that could contribute to somebody's general frailty.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lavranos. And you just touched on another point that has come up a couple of times, and I believe one of our commissioners asked about this. But can you briefly explain, as time went on, your understanding of the age stratification of risk associated with COVID-19?
Yeah, so it was apparent that this was the single greatest contributor to comorbidity as a risk factor for COVID, morbidity or mortality. So prolonged stays in hospital, even if you survived, or passing away from COVID. It was by far the most important. And I would say probably summer or fall of 2020 is when that was kind of very well understood. Very well understood. There are other comorbidities that sort of came out, right? Like early on, the whole idea, because it was a quote unquote novel virus. I mean, like at least clinically, it was a novel thing. I mean, like we've heard a little bit about the sort of immunology, virology component about it. Coronaviruses are well understood and well known for a very long period of time. But at least this was a novel virus, even clinically. And so the idea that it was initially a respiratory predominant kind of concern, and then it became a little bit more of a coagulopathic concern, that what we thought was actually lung harm turned out to be microangiopathic clot disease, renal failure, heart attacks, that kind of a thing. So our nature, our understanding of it evolved, and with that, the comorbidities that could lead to consequences of that also evolved. But age was certainly the biggest risk factor by far. So several orders of magnitude. If you are 80 years old versus 8 years old is a massive difference, like thousands and thousands times more lethal for aged population.
Now, I want to ask you, Dr. Lavranos, about what you personally observed within your capacity as an emergency room physician as the pandemic evolved throughout 2020.
Yeah, so
in just a moment, I apologize for interrupting you, Doctor. I'm specifically asking about COVID illness.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was just going to follow. Okay, so with respect to COVID specifically, I've seen very, very, very little COVID, over the COVID crisis. I've seen probably, if we exclude like the last 6 months, if we look at like up until Omicron, let's say, I probably saw 10, maybe 12 people with COVID. Almost all of them had survived. Like I was seeing them post, right? Like I saw one person who was sick. They were not sick with me, actually. They became sick later. But I had seen nobody sick with COVID, like having to intubate them, resuscitate them, or anything like that. I never saw anybody like that. I saw maybe a handful of people who had COVID who came in runny noses, coughing, sneezing, kind of typical respiratory tract infection and sicknesses.
Well, in the many hospitals that you've worked in, as you explained earlier, did you witness any overburdening of hospital resources as a result of COVID admissions?
Certainly not. Certainly not. Like, it was a bit of a joke in the hospital in Truro when I was there. We had our COVID unit stocked and ready, and we had a COVID physician on all the time, braced and waiting. Those physicians were starving for work. They would come down and see patients in the emergency department and call, like, do you have any business? Do you have anybody with COVID around? Do you want us to come and see someone? Oh, that sounds like it could be COVID. Do you want me to come and see them? So it was, no, I never saw any overwhelming of hospital resources.
And this is a somewhat redundant question, but I think it's an important question. Do you have any awareness, or can you speak up to today regarding the ultimate mortality numbers appropriately attributable to COVID-19 in Nova Scotia?
Without having sort of the data here in front of me, the numbers are very low. I would say that. Maybe even extremely low, I would say that. The average age of death in Canada is not much different than it is anywhere else in the world. They tend to be much older, much more comorbid people. I mean, like Nova Scotia, we are older than other places in Canada. There's no doubt about that. So actually, we're considerably older, compared to Alberta. And so our risk compared to other provinces probably a little greater to that extent. I mean, like, at least colloquially, Atlantic Canada tends to be a little bit of a heavier set provinces. So obesity tends to be a risk factor as well. So in that regard, we're probably a little worse off than the other parts of Canada. But generally speaking, case fatality rates in Nova Scotia are just like they are everywhere else, very, very low.
Now, would you have been in a position within your capacity as an emergency physician to observe the impact of anything that you would attribute to COVID-19 policy or public health policy?
Yeah, big time, definitely. And so, this amazing commentary back and forth between Dr. Chris Milburn and Dr. Strang is interesting to me because we do see that a lot. So deaths of despondency and conditions of despondency, which is substance abuse, substance misuse, suicidality, depression, mental health collapse, is just skyrocketing, absolutely skyrocketing. So from a personal point of view, over the last 2.5, 3 years, it is alarming, distressing, the amount of those kinds of things that we have seen. So I have just dozens and dozens of examples, dozens of them, but I'll just relay a few of them that I recall. 2 senior citizens, one lady who ultimately passed away in hospital. The last thing that she said to me, coming from a long-term care facility, is, "I'm just so lonely." And that was the last thing that she said alive. I had an elderly gentleman from a long-term care facility, lovely gentleman. I had seen and known him a couple of times before. Really, really regretted going into a long-term care facility just before the pandemic started. Said that, feels like a prisoner, not allowed to leave, not allowed to go out, not allowed to do things. He's like, "I would never have done this. This is unimaginable." I had a absolutely lovely physiotherapist who came in, 2 kids, struggling at home, kids not in school, husband was a trucker, gone a long time, absolutely hysterical, in fear over the risk that the virus posed to her, which was very, very low, exceptionally low. She's a young, healthy person, no comorbidities. Hysterical with that, asking for anxiolytic help for her anxiety or depression. The number of patients we've seen who don't have access to their physicians for chronic care, whether it's cardiologists, nephrologists, hematologists, rheumatologists, whatever specialist they are. Number of patients who have come in with surgeries delayed. Someone needs a gallbladder out, comes in much sicker because their gallbladder surgery has been delayed. Diagnostic imaging, I've been waiting for an MRI for 9 months. It's been put off. My pain, my concern, my fear is getting worse. Missed screening appointments for cancers. Loads of that. And then perhaps worst of all, alcoholism. Like, I'm used to seeing a very slow, steady state of alcohol-induced liver cirrhosis over the course of a year. I don't know probably I see 5 or less patients. And there were some months over the COVID crisis that I would see 5 in a month. It was just really, really alarming. A couple of them, one of them I ended up following very closely, liver transplant, just everything sort of fell apart as a consequence of loss of their regular routine, loss of their regular work functioning, loss of their regular recreation, contact with their loved ones. And so, I mean, like, people sort of succumb to their vices of choice. But the worst of all by far was during my shifts at the IWK. Now, I can't attribute all of this to COVID policy, but I mean, the evidence is overwhelming that, you know, children not being in school, not being exposed to their extracurriculars, not being in touch with the rest of their family units, not being in touch with the rest of their friends, in a household that the parents are struggling more and more financially, whereas their comorbidities are also worsening. So I mean, like, this is not conducive to mental health in a child. And so when I was at the IWK, especially during 2020, end of 2020, 2021, somewhere around there, just the amount of mental health use at the IWK was just skyrocketing. Emails being sent out requesting help from the physicians in the emergency department to offload some of the burden from the mental health team, as they were seeing such massive volumes of mental health issues. Meanwhile, there's no COVID in children that we were seeing. Like, children are not coming in, you know, like flooding the department with COVID, or who are super sick with COVID, or other things, right? Like not having, you know, regular school-based accidents or other extracurricular accidents, or, you know, all of the sort of bread and butter things that we would see in a pediatric emergency department. Volumes were much, much, much reduced, whereas mental health was skyrocketing. And it's an interesting thing, sorry to keep going here, but it's an interesting thing because you think to yourself that, well, at least the regular infectious disease patterns were reduced, and that's pretty good for children, right? And the answer seems to be, well, no, because you've got to pay the piper at some point. And the question is, how much interest do you owe? And so what we're seeing in the last year with children flooding the emergency department sick, right? Just flooding, and calls like, we've never seen anything like this, we can't keep up, and Advil shortages, Tylenol shortages, all those sorts of things. So I mean, like, the immune debt that follows from all of this are consequences. So we're still seeing the consequences of these kinds of COVID policies, for sure.
Okay, and I do not want to put words in your mouth, but I just want to make sure that I understand your evidence. When you talk about immune debt,
yes,
and an escalation in children's hospitalizations now, am I understanding correctly that what you're saying is because they were isolated and they weren't regularly exposed to germs or pathogens, that they have weakened immune systems?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of the theory of it, right? That, well, I guess there are two ways to go about to look at this. One would be the sort of, like, let's say, economic component of it, right? Like the numbers of it. So if 1% of children who contract viruses are going to get really sick and need to be admitted, and normally that's a slow simmer all the time. Well, when they all get sick at once because they all return, even if it's still 1%, the absolute number has risen a lot. So that's one component of it. The other component is there's probably some cross immunity between viruses. So you have, you know, in 2020 or 2021, you get like a little bit of a runny nose or a cough or sneezing from some coronavirus or parainfluenza or adenovirus or whatever. And then a month or 2 months later or 6 months later or a year later, you get something that is similar in nature. Well, maybe you have a little bit of some cross immunity, and so it kind of helps buffer things. So, I mean, like, these are sort of like theoretical things. There's no RCT to try and figure out how that's going to work. But certainly, you've got to pay the piper at some point. And so a slow simmer, I guess, would be what's most preferable.
Okay. Just a final question in connection with what you just said. And I want to make sure, again, that I understand you and that the Commission understands you appropriately. This, what you describe as escalation in pediatric admissions, is it currently related or not related to the COVID-19 virus?
To my knowledge, it is not.
Okay.
To my knowledge, it is not. I mean, like, certainly there could be, but I mean, like, the most recent major issue was not associated with the COVID virus, no.
Okay. And one more point of clarification, Dr. Lavranos. When you were speaking, you indicated that there were many issues associated with delayed care. What was the cause of delayed care? You referenced the diagnostic imaging, you referenced surgeries, you referenced access to specialists, and some other things. Why was that access inhibited?
A tremendous amount of resource allocation to preparation and sort of shoring of resources, anticipation of COVID harm. And so, you know, for example, I mean, like the amount of patients that we see from family physician referrals because of virtual care who were not seen, were not examined, you know, like we do not have heart rate, we do not have somebody referring somebody who was listened to their chest, you know, felt their pulses, checked their fluid status, you know, those sorts of things. So I mean, like, so we still have a flux of patients who are not being physically seen and who are at best being virtually seen. Right? So like we see all of those kinds of patients. And then, I mean, like there was a big report that came out maybe last year, $65 million over a 4-month period were paid to specialists to help support their incomes because they were not seeing patients at the usual rates that they would normally see. So I think that it was several hundred physicians who qualified for that. I think, if I remember correctly, it was over 400. So like 400 physicians over 4 months are getting paid $65 million to support their incomes for not seeing patients. And this is because rooms are being taken for COVID, or wings are being taken for COVID, or nursing demand is being moved, or whatever the case might be, right? And so we like that has consequences, because and the evidence out there for this, apart from personal experience, but the evidence out there for this is striking. It's alarming. How much weight gain has people had? How much worse is their hypertension? How much worse is their diabetes? Did somebody have a heart attack that went missed that ultimately became heart failure because they didn't want to come in? Did somebody's diabetic ulcer worsen and progress dramatically because they were not seen? So these kinds of things are happening all the time as a consequence of, I mean, like neglect is too harsh a word, but as a consequence of the reprioritization of resources.
So everything that you've just described, I think it would be fair to characterize them as negative things that you've described. Would you attribute these negative contingencies to the COVID-19 virus or to public health policy related to COVID-19?
Right. So looking at what the case fatality rate is, what the demographics of greatest concern, the comorbidities that are of greatest concern, certainly there could have been and when we knew this, there could have been a very different approach from a policy point of view, to mitigating the harms of the virus. And this has been championed, suggested many, many times by elite physicians, physician groups, states all over the world. So, I mean, like the Great Barrington Declaration certainly argued for a focused approach to prevent lockdowns, so the protecting of the most vulnerable. Did we have a prolific education campaign from public health so that we could educate people on who is at highest risk? I mean, like certainly by the end of January, no. We did not have, public service announcements, town halls, advertising and educating the public as to what are the biggest risk factors, the top 5 risk factors, who is most likely to succumb, and then measures that they can take to protect themselves. We didn't have anything like that. We had lockdowns of businesses across the board. So that is a very heavy-handed and, in my estimation, ridiculous approach to what we knew about the virus, even at the end of 2020.
All right, we're getting close. I believe we have about 4 minutes left, but there's something I would like to get into with you, if I could. When the vaccines started to roll out, the COVID-19 vaccines, Pfizer, Moderna, etc., as an emergency room physician who practiced throughout a significant portion of Nova Scotia, did you observe any adverse events associated with these vaccines?
I did, I did. That, in my estimation, were as a consequence of the vaccines. Now, I should say that vaccine policy is one of the COVID policies that I was most concerned about, and I spent a lot of time in law school sort of researching, studying, and writing about. The rate of adverse events from the vaccines that I saw, were much greater in scope than I saw as a consequence of the virus itself. Now that's my anecdotal experience. There's like that I have to admit to that. There's no doubt about that. But that doesn't mean that that would be the case across the board, right? Like from that, I could not say that by conclusion the vaccines are unsafe. I couldn't say that off of my experience. However, you've got to know that these are exceptionally safe, radically, like near certainly safe, in order to have mandates. That is the at issue to me when it comes to vaccine policy. It's not the supporting, the encouraging of vaccinations. It's not the addressing of vaccine hesitancy. It's not the mitigating of vaccine harms. It is, if you are going to prevent people from circulating in society, if you are going to attach stigma to a personal health decision, if you are going to label these people as denialists, misogynists, racists, whatever you want to call them, if you are going to inflame society, and we have seen the consequences of that repeatedly throughout history, right? Repeatedly. Whether it was the syphilis epidemic, whether it's HIV epidemics, whether it's abortion options and choice, whether like the stigmatization, criminalization of healthcare choices has recurrently in society been a major fault. That is like a huge public health consequence of messaging. And so to inflame those tensions, to drive that divisiveness in society in order to push the vaccines, you've got to be really sure that they are quote unquote safe and effective. And they need to be both safe and effective. It's insufficient to say, well, they're perfectly safe, so who cares? Just give it. Because if they're not effective, then what's the point? You're still taking a lot of harm without the benefit. So.
Okay, a couple of follow-up questions on that, and I will try to be brief. So you indicated that you observed adverse events which you attributed to the vaccine.
Yeah.
Was there discussion between you and your colleagues about those observations? And what I'm asking you is, was it your sense and experience that you are not alone in what you were seeing?
Oh yes, absolutely. I spoke to, the evolution of thought in my department was remarkable. So what started off as, we have about 20 or 25 physicians. What started off as about 1 or 2 physicians kind of talking, quietly, hushed tones, emails and messages back and forth, concerns about COVID policy, about what is the actual fatality rate, what are the comorbidities, what is the messaging like, and so on, kind of really started to grow over the course of the 2 or 3 years. And then as vaccines came out, like there was a little bit of, well, we got to do everything we can, get everybody immunized and so on, and COVID still poses a major risk. But then you start seeing, a couple of more issues like, the whole myocarditis, pericarditis. It's like, well, actually, I don't usually see a lot of myocarditis, but I saw 2 or 3 last month. Or, well, yeah, I don't see a lot of pericarditis, but I'm seeing quite a bit of it this month. And you start talking to another one of your colleagues who attests to that. You're like, I saw a lot more than I'm used to seeing too. And then you start wondering, like, did I see this in the context of COVID waves in the past? Not really. And so, like, these kinds of conversations certainly were happening a lot.
Okay, on that point, 2 more questions. Did you receive any education or training regarding the monitoring or the reporting of adverse events associated with these vaccines?
Any training with the monitoring or reporting? No, not at all. We got a couple of, like, as I recall, a couple of flyers saying, you got to report. There was, I think, an email or a post-it note that said, please document vaccination status on every chart so that, you can collect data from that point of view. And then because of a really astute and dedicated physician who I work with, we had the link to the reporting address, like an electronic link to the reporting address posted around our doctor's area. The link was about that long. Would have taken half a minute to a minute to type. Just really cumbersome, very difficult process.
And if you did report an adverse event, how long would that have taken
per event
to go through the process?
I think, I mean, like, probably somewhere between 5 and 15 minutes. Probably 5 to 15 minutes, I would guess.
What is the significance of that within the context of working in a hospital in Nova Scotia?
Yeah, in an emergency department, I think that any of my emergency physician colleagues who are here would attest that that is like almost prohibitive. It is far too cumbersome. Far too cumbersome. Yeah, very difficult, laborious.
And a final question on that point. What were your observations regarding the attitude and culture in hospital regarding reporting adverse events associated with the COVID-19 vaccines?
I think the vast majority of people would hope that someone else would report it if it turned out to be such an adverse event. So I think that the majority of my colleagues knew that it had to be done, but didn't think perhaps like, well, maybe the emergency department, maybe right now is not the best time, maybe I'll get to it later. Oh, the patient was admitted, hopefully it'll happen. Oh, they're going to get follow-up from a family physician or a specialist, hopefully somebody else would go about it. I think that was a general sense of, my general sense of the culture of what it was like. Even the ones who were most diligent, who were like, I've got to do this, they found it difficult. Because I mean, 15 minutes, if you were going to do that, let's just say twice, 3 times a shift, 15 minutes is definitely enough time to see one patient. So that means that that physician would see maybe 2 or 3 fewer patients that shift just as a consequence of having to go through this reporting. And so 2 or 3 per shift may not seem like that much, but there are many physicians who are working in a department at a single time. So if we have 6, 7, or 8 shifts, now that's suddenly 24 patients who did not get seen over the course of a day as a consequence of having to make this reporting, if that's the numbers, give or take, that we're looking at.
And this will, and I could talk to you all afternoon, Dr. Lavranos, but one more question. It was suggested by a witness yesterday, a nurse with, I believe, 40 years experience, that the underreporting of adverse events associated with the vaccines was, in her estimation, a significant issue. Do you agree with that statement based on your experience?
Yeah, it's a really good question because on the one hand, underreporting might be a problem, absolutely. On the other hand, you might have right? And so the signal is very noisy. There's no doubt it's very noisy. The adverse reporting system is not great. I think that there are still other ways of looking at what are the potential consequences that are probably better. So, if diagnostic codes for people coming in are, can be measured, monitored. So like how many people had a heart attack in January of 2018, we could find that kind of a data, right? And then how many people had a heart attack in January of 2019, and then in 2020, 21, 22. So you have sort of like bigger systems that can sort of look at this. The problem is at a much smaller, narrower focus, you can't really look at it in perhaps as acute real time and respond as quickly as you should. So, I mean, like one of the take-home messages of the pandemic certainly would be to increase the reliability of such a reporting system, right? Like if, for example, only physicians had access, you needed to have a physician code to register, the system was a lot more streamlined, maybe you could electronically tag a patient's MRN number or their health card number and just easily auto-populate some kind of a form. So it's definitely room for improvement is what I would say.
Okay, Dr. Lavranos, I will turn you over to the Commission, and I have some questions to provide to them, I believe, from the audience.
Thank you.
Maybe you can do it.
All right. Now, does the commission have any questions for Dr. Lavranos?
Yeah, thank you very much for your testimony. One of the questions that I have, you mentioned that initially in the community of doctor you were working with, there was just a few that were sort of aware that maybe something was not going on as they were presented by the health authority. And with time, with the practice, they evolve. What would you say now, currently, is the level of awareness of your colleague in the small group of people you were?
I would say in the group that I talk to and work with closely, I would say nearly 100%. Nearly 100%. So I would say of 20 physicians, 19 of them sort of look back in hindsight and think to themselves, this was not very well managed.
And I guess the corollary question is that how many of them are willing to speak up?
Me? I think just the one. Yeah. I think that, I have other colleagues who have helped me write letters. So, we wrote a letter to the NSHA. I had a meeting with Dr. Strang in 2021. I wrote a letter to Tim Houston and the government. And I've had many colleagues who have written and signed the letter with me. But this was largely sort of like a personal communication, kind of a sense of anonymity. So how many would be willing to sort of sit here where I am sitting? It's just me. The rest of them too concerned about fallout, too concerned about reputational damage, that sort of thing.
So I guess my question is that because of this issue of repercussion to speak up, from your personal path, I guess, why is it that you are coming up and expressing yourself on those issues, knowing fairly well that it could actually turn out into some consequences which are not very good?
I've got a lovely family. I love my wife very much. She understands, supports me. I am privileged enough to work in an environment where, knock on wood, my job security is still pretty high. I am already having sort of a transition point into a different industry, and the competition that has and the open-mindedness that it permits is different than healthcare. But all of those things aside, there's that great Alexander Solzhenitsyn quote that says, let the lie come into the world, let it even win, but not through me. So I take this to heart. I think that it's really, really important. The spirit of the truth is really important to embrace and to promulgate. So any consequences that come from speaking the truth are consequences that are worth following. So, come on, man.
And maybe one last question, given that it's been reported, I think fairly broadly, that a number of therapeutic intervention of different types, as early or sometime later on treatment, could actually have a big impact on the outcome.
Yeah.
And yet it's still fairly, I would say, suppressed in the practice for a number of reasons. Do you expect that eventually we will come to terms with that, and the health authority will start seeing that these treatment needs to be freely authorized and let the doctor practice medicine?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's actually a big question. My short answer is I don't think so, no. I don't think that is likely to happen. I think that there are too many, there's too much of a bureaucracy, too much of an administrative state, whether it's the college, whether it's guidelines that are produced by healthcare bodies, like, for example, the Canadian Thoracic Society or the Canadian Cardiovascular Society. I think there's too much industry and bureaucracy involvement to allow that kind of, and it's just generally speaking not really the approach that we have in Canada. So it would take like huge shifts to do it. On the topic of therapeutics more broadly for COVID, so just like I had mentioned about the vaccines, you know, the vaccines, I mean, like, I think it would be disingenuous for anyone to say that they met our expectations. They most certainly did not meet our expectations. I think everybody would agree to that. Certainly transmission changed dramatically, their impact on transmission, you know, I wrote a huge paper in law school. The impact on transmission was very well understood. I was showing some of my colleagues the data last night, very early in 2021, like sort of January, February, March, you probably thought to yourself, like, oh my God, this is something that we could really hang our hats on. This is something very impactful. But by June, for sure, when it comes to transmission, like there was a huge study that was done, 70 countries, 3,000 counties, showing that there was like basically no association between COVID rates and the vaccines. That was published by Suprabhaniam the data was released, I think, in August, but it was published thereafter. So that was like one of them. Obviously, Israel, you know, the northeast of the U.S., so the evidence was overwhelming. So anyway, my point of all of that is to say that even if something is not super efficacious, if it's safe, it's okay to have a conversation about its utility, right? Like, you know, give it a go, and vaccines or with therapeutics is totally okay. So my big issue with the therapeutic conversation early on is that maybe azithromycin, maybe hydroxychloroquine are not panaceas. Maybe ivermectin is not a panacea. These things have been around for a very, very, very long time, and we understand their risks and benefits. And if I was going to prescribe azithromycin, which I do all the time, every week, I would say every week I prescribe azithromycin. And I think to myself, what are the pros and the cons? What are the risks? Who should I give it to? Who should I not give it to? And we give it up. I don't see much fault in such a system that we've embraced for ever.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard you say that early in the pandemic time, you were very concerned about the potential dangers, and that later on you developed concerns about health issues not going undetected because of an allocation of resources having been put towards COVID units that maybe were not being used as busily as expected. What's your view on when a reallocation of those resources that were put towards the COVID units should maybe have come back to focus on other health areas?
I would say probably by the end of 2020 there was sufficient data, global data, to know that what was the risk posed, and I think that the strategy have been much better implemented by the end of 2020.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lavranos.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Davison, while you're assuming your position there, do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Davidson. Before we get into your examination proper, could you kindly provide the Commission with an overview of your education, training, and experience?
My name is Dion Davidson. In summary, I'm a vascular surgeon and critical care doctor. I went to medical school in Saskatchewan. I went on to do 8 years of general surgery and vascular surgery training after that. My family and I moved to Nova Scotia here, to a relatively smaller town in 2005 with a relatively larger hospital, so a regional hospital that had a vascular surgery program. And I've practiced in Nova Scotia ever since, basically as a community vascular surgeon and ICU doctor.
And for the benefit of our audience, what is vascular surgery?
Vascular surgery is the surgical procedures, but also a lot of medical management and other aspects of diseases that have to do with arteries and veins, to put it simply.
And do you have any other areas of interest with respect to your involvement in medicine beyond what you've just described?
As I said, I have for most of my career been an ICU doctor as well. So for most of my career, I served as one of the attending doctors in the ICU at our regional hospital. So I have an interest in critical care. I've worked in that area as well. In addition to sort of community vascular surgery, what we do as vascular surgeons, we do a lot of surgeries on carotid arteries in the neck in order to prevent strokes. We do a lot of surgeries and various procedures for arteries in the legs to relieve pain and prevent amputations. And we repair abdominal aneurysms and other types of aneurysms to prevent rupture and death. So that's kind of the core, I would say, of a community vascular surgery practice. So all vascular surgeons do a lot of that. In my case, I've also taken a special interest in what's called chronic venous disease, which is a bit of a different offshoot, kind of a less dramatic offshoot of all that. Not life or limb threatening, but certainly very common and kind of underserved in the medical community. So those have been my areas of interest. That's what's taken up a lot of my career. I've contributed to 2 different national committees developing guidelines for carotid artery surgery to prevent stroke and with respect to chronic venous disease as well.
Now, this is my assumption, but I want to get this on the record. As a layperson, when you tell me that you're a vascular surgeon, my presumption is that perhaps there may not be a great many vascular surgeons practicing in the province of Nova Scotia. Are you able to tell us how many vascular surgeons were practicing at the start of the pandemic in early 2020, including yourself?
It would have been, it's maybe not quite as simple to answer as you might think, but I'll say that at the beginning of the pandemic, there would have been 5 to 6 full-time vascular surgeons, maybe 4 to 5 full-time vascular surgeons. For example, my partner in the Annapolis Valley is also a general surgeon, so he maybe wouldn't be termed a full-time vascular surgeon, and there was some of the same sort of thing happening in Halifax, so it would be a number, something like that. And that would be to cover vascular surgery for Nova Scotia and PEI.
In your practice, how many patients could you expect to treat in the run of a week?
Again, not super easy to answer, but I'll say in terms of new consults and follow-ups in a given week, maybe 50 to 80, something like that, and then maybe another 10 patients I would provide minor surgeries for, such as wound debridements for, wound debridements, it would be an example. Some minor office procedures, and then maybe anywhere from 1 to 5 bigger surgeries per week that might be sort of planned surgeries during the day, and then maybe more urgent surgeries during the kind of evening or nighttime.
And do you have any experience as an educator?
Yes, I would say I've spent a lot of time in education of nurses, medical students, general surgery residents, family medicine residents as well, in terms of lectures, and then just for their electives, accompany me in clinic and in the operating room, and kind of how we do as doctors is teach as you interact as you're working.
Okay. Now, at the beginning of the pandemic, let's say early 2020, what had been your plan for both yourself and your family with respect to your professional future in Nova Scotia?
Yeah, before the pandemic, we were dug in. We had been there for about 15 years at that point. My wife and I, and we had raised our 3 daughters there. I was a really hardworking vascular surgeon. My career and my profession took up obviously most of my life, and my wife became a prominent community leader and businesswoman, including helping the Nova Scotia Health with efforts such as recruiting doctors into the community and things like that. A lot of other volunteer type work. 2 of my daughters still were still in the Annapolis Valley at that time. So before the pandemic, we had no plans to ever go anywhere. We were dug into Nova Scotia, and specifically the Annapolis Valley. Our plan was to stay there forever.
Okay, and we'll get into your experience throughout the pandemic in a moment. But I just want to bring us up to the present and ask you, Dr. Davidson, what are your plans professionally for yourself and your plans for your family currently?
Well, I've resigned my position, kind of at the tail end now of a long and awkward process of resigning, but my wife and our youngest daughter and I are moving out of Nova Scotia.
Why is that, Dr. Davidson?
We're moving because, to put it simply, we're moving because of the public health response to the COVID pandemic.
We'll come back to that. Now, can you speak to any experience or qualifications you have with respect to the review and interpretation of medical research literature?
Yeah, I'm not an epidemiologist, but I'm a doctor, and a major aspect of medical school education is the concept of evidence-based medicine. We're taught quite extensively from a very early point how to interpret scientific papers. We're talking about research methods and biostatistics, so that we can, throughout our careers, be able to look at the scientific literature and know what to look for in terms of quality of scientific literature, what it's trying to say, what it's actually saying, what data means. So that's a major component of medical school education, and almost every doctor, almost every day, has to do to some extent, has to assess the medical literature and interpret it. In addition, I took some additional biostatistics classes during my surgical training, and maybe no more than any other specialist, but it's certainly part of what we normally do as doctors is review scientific literature.
Do you have any specific education or training with respect to medical ethics?
It'd be the same answer. I guess the short answer is not in addition to what we are taught as doctors from a very early point before we're doctors. The very early point in medical school and all through medical school, principles of medical ethics are strongly emphasized. And I mean, not only that, but they come up every day and with every patient to a certain extent. So I also don't have a PhD in philosophy, but I would say that I'm very knowledgeable about the basic premises of medical ethics.
Can you talk about the concept of informed consent as it applies to the practice of medicine?
Yeah, informed consent is a major cornerstone of medical ethics, and I don't know, maybe it's more obvious to some than others, but obviously it is a principle that we never, as doctors, ever force a medical intervention on someone. History is replete with examples of times where doctors have done that, and those very sad episodes in history are sort of in the background as we talk about consent. Consent needs to be free of coercion and informed in order to mean anything.
And does that principle apply to all medical interventions in Canada?
Does it apply? I mean, historically it would have applied, I would say. And one would think, and I think we all would have said before the pandemic, that the threshold for even considering countervening the ethic of informed consent should be extremely high.
As we entered the pandemic in early 2020, what was your understanding of the danger posed to public health in this province by COVID-19?
Well, I was as concerned as anybody else about COVID-19. I mean, similar to Dr. Lavranis's testimony, in early 2020, nobody knew much of anything about this virus, except that it was really serious and that it could be a catastrophe. So I was very concerned about it. I took it very seriously. I started to work with other doctors in our hospital. Again, a lot of this will sound familiar from Eris's testimony, but in trying to learn as much as we could about it with the limited information that we had at the time, and then trying to prepare for these waves of critically ill COVID patients that surely were going to be coming to our door. So that took up, that concern and fear took up, and trying to prepare, many months going into through the summer for sure.
Okay, I'm going to touch on something you just said, or perhaps we can expand on it. So you indicated that you're very concerned, like many people were, during the early stages of the pandemic. What was your observation during the early stages of the pandemic regarding the allocation of in-hospital resources?
Well, I think we were all very concerned. We didn't have much data, but we were concerned enough early on that we all agreed that we needed to be ready, and that it was probably appropriate to slow the hospital down as much as possible. So one thing that was certainly very prominent in our hospital, which has a relatively big surgery department, is that elective surgeries were halted for months. So elective means surgeries that aren't urgent were just deferred, put on hold, and not done.
Now, when you say surgeries that were not urgent, is that the same as surgeries that were not important, or are those two different things?
Yeah, certainly two different things, yeah.
So could an elective surgery still be an important surgery?
Oh, for sure, yes. Yeah. I mean, no surgeon should be doing any surgery they don't think is an important surgery to do.
Okay. So you've discussed the allocation of in-hospital resources. Shift gears a little bit. What were your observations in hospital with respect to COVID-related illness during the initial stages of the pandemic?
Yeah, again, and similar to what Eris was saying, we were geared up and spun up. We were getting ready. I was part of sort of teams of people where we were trying to develop these protocols about how we would safely intubate patients in respiratory distress and safely get them to the ICU. including the possibility of emergency surgical airways if that was going to be needed. Really, certainly in the early months, there was very little of that. Very few, very small numbers of critically ill COVID patients at first. It's hard for me to kind of remember the exact timeline, but certainly for the first several months, there was a lot more sort of preparing than there was actually looking after critically ill COVID patients.
And I think you just referenced critically ill COVID patients. How about during the initial months of the pandemic, COVID admissions generally?
I wouldn't have been involved. I would only be involved if they were ICU patients. Okay. So there probably were some. My impression was that, again, for several months, it wasn't nearly the numbers that we feared that it would be, even the less sick.
Okay. So you had spoken earlier about your significant apprehensions at the front end of the pandemic. Did your level of apprehension or your areas of concern evolve over time? And if so, how and why did they evolve?
Well, certainly. I mean, as you know, with many other people, as the spring turned into the fall, we had more data, and it became evident pretty quickly that the virus was serious, and it could be very serious for certain people, but we were getting a very clear picture of who was most at risk. And as we've heard, age was the major factor for that. Comorbidities such as obesity and diabetes played a role as well, but age was certainly the major risk factor. And I feel like that was becoming very clear, certainly as 2020 turned into 2021. So I was becoming, I guess, less concerned that the virus was going to be a world catastrophe. Still taking it seriously, but less concerned about that.
And where you're talking about age being a significant factor, is that the idea that Dr. Milburn and Dr. Lavranos described as age stratification of risk as it relates to COVID-19? Is that the concept?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, this the concept that if you're a healthy child, I mean, there's no such thing as zero in medicine, but if you're a healthy child, your risk of a bad outcome from COVID approaches zero. If you're 80 years old, you're at much higher risk, like 1,000-fold risk.
Okay. What's your understanding of the risk for a healthy adult, somebody who wouldn't be medically classified as elderly, if that's an appropriate classification?
Again, I mean, by now there's very good data, even on a decade-by-decade basis. It'd be hard for me to give you a number, but for the average healthy 40-year-old, you're still, your case fatality, certainly your infection fatality number is low, less than 1%.
Is that 1% relative to infections or 1% relative to the population?
Certainly IFR infection fatality rate. Even the case fatality rate was probably be about that. I don't want to overstate it. But.
Sure. Okay, so I believe that you said a few moments ago that the risk posed to children is close to zero. Did I hear you correctly?
Yep.
Okay. In light of that perspective, what was your sense of locking down schools or locking down society generally?
Well, yeah, that was my first major crisis moment, I would say. So, like everybody else, or most people, I understood and probably even supported the idea of 2 weeks to flatten the curve. But even then, and certainly as that became 2 months to flatten the curve and extended longer, I was increasingly distressed about the idea of wide society lockdowns. And for all the reasons that I'm sure, even at that time, let alone now, would be obvious to everybody in this room, and it boggled my mind why public health wasn't discussing the potential dangers, not potential dangers, the dangers of wide society lockdowns in terms of rationalizing why they were recommending that. The downsides are obvious, and again, Eris talked about this, you've heard it before, but the missed cancer screening, the missed cancer diagnoses, the patients staying at home and not seeing their family doctor to manage their diabetes and their blood pressure, all of the strict health downsides should have been obvious. And then the society downsides, children not going to school, not getting the development that they get from going to school. People, older people dying alone and away from their loved ones. Again, it was obvious to me, and I have no special insight into this sort of thing. I know it was obvious to many people why it wasn't being publicly discussed. It was very distressing to me, and why month after month it was decided that this one virus, which was now just one more way among 1,000 other ways that we could die in life, why that one virus was the only thing that public health was concerned with. I just didn't understand that at all, and it really distressed me.
In your professional medical opinion, was there any medical or scientific evidence that you were aware of during that time that suggested that these ongoing lockdowns should have been or remained implemented?
Not on an ongoing basis. Again, we were getting more and more data about who was at risk and who wasn't. The downsides of lockdowns, if they weren't obvious before, I think were becoming more evident. So certainly not on an ongoing basis. There were, preeminent, very prominent PhD epidemiologists from Harvard, Oxford, Stanford, who took a step to organize and gather other preeminent PhDs and other researchers and scientists from around the world to suggest that wide society lockdowns were a bad idea. And they based this on very old planning, that before COVID, somewhat further back in time, the approach to pandemics, it had been agreed, would be focused protection of those at most risk. It was only with COVID that was actually this new idea that you had to shut down the entire society because of this one virus. And their ideas made a lot of sense to me. I didn't understand why they were being demonized in the public and among this new public health establishment and in the media. And then as time wore on, we had glimpses into what other jurisdictions were doing. Countries like Sweden, states like Florida and Texas were not widely shutting down, or they were undertaking more humane versions of that, again, more focused and shorter lockdowns. And their age-adjusted mortalities were no worse. In some cases, they were better than areas like New York or California that were, or Nova Scotia, at least later on, that were undertaking these draconian lockdowns.
Were you aware of any debate or discussion happening within either in hospital amongst your colleagues and leadership, or in the public health sphere in Nova Scotia regarding whether these ongoing lockdowns were appropriate? Was it a matter of discussion and debate that you were aware of?
Well, as I said, I was actually very disappointed that it wasn't a matter of public debate, and it wasn't even anything that public health was bringing up, which I would have thought would have been public health's job. So certainly not at that level. In terms of otherwise, I mean, other than me just grumbling and complaining and others sort of agreeing, my colleagues around me sort of agreeing that there would be downsides, there really wasn't a lot of discussion about it. Not nearly enough, in my opinion.
So as time wore on, you've just discussed your views on the lockdowns. As time wore on, did your concerns begin to evolve, or did you have other concerns?
Well, I had other concerns. Elective surgeries don't apply so much to vascular surgery. A lot of what we do is more, is life or limb threatening more immediately, if not emergently. So, I was still operating. I still had my practice, was continuing. And then in addition to all that, I was trying to help prepare and trying to learn more about COVID. So I was very busy. I carried on. I hoped that public health knew what they were doing in terms of the lockdowns, but as time went on, I was just more and more suspicious of that. And I'm not sure if that answers your question or not, but that's how that evolved.
Absolutely. How about, based on your education, training, and experience, and your understanding of clinical literature, how did you feel about the vaccine rollout and or the implementation of vaccine mandates?
Yeah, so that was the next point of concern for me. So when the vaccines were being developed, I remember being somewhat concerned at the speed at which it was happening. As you've heard, it would normally take multiple years, 5 years, 10 years minimum to get a vaccine to the point of new pathogen to public rollout. The Donald Trump's administration authorized the Operation Warp Speed, and the whole idea of that was that there weren't going to be these normal regulatory processes. They were going to cut the red tape so that these vaccines could be developed more quickly, which is great if everything goes well, but that means by definition you don't have the long-term data, especially in terms of safety. So I had some concern about that. The randomized trials came out, and to be honest, again, I was busy. I scanned them. I didn't read them. In retrospect, I did not read them critically enough, but they seemed to be saying good things about the mRNA vaccines. And then public health obviously was all in. They were immediately safe and effective. It was amazing the confidence with which they could tell us that these were safe and effective vaccines based on 2 randomized trials and a couple of months of data. But again, I was busy and I was naive. I should have questioned things more at that time, but I hoped that the powers that be knew what they were doing in terms of pushing these vaccines. So I myself, I got vaccinated. I got the 2 primary vaccinations, mRNA vaccinations, in early 2021. Yeah.
Just going to ask you one question about what you said. You talked about cutting the red tape and pushing the vaccines out, and you mentioned 2 months of data, trial data. With your experience as a physician and a surgeon, and you also indicated I should have read the studies more carefully, based on your experience and where we are today, do you believe that that was a responsible statement, a medically responsible statement, or a socially responsible statement to characterize those interventions as safe and effective?
No, I don't think. I think that's an irresponsible way to describe almost any medical intervention, let alone a brand new technology that had been studied in 2 randomized trials with a couple of months of data. We never talk about medical interventions like that. I never sit down with a patient who has a problem, and I have a surgery that maybe could fix that problem. I hope it would. I think it will. I never just sit down with them or stand up with them and say, "This is safe and effective. Do it." That's never how we talk about things as doctors, ever. You talk to the patient about what's happening with them, what their options are, and maybe even I give a recommendation. But I also talk to them about the risks of what I'm proposing and the potential benefits, and it's always up to the patient. And if the patient decides against what I'm recommending, you stick with them and you try something else. You never just say, "This is safe and effective, do this, take this." It's never how we talk about medical interventions.
Well, and thank you for that, Doctor. A logical corollary to what you've just said is, or the next logical question then, given what you've just expressed to the Commission, how did you feel about the mandates themselves when the vaccines actually became mandated in this province?
Well, so that was the next issue. It's one thing to heavily promote a medical intervention like that to the public. and there's arguments to be made certainly that shouldn't have happened. To then force people to take that intervention is a whole new level, and I really couldn't comprehend that the discussion was even being undertaken. By then, we had even more data about what was happening with the virus, and it was serious. The virus was serious. I'm not a COVID denier. I eventually, later on, helped look after extremely sick patients in the ICU who had COVID. So I don't deny that for a relatively small number of people, it is a very serious disease and it can cause death. There was no doubt about that. But again, by then we had much more data about who was at risk and who wasn't. We had much more data about the magnitude of mortality that COVID was bringing us. And even at that point that mandates were being discussed, we were starting to get data about how the vaccines did little or nothing to reduce transmission of the disease. So, as Eris was saying earlier, in order to even contemplate a mandate where you're forcing someone to take a medical intervention on pain of losing their job or their being able to participate in society as they normally would, in order to even think about that, it would have to be an infectious disease situation where the pathogen is so serious and the intervention is so safe and so effective that you can then contravene this extremely important ethic of informed and free consent. So at that point, it did not seem that any of those criteria were being met. The data was becoming more clear to the extent that it was being admitted on American national television by the CDC and Anthony Fauci that the vaccines were, first of all, losing their effectiveness even in contracting COVID fairly early. Within 4 or 5 months, we all saw the 95% effective go down to 50% effective over the next few months. But more importantly, they were admitting that they did little or nothing to reduce transmission of the virus. And so then, in my mind, and I challenge anybody to tell me how this cannot be, the whole argument for even considering forcing vaccination on someone is null and void.
Changing topics here a little bit, Doctor. As the vaccines were rolled out and as we got into a vaccine mandate situation here in Nova Scotia, did you have any direct or indirect experience with adverse events in your medical practice with respect to the COVID-19 vaccinations?
Yes, I did. And just to clarify, the term is not adverse event due to vaccination. Okay. The term is adverse event following vaccination or following immunization. And the whole point there is that it's extremely difficult to prove that any adverse event is because of a vaccination. But that's part of the point of encouraging, or what we should have been doing, is encouraging people to report adverse events happening after. And there was not the sort of burden of proof for healthcare professionals, for example, nurses or doctors, to know that an adverse event was because of the vaccination. We are supposed to be reporting adverse events, whether we think they have any relationship or whether we can sort of explain any relationship or not. But I certainly had firsthand experience of at least, I have to be careful about patient personal health information, but life-threatening and many more cases of more minor thrombotic events shortly after vaccination. And when I first saw those, that was my first introduction into the online adverse events reporting system that you heard about. I must say, I think Eris left, but he must be many orders of magnitude smarter than me, because I don't know how you could get through one of those reports in 5 minutes. I mean, it took me 45 minutes. It took me 10 minutes just to figure out the links on the website to try to get to the 5-page PDF that you'd have to fill out. I found it, and I spoke to many other people that agreed with me, a very cumbersome, very awkward process to report an adverse event occurring after a vaccination.
Would it be your opinion that the way that the reporting system was set up, that it could potentially impair the reporting of adverse events or otherwise inhibit the reporting of adverse events?
Yes. And in addition to that, is the whole issue of communication with us as healthcare professionals. We were relentlessly bombarded with how great the vaccines were, that they were safe and effective 1,000 times a day, this oversimplification of this new medical intervention, and informed by our various regulatory bodies, the College of Physicians and Surgeons in my case, that if we did not publicly voice support, or if we publicly voiced anything other than support of public health's statements about that we would be disciplined, or that we would face disciplinary measures. So not only is the mechanics of reporting the adverse event very cumbersome and time consuming, the overall messaging, I can tell you, was not, be sure to look out for these adverse events. I think I saw one email during those years. And again, that was after the newspaper article that you heard about, that it sort of felt like public health was forced to say something about this adverse events reporting system. So every day, relentless, vaccines are safe and effective, maybe one message about reporting adverse events.
I'm going to ask you this in a general way, Dr. Davidson. Is it your opinion that the messaging that you just described had a dissuasive effect on the reporting of adverse events?
I don't know how it couldn't have.
And I'm going to back up just a little bit. You had mentioned thrombotic events. For those of us who aren't physicians, what is a thrombotic event? And just so everyone can remember, Dr. Davidson, I believe your evidence was you observed an increase in thrombotic events as an adverse event post-vaccination. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is a thrombotic event?
Simply put, it's blood clots forming in blood vessels. In my case, I saw a couple in arteries, but more so in veins. So much so that it did lead me to change my practice, my office practice, where I provide relatively minor venous procedures, to advising patients about more anticoagulation or medications that would reduce their risk of clots in the superficial veins and the deep veins, which could potentially be life-threatening.
Did you prescribe interventions in connection with adverse events post-vaccination?
Not specifically procedures for those clots. You don't really do procedures in the midst of an acute clot, but just the additional blood thinners, anticoagulants to prevent.
So prescriptions?
Yeah.
Okay. And I've just been told that we're nearing the conclusion of our time, so I'll try to get through the rest of this quickly. But as a physician and surgeon, with, I believe, based on what you had said, that you came to I think you came into the province in 2005. By my counting, that would give you approximately 18 years experience as a physician and surgeon in Nova Scotia, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, as a physician and surgeon with 18 years experience practicing in Nova Scotia specifically, is it your opinion that the implementation of vaccine mandates was a necessary public safety measure?
Vaccine mandates were an unnecessary public safety measure.
Okay. And similarly, was it your opinion, or is it your opinion, that the implementation of vaccine mandates was a reasonable public safety measure?
No, they were not a reasonable public safety measure.
Final question, Dr. Davidson. You indicated that based on your experience, you were leaving the practice of medicine in Nova Scotia. You shared with us what I believe any layperson would believe is a fairly impressive history and list of credentials. What I'd like to ask you, sir, is what does your departure from medicine mean for Nova Scotians?
It's a difficult question to answer. I mean, certainly, it would be true to say that I have been a hardworking community vascular surgeon. I do a lot of call coverage, or did before I was in the process of resigning. Do a lot of call coverage in terms of frequency of call coverage, covering the western zone of Nova Scotia for general vascular surgical sort of concerns and urgencies and emergencies. As I said, I was one of the attendings in the ICU. So I had a very busy practice. I was a real hard worker, for sure. And so, when someone like that resigns, it certainly leaves at least somewhat of a hole. And, in my case specifically, so it means that the remaining vascular surgeons, first of all, until they can find a replacement, will be working harder. There is a shortage of vascular surgeons around the world and across Canada, and I don't know how long it will take to recruit another vascular surgeon. Patients will wait longer. I think in particular some areas that unfortunately are chronically underserved, like diabetic foot infections and some of the aspects of chronic venous disease that I was talking about that I sort of spent more time on. Those patients, I think, are going to be quite ill-served until and whether that gap is filled. Yeah.
All right. Those are my questions, sir. I will turn you over to the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I have a question. I realize that you're very busy, so you didn't have the time maybe to do the critical analysis of the literature, so you decided to take on the vaccine. Was it because you were influenced by the environment, or was it something that you wanted to do initially because you wanted maybe to protect vulnerable patients in a hospital?
I'd say a little of both. I mean, again, I just sort of trusted what my bosses and elders were telling me, right? Ostensibly, public health should know more about all this stuff than I do. And even though some of it didn't make sense at various junctures, at times I just sort of, it's much easier just to accept what you're being told and do what you're told, rather than do your own research, do your own reading. So we were told the vaccines were safe and effective and we should get them, so I just got them. At that time.
Yeah.
Not since.
And did you encourage people in your family to also get vaccinated?
No, I wouldn't say so. Certainly I'm just trying to think back to that time period. I didn't necessarily encourage my wife to get vaccinated. I left it up to her. I think I might have encouraged my parents to at least consider it. I don't remember ever being, so. I was never aggressive about it, but I think I may have encouraged my parents to consider it at the time. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for your testimony. Just a few questions. You spoke a little bit about the cumbersome reporting process for adverse events, and I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts or recommendations on how that process could be improved upon.
Yeah, not specifically. Along with all the other things, I'm not a IT specialist, but it seems to me it would be quite simple to make the mechanics of that process a lot more straightforward. First of all, in terms of here's what you click on, here's a few boxes to click. Now you can scan a QR code. Surely things like that could be brought into play. But even more importantly than that, I would say, would be the overall messaging that this is our responsibility as healthcare workers to look out for these adverse events. We don't have to prove that they're because of the vaccination. The whole point is that this is a screening system. And along with every email that said that the vaccines are safe and effective should have been a line right underneath saying, and by the way, it's your responsibility to look out for adverse events and report those as well. So those would be two, I think, fairly simple recommendations moving forward.
So would that include maybe part of the education and training that doctors receive?
Yeah, I suppose, but I mean, it wouldn't take much education and training. It's like one sentence.
And one other question, you mentioned that you have resigned and that you're leaving Nova Scotia. I'm just wondering if there is something now that Nova Scotia could do that would prevent you from leaving.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I guess a complete turnaround of public health and its sort of attitude toward the public, and, you know, some overtures that they're going to seek to be, you know, more holistic and humanistic about their approach to things like this. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. I'm pretty far down the road of leaving, but you never know.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a couple of questions, Doctor. Thank you for your testimony. First question was, do you know of any other professionals currently leaving the province of Nova Scotia for these types of reasons?
That's a very good question. At least a couple have left, but also I know of dozens that have, you know, I heard the term quiet quit recently, so I know of dozens of doctors and nurses who have taken leaves of absences, have downsized their practice so that they're, and, you know, some of these are people that are, that were basically fired for not getting vaccinated. And even now, 2 years later, even now we have all this data about how that the vaccines don't reduce transmission. Even to this day, you can't work as a healthcare worker in Nova Scotia Health unless you got those 2 vaccines 2 years ago. So I know of, so I know of dozens of nurses and doctors who aren't working because of that. A few that actually even got vaccinated, but just like me, just got sick of things, and so they've retired early, are in the process of moving away. So I guess the short answer is yes, I know of others. Yeah.
This question might seem odd. How much did you know about mRNA technology prior to you taking the vax yourself?
Not much at all. You know, as I said, scanned the RCTs that were done at that time, and then, you know, maybe a quick internet search here and there about what this technology was, and that was about it.
But were you aware of it being a novel technology to be used on the population?
Well, mRNA technology, the technology, the idea is not new per se. I mean, it was, I don't know if it was 10 years ago or whatever that it was sort of came about, and it's been used in very limited ways over those years, so it wasn't new in that way. But I was aware that this was obviously the biggest application that had been made of mRNA technology, and in that sense it was new.
It's just the reason I asked that question is because you're right, as I understand from previous testimony, the mRNA technology has been around for quite some time, but this, as I understand, was the first time it was introduced en masse to the human population.
Yeah, that was my understanding as well.
Yeah, and considering that, in that it had never been done before, you would have thought that there would not just be the standard review process in place, but it would be an additional process.
One would have thought.
You know, I have another question that's a very short one, but it's, and I can't imagine you can answer this, but my question to you is why? Why did this happen? Why did we you know, and I think you were here earlier and listening to the testimony, but we heard from Dr. Braden about the, this is my words, not hers, the breakdown in the process from conceptual science to production of product to putting it in arms, and there seemed to be a breakdown in the entire system from top to bottom. even after it went into arms, the reporting of adverse reactions or even the reporting of efficacy seemed to all break down on this.
How did that happen?
How did that happen? Why? Or why did it happen? Perhaps those are two different questions.
From what I understand, there was somewhat of a new public health elite that emerged early in the pandemic, and they became obsessed with this one virus with some good reason. It was bad, to the negation of literally every other public health concern. And then it became political, and then it became tribal. So that you were either on team coronavirus is going to kill us all, and everything and anything that we need to do to stop it, or that could even possibly stop it, is justified, or you're on team critical of all that. And I think just many public health officials chose their team, many doctors chose their team, and they just stuck with it no matter what the data said. And that carried through the entire pandemic. People chose their team, they chose their tribe, and they just stuck to their guns no matter what else came up.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just have one more question that I forgot to ask you. How long did you train to become a vascular surgeon?
So medical school for me was 4 years. It is for most people 4 years, and then I trained in general surgery first, and then vascular surgery. That was a total of 8 years after that. Yeah.
So 12 years. Is my math okay there?
The beginning of medical school till the end of my surgical training was 12 years, and I did 4 years at university before medical school, so 16, a lot of years.
And did I hear you correctly say that there's not really a shortage of vascular surgeons, but that you are in short supply?
Yeah, there's a shortage of vascular surgeons. I mean, there's a shortage of any number of specialties around the world and doctors in general, right? But certainly, specifically vascular surgery, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Davison. We have to abbreviate. We have to abbreviate the lunch break and be back in here at 1 o'clock. And if you're not back, you won't hear Jordan Peterson. At 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
caregiver homemaker presently.
Could you tell us a little bit about your family?
Yes, my husband and I have lived here for 22 years this summer. We have 2 adult children living with us currently. One is our 28-year-old son who has minor special needs, and our daughter who has Down syndrome, and she will be 25 this summer.
Back in late 2019, early 2020, can you tell us about your day-to-day life for you and your family? Sort of what was your daily routine?
Certainly. My husband was going to work in office in the town of Summerside, and he would drop our daughter off daily at a day program for handicapped adults, which she attended from roughly 8:30 to 3 o'clock every day. I was basically the glue to hold us all together. I believe our son had just moved back in with us and was trying to get into the armed forces to train as a financial officer.
How long had your daughter been in this day program?
In the day program since she graduated from high school at age almost 18, so it would have been several years earlier, 3 years, I guess, roughly.
So she knew the routine pretty well and the people that worked there? Yeah.
Absolutely. It was a very small program, and so there were only small numbers of people in the program. She became princess to them very quickly. She was a very young client compared with most of the attendees.
And you said your daughter has Down syndrome, correct?
Yes, she does, as well as some other comorbid diagnoses. She has sensory integration dysfunction, and although she's never been assessed, we think she's inherited some of my husband's diagnoses. We see her ticking, and she doesn't have great attention skills, so we think she has ADHD as well.
Would you say that routine is pretty important for her?
Absolutely. Any medical professional would attest, and any parent of a special needs child or an adult would attest to the fact that they need predictability because they don't cope with change. They don't learn as quickly new routines. So any threat to that routine over a longer period of time can really compromise their stress levels.
So in 2020, when PEI began implementing COVID-19 measures, did that impact your daughter's routine?
Oh, absolutely. She wasn't allowed to go to her day program for quite a while. I began to see her having signs of mild depression. She would occasionally have crying jags or be overly sensitive to normal comments being made in our day-to-day lifestyle. She just seemed to be more mopey, if that's a good English word to use. Yeah. And of course that affected us as her parents. Generally, when you have a special needs child, you're already stressed to the max. There's a lot of detail involved in that, which I won't bore you with. But shortly after we moved here, for example, the IWK, that'd be 22 years ago, sent us a letter saying that anybody who had a child who'd had open heart or brain surgery would be traumatized and would become hypervigilant about their health, their mental state, their emotions more than the average parent. So not only were we dealing with the grief associated and the stress associated with having a special needs delayed child, but the medical condition that she had been through or the surgery had compromised our state of mind as well. So if anything happens to her that affects her emotional state or her physical health, both of us are deeply affected by that. That's just been since the get-go.
So to be clear, your daughter had heart surgery very young?
Yes, at 10 weeks of age, yeah.
And in your observation was that this sort of information pamphlet was correct for you and your husband? The impact was that...
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. It gave us a reason to pat ourselves on the back because we knew then we weren't crazy.
So every time any sort of slight change or health issue, it sort of made you hyper-vigilant. It was kind of an increased impact.
Oh, yeah. The slightest little thing. And, certainly I, as her mother, because I had been taking care of her more hands-on than, of course, my husband was because he was the breadwinner and still is. So definitely affected me, and I know it affected my husband.
And how long did these impacts, these changes in your daughter's mood last?
There's still some residual effects. To this day, a couple of years after she was able to go back to her program, if we have a snow day or if there's any kind of cancellation that's out of the normal routine, she seems a little concerned, a little anxious, And I often have to reassure her that it's just because of the snow and they just cancel schools because it's not dangerous to drive, et cetera, et cetera. And then she seems reassured. But I don't remember her ever questioning that. In fact, previous to this time, she would go, hoo-hoo, day off, like a typical teenage kid was.
So since the pandemic, you've noticed that if there's a change in routine or if there's a cancellation in her day program, it's more stressful for her.
Yeah. If it's out of the normal routine, like, Christmas holidays, gosh, I'm trying to think what else they get off regularly. I guess that's about it, really. And she's so excited about Christmas that was never a big issue for us, or for her. But definitely now I see a difference in her behavior. Yeah, there's snow. And it's funny, I just noticed that this winter. I don't know if I was even cognizant of it last year. We were too concerned about other issues, of course, but it's definitely affected her. I'd say her state of mind hasn't completely recovered now.
And you mentioned your husband's diagnosis.
Yes.
Can you speak about that?
Yeah, absolutely. He was diagnosed several years ago at a private clinic in the U.S. With ADHD. I'm just looking at my notes. A learning disability, OCD, a post-concussion syndrome, a tic disorder, and a mood disorder. He does deal with some chronic anxiety on top of all that. And he was given some trials with pharmaceuticals since that diagnosis. But what we discovered was, for example, for one of the diagnoses, if he was given a drug, it would exacerbate the symptoms of one of the other diagnoses. So we learned over several months, and actually a couple of years, that wasn't going to work. So we've developed kind of a naturopathic approach to it of supplements, vitamins, exercise, fresh air, and it seems to kind of keep everything at bay. During and after actually at the beginning of the lockdowns, when he had to work out of the home, and Michaela was home, that's our daughter, he started having sleep problems, and that's a first for him. He's not a young man, he's 66 now, he would have been in his early 60s during the lockdowns, of course. And he got a sleep medication, but after trying it for several months, it started making some of his symptoms worse as well. So we slowly had to kind of ease him off of that. And to this day, he's still having not as bad sleep problems, but he still has trouble getting to sleep and staying to sleep at night. And that was never really an issue with him up to that point. Usually just as soon as he hit the pillow.
And can you...
And I would know it, obviously, because I can see that. So, yeah, this is all brand new for us. So.
What aspect of the COVID measures do you think impacted his sleep? Or what was the connection?
Well, just the stress. Just the stress. I mean, the lockdowns were frustrating, having to wear masks everywhere. He had some nursing training, and he did quite well in the academic end of it. He's a very bright man. And we both were privy to the fact that, for example, with the vaccines, I'm sorry, I'm getting confused here. If a person had vaccines, according to standard immunology that was known at the time and now, if they work, then if you're exposed to anything that you're immunized for, you should manifest little or no symptomology. So if you're carrying that virus or disease, certainly that would be more of a danger. So it made sense to us that a vaccinated person would be more of a danger to other people if they were carrying. And we had, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. Had your husband's routine changed as well then? He was impacted.
Well, yes, he had to work at home. He still is, as a matter of fact. He's a federal government employee. So he wasn't getting out and being exposed to, getting back and forth to work or running errands on the way home, things like that had been part of his life. And just the stress of not knowing what the heck is going on, in our world. I mean, we all were following everything. And I just saw his behavior go from sort of in control to worse. And it's kind of been worse since then. Like, he's more difficult to deal with since that time. It's not as bad as during the lockdowns, certainly, but his symptoms just seem to be worse at times than I remember in previous years. So that's hard on the family, it's hard on the children, it's hard on me, certainly. I have to make up any deficits. And I can't work outside the home. I haven't been able to for quite a few years because of his disabilities as well as our daughters. But yeah, we're all feeling it, definitely. My own mental health has been compromised. I see my sleep disruption happening more regularly than it used to up to that point as well.
And you spoke a bit about the vaccines. You're referring to the COVID-19 vaccines?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. At first we thought we weren't going to take them, knowing what we knew and a little bit of research we've been doing. But then his job required him to take it in order to keep being employed by this particular department. Our daughter had to be vaccinated in order to return to the day program eventually. The first year wasn't such a big issue because there was no vaccine available and we had to just deal with it. But once it was available, they were insisting absolutely that she had to have this. So I decided I better too, because our in-laws, my husband's family members, his sisters, insisted that we wouldn't be allowed to visit his mother in Nova Scotia unless we were all vaccinated. So we just said, oh, the heck with it, we'll do it. And we did.
And when did you take the COVID vaccine?
I was probably the last person in our family to take it because I wasn't being forced to keep a job or anything. My last one, and I only took the first two. I haven't taken any subsequent boosters. I believe it was either late November or early December of 2021. And I had the usual side effects from the first one, with a little bit of fatigue and sore arm, stiff arm for a few days. The second one, as soon as the pharmacist gave me the shot, during that process, it was like liquid fire going into my arm. And I said, ow, quite loudly. I said, that really hurt it. I said, did you break the tip of the needle or something? And the guy who gave it to me, the pharmacist, he didn't seem to be concerned in the least. He just put a Band-Aid on it, alcohol swab in the Band-Aid, and just said, wait 15 minutes in the store so we make sure you don't have any kind of, bad side effect immediately. And I didn't. I went home. And I had the usual symptoms I had with the first one, the fatigue and the sore arm for a few days. But since that time, regularly, I've had either a sharp, fiery pain right on the spot where the vaccine went in, or like an achy feeling. And that happens several days a week, some weeks worse than others.
So that was approximately over a year ago now?
Sorry?
That would be over a year ago now from the time that you took the second vaccine?
Yeah. Well, I had November, December, so a year and a third, roughly. Yeah.
And how soon after you took the vaccine did you start having those symptoms?
Oh, right away, within the first 2 or 3 weeks. It was like I just figured it was taking longer to get rid of the initial side effects from, which we were told to expect. But it just never went away with me completely.
So it still bothers you today?
Yeah, like today, it's just like I've had a really good sleep last night. So, but it's still like, it doesn't hurt to touch. Like I could actually bump into something, but it's almost like there's a piece of something in there and it hurts. The needle pin, which it doesn't have, of course, because it would get infected. But other days it's like achy. So I can feel it from the inside, but to touch it doesn't hurt, which is really bizarre.
And did the pharmacist speak with you about that this could happen or about any potential side effects?
Not a thing, no.
And
well, let's see, what did he ask? Well, we had to sign paperwork that asked us if we had an allergy to one of the components of the vaccine. That was kind of unusual or rare or whatever. And of course, I wasn't aware, so I said no. But other than that, no. I had just read online what to expect, so when it happened, I wasn't alarmed. But the fact that it's continued with me, not to the same degree the first few days, but it's just there all the time, and I find that so strange.
Would you say that your concerns about sort of these post-vaccine symptoms and lockdowns have impacted any of the relationships in your life? You mentioned family members who were not happy with, or who were insistent that you get the vaccine.
Right. Well, I've never really shared that with any of my in-laws because they probably accused me of being crazy or having a big imagination. My immediate family know about it. I haven't gone to a doctor because I figured, what are they going to do? They're going to remove the spot or do a biopsy? I mean, my experience is a lot of doctors are just trying to keep their jobs, so they're doing what's demanded of them, I think, unofficially. When my husband asked for example, my husband could never take the regular flu shot every year because he's allergic to egg whites, the albumin, the protein in the egg white. And up till that point anyway, a lot of the vaccines for regular flu, I believe, involved the use of the egg white. At least the old ones did. So he was never able to take that. It could be a life-threatening thing. His throat would close over. And he didn't know that the new vaccine wouldn't be created that way. So when he went in to ask his doctor for a medical exception, his doctor, who was from Iran or Iraq, gave him a story about, well, in my country, a couple of 100 years ago, there was a gentleman in charge, their leader, who wanted to have marital relations with every single woman in the land, and so everybody just went along with it, or their head would be chopped off. And I said, oh, well, that's an interesting analogy.
That was his response when your husband asked about getting an exemption?
Oh, he absolutely refused.
Right.
He said, no, I can't do it.
Wow. Ellen, what's been the hardest part of all of this for you?
Not knowing if it's going to continue again, or if this is going to happen to a more severe degree. You know, if governments are going to work against their populations, I guess, in such a blatant way. I mean, you'd have to be a fool not to recognize that this stuff happens behind the scenes all the time and has been going on since the dawn of man. But the fact that it's come out of the closet so blatantly, and they're no longer even trying to hide what they're doing, scares the you-know-what out of all of us in our family, I guess. I don't trust people in charge as much as I used to. I was never a naive person who believed everything that came down the pipeline, but I figured there's always the truth is somewhere in the middle. But boy, I've gotten a lot more skeptical since, all of this took place in the last 2 or 3 years.
Thank you, Ellen, and I'll turn it over to the commissioners if you have any questions. Thanks very much for sharing your story today.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Speedle. You affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you.
Can you state your full name and where you're from?
Scott Stephen Speidel from Annapolis Valley here in Nova Scotia.
Scott, I understand that back in early 2020, you had a very bad case of COVID. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And when exactly did you contract COVID?
It was about the first or second week of February.
What were your initial symptoms?
Initial symptoms were just normal flu-like symptoms.
How did you know it was COVID, or how do you know?
After the first week, about when those flu symptoms went away, I started experiencing shortness of breath and chest pain. And also, I, of course, spoke with my family doctor about this, and the testing at the time has just started, and even in the mainstream media they reported issues with the testing, including both false positives and false negatives. And so she expressed concern with the accuracy of the testing, so that wasn't really relied upon. And also, upon one ER visit, the doctor who's seen me, he at that point, there's basically standard protocol to test anybody in the ER, especially if they exhibited these symptoms. And when the nurse started to prepare the test kit, the doctor turned to the nurse and said, "Don't bother with that." And at that point, I was consulting with him with my symptoms and along with the self-treatment I was doing, and he agreed that the treatment I was using was good. He reiterated that, and that he believed I had COVID as well.
So your family doctor and also an ER doctor assessed that you most likely had COVID. I understand that these symptoms persisted off and on over a long period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So how many trips did you end up making to the emergency room with these symptoms?
The symptoms continued to get worse. Shortness of breath, mainly. I got to the point where I could hardly breathe. And so, yeah.
at any point were you offered any treatment?
Not really. Like I say, with that one doctor in the ER, he basically just said keep using the self-treatment I was using.
What was the self-treatment?
I was using vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin E, zinc, honey and green tea, and tonic water with lemon juice, because at that point hydroxychloroquine was beginning to be spoken about as a treatment, and it appeared quite evidently that that was not going to be available to us here in Nova Scotia or myself. So through my own research and people I know in the military, they suggested tonic water, as it contains quinine, which is basically a predecessor of hydroxychloroquine.
And did that help with your symptoms?
Yes, once I started putting those kind of meds and treatment to me, it still kept getting worse, but not as rapidly.
So did your COVID go away?
It did eventually. I did also receive a rescue inhaler on another ER visit, which was basically a shot in the dark by the doctor. That doctor had actually believed that I was experiencing anxiety and gave me out-of-hand pills, sent me home with those. And I was so furious with that visit that I actually used the out-of-hand pills that night because I was so upset with how I was taken care of at the hospital.
So how bad did your COVID get? This was going on for how long?
Approximately 4 to 5 weeks from beginning to end. And it, like I say, it got to the point where I literally couldn't breathe. I only live about 5-10 minutes from the hospital. And one night I ended up calling 911 because I didn't feel like I could drive that far in a car.
And after several months, what ended up happening to you?
I ended up having chest pain and shortness of breath slowly start to come back again off and on. And then I woke up one morning and I could hardly get out of bed because of back pain. The shortness of breath was not as severe like it was previously when I was very ill. So I wasn't sure what to make of it. I sort of just sat outside in the lawn chair in the morning for 5-10 minutes and see how I felt with some fresh air, and the pain was still there significantly, so I drove myself to the hospital that morning.
And what happened at the hospital?
They quickly identified one of the lungs had fully collapsed, so the doctor told me that he would have to perform a chest tube, and he strongly stressed that my informed consent would be required for him to do the procedure. And so he did that, and shortly thereafter, he said that he wanted to send me back home with the chest tube. And I live alone, so I expressed to the nurse that I did not feel comfortable going home alone with this chest tube. And at this point, there's a shift change happening in the ER, and the nurse had spoken with the doctor coming on shift about my situation, and he then shortly came to speak with me and said, no, we're not going to send you home. We're going to transfer you to Halifax for emergency lung surgery in 2 days.
So you were admitted to the hospital at that time in the Valley?
Correct.
And can you tell us about your experience in the hospital after that?
I was in the ER at Valley Regional for about 3 to 4 days. I was on morphine and meds at that point, so my mind was a little cloudy. I don't remember exactly how long it was, but on, I believe it was day 3, my eyes began to hurt, and I just by chance happened to wipe my forehead, and it was just slime from sweat accumulating on my forehead. I did not receive any personal care at all. The only time a nurse or anybody came to see me in my stretcher bed was to provide morphine or medication, and I had to request a face cloth to clean my face. And then I believe it was the next day, because I was only there 3 or 4 days, they requested an x-ray, and I have since gotten the physical medical records from my doctor where it stated that they requested a mobile x-ray, where they bring the x-ray machine to your hospital bed or stretcher. And that's not what happened. The nurse was a student nurse. I guess she overlooked it or didn't understand the request, but she unplugged my chest tube from the vacuum line on the wall, and then took me in my stretcher, ER stretcher, to the x-ray department to wait in the hallway alone, sedated, unplugged from my chest tube. And it was only a few minutes, but within that short time, I could feel in my chest like the air being let out of a balloon. And when the x-ray tech came out, he looked at me and I looked at him and I said, they just unplugged my chest tube and I think my lung just collapsed. And he said, are you serious? I said, yes. And I was just, on morphine going, just didn't seem like a big deal to me at the time, at that moment. So he rushed me into the x-ray, did that, rushed me back to the ER. Then the nurse came, plugged my chest tube back into the wall. And then after about 5 or 10 minutes, what had just happened sort of registered in my mind, right? And I started yelling, help me, they're gonna kill me, I need a doctor. And after yelling that 3 or 4 times, it was only a few moments, the ER supervisor and a respiratory specialist came to my side. They assessed me and realized the lung had collapsed, and despite being plugged back into the vacuum line, and it was not coming back up. So they just decided that they'd have to do another chest tube, which is a very painful and horrifying experience, really. And they had to do another one because they had to use a larger diameter one so that they could create more vacuum in my chest cavity to allow the lung to come back up. After that, I had a very serious conversation with the two of them about how that should have never happened, which they agreed. And it was shortly after then, maybe an hour or two, actually before then, the supervisor called a meeting at the nursing station. And because of my condition, they had me right in the section there, in my stretcher, right there in front of the ER nursing station so they could keep close eye on me. And so she called a meeting with the nurses after this happened and basically told them, if you have questions, have patience, wait and ask, don't, take your time instead of making mistakes, more or less.
So when you were admitted, Scott, to stay, you were told in 2 days you'd be going to Halifax for lung surgery?
Correct.
How long did you end up staying in the hospital before going to Halifax?
More than 2 weeks. And I just add to that meeting, when that was said and my situation was mentioned, the nurse who had unplugged my chest tube said, oh, well. And I almost flew off the handle, except immediately a nurse, an elderly nurse, clearly been a nurse for a long time, turned to her and said, you can't be like that.
Had you been hospitalized before, Scott?
Yes, I actually have 2 autoimmune conditions which put me at high risk for COVID. And one of those is ulcerative colitis, so I've been hospitalized 2 or 3 times for that for quite an extended period of time.
How would you compare the level of care you experienced and witnessed in this visit that we just spoke about compared with in the past?
It was black and white difference, totally different. A lot of even the doctors, but mainly the nurses, they seemed scared or apprehensive of being near patients. It was very odd. And like I say, that was right at the beginning of all the hysteria and all the hype.
So Scott, you've had this horrible experience with what you and your family doctor and at least one ER doctor felt was COVID, and it resulted in significant lung damage, correct?
Yes, actually ended up having surgery on both lungs because the other lung was in the same condition on the edge of collapsing. And the surgeon had said that it took about 30 years off the life of my lungs.
So then when a vaccine emerged against COVID-19, were you eager to take it?
No.
Did you take the vaccine?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Well, numerous reasons. One being that I had survived COVID, and I believe natural immunity was longer lasting and more effective than the vaccine. I also had concerns about the safety of the vaccine, even before it was rolled out. And also, in the fall of 2021, when it was really getting rolled out, I had 2 loved ones die shortly after receiving their injections. One within 48 hours of massive heart failure with no previous heart conditions, and the other one over the span of about a month in the hospital with all their organs shutting down and the doctor saying they didn't know why. So I was quite apprehensive to getting this shot.
How did you feel when provinces across Canada and the federal government started implementing vaccine mandates and passports?
I thought that was extreme. I'd even use the word tyrannical. I mean, it was clear extreme violation of our basic rights and freedoms. And it caused, I mean, we've heard numerous testimonies here, the effect it's had on people's lives, their families, relationships, employment, you name it.
Are you familiar with the truckers' freedom convoy that went to Ottawa in January 2022?
Yes.
Can you speak about it, a bit about your experience with the convoy?
Yes. I missed the convoy here from Nova Scotia to Ottawa in the first week due to continuous lung issues with long-term problems, and eventually a few friends here from the province returned after being there and participating in the convoy, and at that point I was starting to feel better. I was no longer short of breath, no more chest pain, and wanted to go, and they said, you need to be there, because they knew my position and how I felt about things. So they went back up and took me up there with them, and we booked reservations at an Airbnb for a week. Of course, at that point, nobody knew how long it was going to last, and it was probably the greatest time of my life, especially after the previous 2 years. There's so much love and joy. It's like cry and hug every single day. A friend of mine who's had numerous friends who were truckers up there, and one of them told me that when the first day I got there, I was chatting with him, and he said his eyes hurt from crying so much, of just happiness and just relief and being around people and just a sense of normality again.
How long did you end up staying at the convoy?
Right till the very end, that Sunday morning.
So you were planning to stay a week. Did it end up being longer than that?
Yes, well, they like I say, we had reservations for a week, and it was time to go home, and they were heading back, and I told them the night before that I had to stay. It meant that much to me. And to that point, prior to that, a few days before, when I arrived in Ottawa, the fencing was still up around the War Memorial, and I was there when the veterans took down the fencing, and it wasn't like the media said, it wasn't a bunch of protesters tearing it down. It was basically all veterans. People stood back and allowed the veterans to do it, and they orderly removed the fence and stacked it neatly to the side, and then negotiated with the police in terms of carrying out a watch duty at the War Memorial to make sure nothing happened to it, because, of course, at that point, the police were quite lacking resources in terms of men on the ground. So the veterans agreed to take on that role.
Did you find that the media portrayal of what was happening in Ottawa was accurate?
Not at all. Not at all. No.
So reports that the protesters were racist, white supremacist, hateful people. For example, Ottawa City Councillor Catherine McKenney, in an article, and this is Exhibit TR14, one article in Ottawa City News, Ottawa City Councillor Catherine McKenney issued a statement on January 26, 2022 that stated in part, several members of this group are connected to militant, racist, sexist, and homophobic groups, and they are not here to only raise voices against vaccination mandates, but to also fuel hatred against the very fabric of our society. Do you feel that is an accurate characterization of what you observed and experienced at the convoy?
No, I would say that is the complete opposite of what the atmosphere and the people that were there on the ground. There's actually a very large presence of Christians, religious people there, along with Indigenous people. And leading up to that point, we had dozens of churches across the nation being burned and vandalized. And to have those two communities to come together was very nice to see. And there was people there from every walk of life. And also the professional class. I met with numerous doctors and lawyers there. Actually, at the War Memorial, I even spoke with, he didn't say what sport, but he was like 7 feet tall, built, and he said he was a professional athlete. I assume a hockey player. I sort of know the image. I played hockey for 25 years, and he said he was fully supportive of what was happening there.
Do you have anything to add about the people that you met at the convoy?
It was... Sorry. The veterans were like the heart and soul, largely, of what was happening on the ground. that moment when they removed the fence, and I was there and helped a veteran remove the flowers from the fence, and that personally and to a lot of others, that was like the highlight of the whole event. And they actually, because of long family history, they took me into the fold of the watch duty afterwards and participated in the night watch duty, which was a very surreal experience, being in the nation's capital. And it was very quiet, dark, with the monument lit up, and yeah, it was pretty special. And like I say, there's a lot of doctors, nurses, there's just everybody you could imagine.
What did this experience mean to you?
A great deal. Personally, I'm the kind of person I believe, you know, our forefathers, fathers and grandfathers, they've fought and died to protect and preserve our rights and freedoms. And here we were as a nation and across the world largely sacrificing our rights and freedoms to save lives. So it was like everything was upside down.
Thank you, Scott. Those are my questions. I'll turn it over to the Commission.
Thank you for sharing your story today. I just had one question around the vaccine mandates, and I was wondering if you ever asked for or obtained an exemption.
No, I did not. No.
Okay. Thank you.
I did not have a need for an exemption myself personally, but I did help others with religious exemptions, providing them with the sources to acquire that.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much. Oh, if I could just say one more thing. When I was they moved me up to like a step-down unit when I was in Valley Regional, and I was there for an extended period of time, and there was a nurse who came on shift after being off for a weekend, and this was about a week and a half into it. And when she came in, she said, "What are you still doing here?" And then we had a chat. She went to go find answers. And I could hear her outside the room, just outside the doorway, speaking with who I assume is her supervisor. And she asked why I was still waiting, and her supervisor said that was an inappropriate question for her to ask. And she responded by saying, "If he ends up in ICU, it's not my fault." And if that nurse is out there, thank you, and please reach out to me if you can.
Ms. Blauvelt, do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Christina Lagier. I'm Atlantic Regional Counsel with the NCI. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Janessa Blauvelt, Janessa Blauvelt.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to, before we get into the actual testimony of the witness, I would like to ask that the commissioners take judicial notice of certain pieces of legislation and certain public health orders. So I'll just make a list. These will be provided to you for your reference documents. Sorry, there's a screen right in front of me here, so it's difficult. I can't see the commissioners. So I would ask that you please consider and review the Nova Scotia Health Protection Act, the Nova Scotia Communicable Diseases Regulations made under Sections 74 and 106 of the Health Protection Act, the Nova Scotia Personal Health Information Act, the Hospitals Act, the Nova Scotia Health Authorities Act, the Nova Scotia Emergency Management Act, and all declarations of state of emergency, the original declaration of state of emergency, which was issued by the Minister of Municipal Affairs, minister responsible for the Emergency Management Act, on March 22nd, 2020. That was the first declaration of state of emergency in Nova Scotia. And all the subsequent declarations, they were renewals of the original declaration, and they continued every 2 weeks for a full 2 years. So the last of the declaration of state of emergencies expired on the 21st of March 2022. Also, please take note of the Nova Scotia Human Rights Act and the Canadian Constitution and Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Similarly, as we have had witnesses from the other Atlantic provinces, I would ask that you consider the similar health legislation and emergency management legislation and human rights legislation from Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island. Furthermore, to the list, I would add, in the case of Nova Scotia, 97 iterations of the one Section 32 order issued by the Chief Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Robert Strang. Section 32 of the Health Protection Act of Nova Scotia is what gives Dr. Strang the authority to issue orders for public health in the context of communicable disease. It will be important for the commissioners to become extremely familiar with the provisions. And the order which was issued, the initial order was issued by Dr. Strang on the 24th of March, 2020. And every subsequent iteration through to July 6th, 2022. Please consider all of the iterations. There are 97 in total. And it is important to note that the July 6th, 2022 iteration of the public health order pursuant to Section 32 of the Health Protection Act is still in place now. Embedded in those Health Protection Act orders, Section 32 orders, are protocols and directives. I would ask that the commissioners give particular attention to the COVID-19 mandatory vaccination protocol in high-risk settings, the first of which iteration was issued on October 6, 2021. That's the COVID-19 mandatory vaccination protocol in high-risk settings. It was originally issued on October 6, 2021, and it has subsequently been amended. There are other iterations of it, and they will be provided as well. Also, the COVID-19 proof of full vaccination for events and activities, those protocols were embedded in the Chief Medical Officer of Health's orders, but they appear as separate documents, so I'm just wanting to make sure they don't get lost in the shuffle, so to speak. Thank you. Ms. Blauvelt, can you please tell us what your, where you live?
In Yarmouth, Nova Scotia.
And what is your occupation, please?
I'm an LPN, licensed practical nurse.
What are the duties of an LPN?
I provide safe and ethical care to my patients under the direction of the RN and attending physician. Some of my duties would include medication administration, IV insertion, wound dressing, personal care, etc.
And in what settings would you typically work as an LPN?
I worked at the Yarmouth Regional Hospital as a float nurse, so I worked on all the departments.
Okay. Did you work at any other location as an LPN?
I did. I worked in long-term care as well.
Okay. And thank you. You're not working currently as an LPN?
No, I lost my job in the mandates.
And when you say the mandates, what are you referring to, please?
The forced vaccination policy that was put out by my employer in the province.
And so who was your employer?
Nova Scotia Health Authority.
Thank you. When did you first begin working at Yarmouth Regional Hospital?
I started in May of 2008. I worked in housekeeping for a number of years, and I built on my education, started in 2016. When I started my upgrading, and I took a counseling course, and then I started my nursing career in 2018.
And where did you do your nursing training?
At Nova Scotia Community College in Yarmouth.
When did that begin?
2018 to 2020.
And when were you to have graduated under the normal course? What would you have?
I would have graduated in June of 2020.
Okay. And did you undertake your studies with Nova Scotia Community College through June 2020?
We were, once the emergency measures were put in place in March of 2020, we got 1 week of our last clinical in, and then we were pulled out. And there was a lot of uncertainty for almost 2 months of how we were going to finish our clinical to be able to graduate.
What was the implication of being pulled out, as you call it, from your clinical? Maybe you can explain that.
Well, that is when you put everything together and you really put your skills together. That's where you get your hands-on training. So it was a very important part of the whole thing. It's where it brings it all together and you get to utilize all your skills that you've used.
So you started your program, I believe it was in September of 2018.
Correct.
And your clinical placement began in, was it March 2020?
Correct.
And you were in that 1 week before you were pulled out. So who pulled you out of that program?
The college decided to pull us out.
And I don't mean to mislead. It's not that you were pulled out of the nursing program altogether, but that you were removed from the clinical placement, which
Correct.
was where? Where were you in your clinic?
At the Yarmouth Hospital.
Okay. So what was the implication for you of being pulled out of the clinical, which was the most important, as you were describing it, important aspect of the training for hands-on skills?
Well, we found out after being in limbo for quite some time that we were going to finish our clinical online virtually. So we didn't get any of that experience there, the hands-on experience. And we did not complete it until August of 2020.
And then did you graduate?
I did, with honors.
Thank you. So in March 2020, what was it that happened that caused your school to pull you out of the clinical placement?
The public health emergency that was put in place by the province and Dr. Strain, and the risk of contracting COVID in the hospitals.
Is that something that was communicated to you by your employer? Or, sorry, not your employer, but the Nova Scotia Community College? Is this the understanding that you gained from them?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to make note, and I'll ask the commissioners to take judicial notice of the fact that in Nova Scotia, the Minister of Health never issued a public health emergency. Under the Health Protection Act, there is provision, I believe it's Section 53, for the Minister of Health to declare a public health emergency, but in Nova Scotia that never happened. The only state of emergency that was ever declared was by the Minister of Municipal Affairs under the Emergency Management Act. There were declarations of state of emergency, and you will read them and you will see that COVID, the presence of COVID in the province, COVID-19 in the province, was rationale for the declaration of state of emergency, but it was not the Minister of Health who declared a state of emergency at any time. So that was your understanding from your school?
Yes.
The reason why that they pulled you out? Okay. So what then happened in August 2020? You had graduated, and had you invested financially in your training?
Yes, yeah. I have a substantial student loan.
Okay. So were you eager to get to work at that point?
Yes.
Were you able to get a job at that time?
Yes, I started working in a long-term care facility. I still continued working in housekeeping as well. And then I started my full-time position at the Yarmouth Hospital as a float nurse in December of 2020.
Okay. So how long were you working at both the long-term care facility and the Yarmouth Hospital?
I worked in the long-term care facility from October 2020 till April 2021. And I was employed with the Yarmouth Regional Hospital since May 26, 2008.
And when you were employed with the Yarmouth Regional Hospital, that was your employer was Nova Scotia Health Authority, is that correct?
Yes.
So what changed for you in the summer? I'll take you to the summer of 2021. What happened in the summer of 2021?
Well, there was a lot of talk about the forced vaccination. I had started researching early on in the pandemic, pretty much March of 2020 when it came out. I woke up within 2 months in as to what I believed was really going on. And I knew that this vaccination, this novel vaccination, was not anything that I wanted to take. And there was a lot of division within, amongst the co-workers and in the workplace surrounding the vaccine.
In what sense was there division?
Well, there was a couple times where I was working, one in particular where a co-worker had said in front of other co-workers that anyone that was unvaccinated deserved to work the COVID unit, and that they hoped that the unvaccinated person would get COVID first, and as well as their family.
And how did this make you feel, these conversations?
Unsafe. It made me feel, I don't know, a bunch of different emotions, like I didn't want to be there, like I didn't fit in.
Mm-hmm. What did you observe in the hospital in the summer of 2021 in relation to the incidence of COVID appearing among patients seeking treatment at the hospital?
We had no COVID patients at that time. We had a COVID ward that was ready to go and nothing.
And how had it been since you had been at the hospital in 2020 as well?
No COVID patients.
So, did you inquire? You're mentioning, in your words, you mentioned that the forced vaccination. Mm-hmm. What are you referring to when there was talk about forced vaccination?
It was just going around amongst the co-workers and mentioned, through nurse managers and whatever, that it was going to be mandatory, or there was talk that it was going to be mandatory to have to take the vaccine to keep your employment.
And when you're talking about the vaccine, what vaccine are we talking about?
The mRNA COVID vaccines.
So, were you concerned when you heard talk of a forced vaccine?
Yes, I was.
And what, if any, steps did you take to inquire of your employer or your union about such a policy if it were coming into place?
I had spoke to my educator that I did not wish to get this vaccine. I was not taking this vaccine, and they told me at that time that it would not be able to be forced on anybody.
So who was your educator?
At that time, her name was Hannah Stanwood.
And was that a clinical person or an administrative person?
Like an administrative educator. Mm-hmm. They go around to the floors and update you on policies and stuff like that.
So that was someone you inquired of. Did you inquire of anyone else?
Well, I made it clear to my nurse manager that I was not taking this.
And what response did you get?
There was really no support. Like, they were following what they were being told.
Is that what your nurse manager expressed to you? I need to understand a little bit more about the conversation you had, mm-hmm. what you were left with in the way of an answer.
Basically, that I did not have a choice if I wanted to keep my job.
Okay. So, what communication did you have from your employer formally with respect to vaccination with COVID-19 vaccines?
Well, we found out on October 1st of 2021 that the COVID vaccines would be mandatory by November 29th, 2021. And we did receive email confirmation.
And I'll enter into the record as Exhibit 1, the Nova Scotia Health Authority notice to Ms. Blauvelt that she would have to get vaccinated or lose her job. What did receipt of that notice do to you?
It made me spiral out of control and go into a grave depression and anxiety. And my last day worked was October the 1st. I worked in the emergency department. That night, too, I had a coworker say that anybody that did not take the vaccine was being selfish because we were in a pandemic and we were putting others at risk.
Were comments like that reprimanded or dispelled by senior supervisors or other people in the administration or clinical staff?
Well, I never reported it or anything.
So on October 1st, you had a shift. Mm-hmm. I'll indicate to the commissioners that October 1st, 2021 is the first date on which a proof of vaccination mandate was issued in Nova Scotia. And it's contained in one of the Section 32 orders of that date. So you went into mental health crisis, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And what did you do?
I reached out to the crisis response team.
And who would the crisis response team be? What is that?
It's a mental health department that's within the outpatient department in the hospital.
And did they see you?
They did.
And what happened?
They put me in contact with a psychiatrist.
And how soon did you get to see a psychiatrist?
Right away.
Would it have been within days of October 1st?
Yes.
Within a week of October
Yes.
1st? Okay. And following consultation with that psychiatrist, what was the result?
He put me off work for 3 months due to the stress and anxiety, low mood, the depression, and the stressors, financial stressors, all that stuff that were...
Okay. And I believe that the formal notice from the doctor was actually in the form of an attending physician report, an APR form.
Correct.
As it's known, Nova Scotia Health Authority. And so that will be entered as Exhibit 2. And would you please turn to that document now? And what exactly did the doctor put in the form of a reason for putting you off work?
Stressed due to the mandatory COVID-19 vaccination mandate at work, and the symptoms, anxiety, low mood, panic attacks, lack of energy, poor concentration.
There are some dates on that form referencing the 15th of October 2021.
Correct.
Do you understand what those dates reference?
That may have been the day that I seen him in his office, but I did see him in the through the crisis response before that date.
Okay. And so for how long did he put you off work?
For 3 months.
While you were off work, did you receive correspondence from your employer or your union?
Yes.
And what correspondence did you receive?
We had to fill out the Nova Scotia Health COVID-19 immunization disclosure form.
So you say we, are you referring to a group or yourself?
All the employees.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. So you received that same correspondence asking you to fill out a COVID-19 immunization disclosure form?
Yes, and the advice by my union is that I should do it.
And so COVID-19 immunization, is that how it was discussed in your workplace, that COVID-19 vaccines would immunize you against COVID-19?
Yes.
So did you comply?
No. Oh, well, I did with the form, but I did not comply with the mandate, no.
And when you filed the form, what date was it on which you filed that form? I'm believing it was October 24th?
The 24th of October.
Okay. And how long did it take them to respond to your disclosure form?
October 31st, my religious exemptions were all denied.
Okay. Was any reason given in that denial you received on October 31st?
No.
So you mentioned exemptions. So at what point did you take any steps to obtain an exemption from this policy requiring COVID-19 vaccination?
Well, right away I started, but I got one October the 23rd. It was a sworn affidavit by a lawyer. And then I had a handwritten one that I had did out, and one from my pastor as well.
And what did you do with those 3 documents supporting what you were hoping would be a grant of an exemption?
Well, I had to attach them into this email, this COVID-19 disclosure form.
Mm-hmm. And did you?
I did, yes.
So that
We're going a little past time.
already? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. Rapid fire. Okay.
Okay.
Another gear. All right. So Exhibit 3 will be, thank you, Commissioner. Exhibit 3 will be COVID-19 immunization disclosure forms and the exemption letters that had been submitted. The response you received from your employer was a denial, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you at any time contact the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission?
Yes, I did.
And what assistance were you looking for from them?
Well, I was hoping that they would uphold my right to my God-given right to my body and my personal choice and my creed.
And when was it you contacted them?
September 2021, I started writing them when the word was going around.
And what time frame did they give you that you should receive some response from them?
4 to 6 weeks.
How long was it before you heard from the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission?
They did write back asking for my exemptions in November.
In November of what year?
2021. I attached them all, and then I did not hear back until a year later, November of 2022.
And at that time, did they confirm that an investigation would be undertaken?
No.
What was the nature of the response?
That it was a complaint process, and they said, thank you for your patience.
I'll note that Exhibit 4 is an email from the employer, Nova Scotia Health Authority, communicating denial of Ms. Blauvelt's requests for religious exemption to the COVID-19 vaccination. And Exhibit 5 is the email stream between correspondence between Ms. Blauvelt and the Commission about her request for a religious exemption. I'm going to check with the timekeepers. I understood that we were going to have the break was going to be forfeited so that we could continue with her.
I will double check on that.
Thank you. Because these exhibits only became available today, so that we would have to take an extra 10 minutes. In any event, so did you make other efforts to pursue the answers to your concerns?
Yes.
And to whom in the way of public officials did you write?
I had wrote my local MLA, Zach Churchill. I wrote the Member of Parliament, Christy Anchemont. I wrote Dr. Strain. I wrote Tim Houston and the Health Minister.
Would that be Michelle Thompson?
Correct.
Exhibit 6 will be correspondence with public officials. Did you get an answer from any of them?
The only one that I did get a response back was from the Health Minister, but it wasn't signed by her, and it did not address any of my questions.
Okay.
It just said that the reason why they were continuing to keep the policy in place was to protect the vulnerable population.
Was there any science supplied?
No. Just that they continued to listen to the science, basically. There was no evidence really given.
And you then corresponded with your employer, I understand, in the way of a conditional acceptance?
Correct.
And what was the nature of that document, conditional acceptance to get vaccinated?
Well, yes, I outlined the possible adverse effects and reactions to the vaccine. And if I was to get the vaccine and was compromised or injured in any way, if they would support me or take liability.
And did you get a response to that conditional acceptance letter that you provided?
I did. They said that they received it and that they were considering it with their colleagues with People Services, and I did not hear any more about it.
Exhibit 7 will be that conditional acceptance letter and the employer's response. We do have a few more questions, if I may beg the patience of the commissioners. I understand that you and other employees of the Yarmouth Regional Hospital initiated a process of notice of liability, which was then served on Tracy Unger, Director of Employee and Labor Relations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 8 will be notice of liability and the affidavit of service of the bailiff who served that notice of liability on the Director of Employee and Labor Relations. It was received by an assistant of hers. Again, any response from that?
No.
No. And you're a member of the CUPE union, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you grieve your matter?
I did, yes. December 14th of 21.
Okay. And then, and so you sent, I understand, your grievance to union local president Carl Kraus and union rep Andrew Baxter to initiate your grievance because your exemption had been denied, your request for exemption had been denied. You received a response to that on July 18th, 2022, I understand?
Yes.
On that day, sorry, what you
That's
received
when
was
the meeting
a meeting
was,
with
yes.
the senior human resources consultant of your employer.
Correct.
Yes. And did that bring satisfaction?
No.
You were then denied your grievance, I understand it, on September 13, 2022.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Was that step 3 response?
Yes.
Okay. Has anything further happened with respect to your grievance?
No, I was just told that the union had the right to vote what case went to arbitration and what case did not, and I have not heard anything more.
Do you know whether your collective agreement includes a provision for voting on whose matter goes to grievance?
I was not able to find that in the collective agreement.
Exhibit 9 will be the grievance form and correspondence with the union. Exhibit 11 will be the collective agreement. So with respect to grievances and so on, Were you aware of the arbitration decision of Yvonne Mackey?
Yes.
And who's Yvonne Mackey?
She is an RN at the IWK.
Okay. So I'll ask the tribunal to take notice of the arbitration decision of Yvonne Mackey. That will be provided as Exhibit 10. Yvonne Mackey is a nurse with the IWK, Isaac Walton Killam Children's Hospital, and she requested a religious exemption and was denied. Her matter was grieved. Her matter did go to arbitration, and she won. And it was noted that her employer violated the Human Rights Act in not granting her the exemption that she requested based on her religious beliefs. So what is the state of your employment now and your career?
Well, I'm not allowed still in this province to work in my profession. I've been considering moving out of province so I can continue to work.
As it is now, the ongoing public health order, Section 32 order, requires for you to return to work that you would have to be vaccinated with COVID-19 vaccines.
Correct.
Is that correct? And you did, I understand, recently have a conversation with, or attempt a conversation with, Karen Oldfield, of the Nova Scotia Health Authority?
Yes, it was called the Community Conversation at the Rod Grand Hotel in Yarmouth.
And also Michelle Thompson, Minister of Health and Wellness,
yes,
was there on January 18th, 2023?
Correct.
And what happened there?
Well, I had the chance to speak. They did not answer any of my questions. I was very passionate. I told them how it affected my life. I asked them how long they plan to keep us on unpaid administration leave. And actually, the microphone was taken out of my hand and they told me that's enough, because I had one more question that I wanted to ask. And the question being is that most healthcare workers only received the 2 shots in 2021, early 2021. According to their very own experts and their good science, the very small amount of immunity wanes within 4 to 6 months. So technically, these employees are no longer considered vaccinated according to their science. So why are they allowed to continue to work while I continue to be punished and not allowed to work in my profession?
I'll ask. Okay. All right. All right. And I will just note that for the Commissioner's sake, that the definition of fully vaccinated is in Part 1 of the July 6th, 2022 order. So you'll find definition of what is fully vaccinated, and the fact that healthcare workers such as an LPN do fall within that definition of the application of that requirement for vaccination. I'll leave it to the Commissioners to have any questions. I should note that let's see. Those are all the exhibits at this point. Do you have any questions, Commissioners? No. Thank you, Ms. Blauvelt.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have a special video presentation from Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Everyone, I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I'm the author of 3 books, Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, and Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life. I've been asked by the Honorable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility and we copied the first mover, which was essentially Communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims. And we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. Imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear. Then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the conservatives who are listening, we failed as conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
The National Citizens Representative stands before the Canadian government, representing the people. I would like the government to apologise to all the children.
But yeah, I really saw, and we are still 3 years later dealing with the mental damage that has happened to our children because of what the government has done.
My daughter is in high school, and the messaging at high school, which was very similar to the messaging we would have heard in the news, was that we all need to do our part for the greater good and follow these protocols and these mandates.
I was very concerned for my family throughout the pandemic. A lot of the rules that we were asked to follow stopped making sense, and a lot of them seemed to contradict each other.
I personally had an issue with the comments about, you must wear a mask, you must get vaccinated because you don't want to be responsible for the death of someone you love, like a grandparent.
But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness.
This is not the country that I grew up in. It's been a horrendous 3 years, and
why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children?
As a medical professional, every day I see the impact of what these mandates have done.
But are you okay with what they did to us? Are you okay with what they did and how easily they could just pull the pin on our lives? But I have kids, and they deserve better than this.
And unfortunately, it got to the point that the policies no longer made sense, and we really began to fear about the impact that these policies would have on not just us as a family, but especially on my child. My background, my educational background was in psychology, and kind of at the forefront of my mind throughout the past 3 years is what are the long-term effects going to be on our young children. We're going to see a lot of mental health issues such as depression in our younger generations that had to find a way to survive the last 3 years. I don't think we fully understand the scope of the damage that's been done.
So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens?
It created a them versus us camp, where if you followed suit, you're being a good citizen, everything's okay. If you don't, you are then almost shunned from what should be our natural rights to work, to go to school, to buy groceries, to do whatever you need to do. I just saw this as a divisive tactic that I couldn't really find any real rooted truths in.
My daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government.
I think the government has to change in a lot of ways.
When you think about it, when in history has the government coerced students to do things they don't want to do? And then on top of that, they're giving them free credits if they agree to get a booster. I want the National Citizens Inquiry to stand before the government and ask them, why are you mandating children? They know they made poor choices. It's now their responsibility to apologize and resign. Hold themselves accountable.
In order for us to move forward as a country and not walk through these egregious, errors that have been made, we need to maintain open conversation. We need to not silent people who have different views. We need to have open and honest conversations and debates again. We need to allow ourselves to go, you know what? You have a differing opinion? Well, let's explore that together. And not shut down the ones who weren't, shouting out the government message. I think that's going to be really important in the medical community. Again, let's have conversations. I heard once that science is not to be trusted, it's to be tested. And that's what we did not see happen.
Yeah, I spent 3 years apologizing to my family for something that's not my fault.
Love each other. When the National Citizens Representative stands before the Canadian government, representing the people, I would like the government to apologize to all the children.
But yeah, I really saw, and we are still 3 years later dealing with the mental damage that has happened to our children because of what the government has done.
My daughter is in high school, and the messaging at high school, which was very similar to the messaging we would have heard in the news, was that we all need to do our part for the greater good and follow these protocols and these mandates.
I was very concerned for my family throughout the pandemic. A lot of the rules that we were asked to follow stopped making sense, and a lot of them seemed to contradict each other.
I personally had an issue with the comments about, you must wear a mask, you must get vaccinated because you don't want to be responsible for the death of someone you love, like a grandparent.
But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness.
This is not the country that I grew up in. It's been a horrendous 3 years.
Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children?
As a medical professional, every day I see the impact of what these mandates have done.
But are you okay with what they did to us? Are you okay with what they did and how easily they could just pull the pin on our lives? But I have kids and they deserve better than this.
And unfortunately, it got to the point that the policies no longer made sense. And we really began to fear about the impact that these policies would have on not just us as a family, but especially on my child. My background, my educational background was in psychology, and kind of at the forefront of my mind throughout the past 3 years is what are the long-term effects going to be on our young children. We're going to see a lot of mental health issues such as depression in our younger generations that had to find a way to survive the last 3 years. I don't think we fully understand the scope of the damage that's been done.
So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens?
It created a them versus us camp, where if you followed suit, you're being a good citizen, everything's okay. If you don't, you are then almost shunned from what should be our natural rights to work, to go to school, to buy groceries, to do whatever you need to do. I just saw this as a divisive tactic that I couldn't really find any real rooted truths in.
My daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government.
I think the government has to change in a lot of ways.
When you think about it, when in history has the government coerced students to do things they don't want to do? And then on top of that, they're giving them free credits if they agree to get a booster. I want the National Citizens Inquiry to stand before the government and ask them, why are you mandating children? They know they made poor choices. It's now their responsibility to apologize and resign. Hold themselves accountable.
In order for us to move forward as a country and not walk through these egregious, errors that have been made, we need to maintain open conversation. We need to not silent people who have different views. We need to have open and honest conversations and debates again. We need to allow ourselves to go, you know what? You have a differing opinion? Well, let's explore that together. And not shut down the ones who weren't, shouting out the government message. I think that's going to be really important in the medical community. Again, let's have conversations You know, I heard once that science is not to be trusted, it's to be tested. And that's what we did not see happen.
Yeah, I spent 3 years apologizing to my family for something that's not my fault.
Love each other. When the National Citizens Representative stands before the Canadian government, representing the people, I would like the government to apologise to all the children.
But yeah, I really saw, and we are still 3 years later dealing with the mental damage that has happened to our children because of what the government has done.
My daughter is in high school, and the messaging at high school, which was very similar to the messaging we would have heard in the news, was that we all need to do our part for the greater good and you know, follow these protocols and these mandates.
I was very concerned for my family throughout the pandemic. A lot of the rules that we were asked to follow stopped making sense, and a lot of them seemed to contradict each other.
I personally had an issue with the comments about, you know, you must wear a mask, you must get vaccinated because you don't want to be responsible for the death of someone you love, like a grandparent.
But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness.
This is not the country that I grew up in. It's been a horrendous 3 years.
Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school?
Our next witness is Josephine Fillier, who will be appearing virtually. Josephine, do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Hello, Josephine.
Hello.
Can we turn her volume up a little bit because I really can't hear you. Thank you. Okay. Can you please tell us your full name, where you live, and what do you do?
My name is Josephine Fillier, and I am from St. John's, Newfoundland, and I am a stay-at-home mother to 3 children.
In your submission to National Citizens Inquiry, you advised us that you received the vaccine in 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, June 18th.
June 18th. What prompted you to get vaccinated?
Well, basically at the beginning of COVID, everything was locked down, and I was doing my high school diploma, trying to get it after 13 years of being a stay-at-home mom. And I had to quit because the kids went online, and I had to, help them with their online studies, and I couldn't focus in my house doing my work. So I became depressed, isolated, and all these things. So when the injections came out to get, the Olympic bubble was closed, and my partner was in Niagara Falls, and it would be my first trip off the island. So I decided to leave. He paid for the trip, and I went to Niagara Falls, but to get it, I had to get the COVID injection into my body because I was in fear that the government would come to my house, and there was all kinds of fear based online and the news and everything at the time.
So, Josephine, it sounds like you were quite apprehensive about getting the vaccination. Is that true?
Yeah, I had severe anxiety attacks. Like, I've been struggling with depression and anxiety since I was a little girl, but it was very manageable. I was on antidepressants and anxiety meds, and they helped me out a lot. But my intuition, I guess, told me not to get this COVID injection. I knew something was off about it anyways, but since I was in fear and I really wanted to go visit my partner who was in a different province, and I didn't want to isolate away from my children for 2 weeks upon arriving home. So I ended up getting it, and I knew it was the biggest mistake of my life.
Okay. Josephine, where did you go get the vaccination?
At the Village Mall here in St. John's.
Okay. Do you remember who administered it to you?
It was an LPN-K Chidley.
Okay. Before administering the vaccine, did the LPN explain the potential risks or benefits of the vaccination for COVID-19?
No, basically all they said was that I would have a fever and a sore arm, and they told me to stay for about 15 minutes just to make sure I didn't have a reaction. So I took my paper that had my lot number and the stuff to do in case you have like a fever or a sore arm or anything like that, and I just sat down, and then I was fine after 15 minutes, so I went home. I took the bus and I went home.
Prior to the vaccine, did you have any health issues? Were you an active person? Were you eating healthy? Can you describe your lifestyle a bit to us and how that's changed or since then?
Well, before I was a very outgoing, active person. I wasn't in fear of anything. I was like, a bubbly type person, and I have ADHD, so I'm always active. Like, I wake up in the morning and I can go all day long, and it runs in the family. So like, my mom's like it, my sister's like it, and ever since then, I've had to basically slow down a lot, because if I exert myself much, I feel like my body is shutting down.
Okay. Just for the Commission's records, the vaccine itself was Pfizer?
Yeah, I had one dose of
one
Pfizer.
Dose. Do you have the lot number on you, Josephine?
Yeah, I keep checking it to see if there's any adverse side effects. So it's FA 9093.
Josephine, what happened after you received the vaccine? Just refresh my memory with that. So, because you said you went home, you were fine at first.
Yeah, well, I was fine. It takes me about like 45 minutes to an hour to get the bus from the mall to my house, and I had prior to the vaccine, I had a bruise in my right thigh, and it never healed fully. So when I went home, I was laying down on the couch, and I noticed that there was a severe burning pain in my leg. And I thought that something was seriously wrong, that I was clotting maybe something was going on with my leg. And so I put my feet up on the back of the couch just in case to elevate my feet. And it just escalated from there.
How do you mean escalated?
Basically, the burning never went away. Even 20 months later, it's still there. It escalated to crawling sensations, like I had bugs on my legs, which are still there today. I had swelling and internal vibrations, and then I had lumps all over my legs, on the back of my thighs, and on my shins.
Josephine, with all the symptoms that you're showing, did you report those to a healthcare professional, to your doctor, or did you go to the hospital?
No, I actually went to my doctor. He's been my doctor for 23 years now. He knows my entire medical history, my mom, my sister, all of our kids. And he gaslit me the entire time. I was telling him about the lumps on my legs, and he just told me to get compression socks. I told him about lumps in my scalp, in my head, that were very painful. And this remark was really, really upsetting because he told me that if I didn't look for lumps, I wouldn't find any. And I thought that, you know, if you check lumps, you have to check your body. You have to be self-aware. You have to understand your symptoms in case it could be like, you know, a tumor or cancer or something. So once I noticed that there was lumps on my leg, that was the first indication that something was going on with either my lymph nodes or my blood vessels.
That, how long after the symptoms appeared did you contact your family doctor? I'm trying to understand from the time you received the vaccine to the time the symptoms appeared, and then you reported them to your physician, to your family doctor. How much time had lapsed?
Approximately maybe a month or two, because I got it June 18th, 2021, and then around the beginning of August, I made my first appointment, and then he basically brushed it off. So I just, you know, went home, and the fall came, and then the winter came, and more symptoms started happening.
Do you know if your family doctor submitted any of your symptoms to the CARES system, the Canadian Vaccine Reporting System? Are you aware of any of that?
The CARES?
Yes, the CARES.
No, I had to do that myself. Like I said, he was gaslighting me. He even said to me that it's not connected to the vaccine, the COVID injection, because he knew of somebody who impersonated someone and took 77 injections, and they're fine.
I believe that reference is in regards to a person in Germany, and it was reported in the media, who took a number of extra vaccinations in order for the benefit financially. Whether that's proven or not, I'm not certain of. But Josephine, your family doctor didn't accept the symptoms that you were showing physically, not only from a psychological perspective, perhaps due to anxiety or depression or heightened anxiety because of what you've read from the research, but you actually had physical ailments, physical symptoms, and your doctor was completely dismissive of that. Did you seek a second opinion? Were you able to go, perhaps go to the Emerge or the hospital to speak to another physician about that?
No, because like I said, this doctor has been my doctor since I was 10. I literally trusted him with my entire life. Like, I didn't know about the injections. I didn't know about anything at this time. I just knew that something was wrong with my body, and I needed to find out what it was because I did not feel well at all. I felt like I was dying.
Did your doctor run any tests on your blood, for example, or any other tests to ascertain to see what potentially, if there's an issue?
Yeah, I actually had to have a severe mental breakdown in his doctor's office about a year ago in order for him to do anything, because he gaslit me so much for a long time. And then I had to like literally cry out for help, saying, I know something is wrong with me. I need help. Nobody believes me because my own partner didn't believe me. My family didn't believe me. My friends didn't believe me. And I needed some help. I felt so alone, and I needed a professional at least to acknowledge me. And so he ended up getting me a referral to a neurologist. He gave me blood work for just like, regular calcium, proteins, and all this stuff. And then that came back normal. So then somebody told me to get a D-dimer test done. So I went back a couple of weeks later, got that done, that came back normal. Then I was suffering with vertigo the summer just passed in 2022, and I felt like I was drunk. And I'm taking care of my kids, and I was feeling so sick for a week, and I couldn't walk. I felt really unwell. So then he got me a CRP test done to see if I had chronic inflammation, and that came back normal. So I just saw my neurologist on Thursday past, and he now told me that it could possibly be dysautonomia, and it's an autoimmune response to the vaccine. And then he told me that I need to get an MRI done, and I need to get a lot of blood work to see if it's an autoimmune response, and to also check for connective tissue damage.
For the commissioners, the lab report as well as the outpatient specimen collection requisition would be exhibited as TR-21, TR-21A through to F. So TR-21, TR-21A through to F. Then it also includes the immunization record. Josephine, how did it make you feel when, bearing in mind we were becoming a bit of a, actually no, I'm going to skip forward just a little bit in the interest of time, because I think we have an understanding how you were feeling at the time and everything you went through. Did you go to the Freedom Convoy?
Oh yeah, I found out about the convoy on Saturday, and then everything was planned for me to leave on Monday in order to go to the truck convoy.
Thank you. What happened as a result of your attendance to the Freedom Convoy?
Well, I took myself off of my medication because I no longer trusted pharmaceuticals because of my injury. And so I also took my children out of school for those 2 weeks while I was gone because they just came back after another lockdown, and I didn't want to put a mask on their face. So I ended up going to the truckers convoy, and my social worker, who has been involved with my file for a while, she thought I was having a severe mental breakdown. So when I came back February 7th into Newfoundland, on February 8th, she came and told me that they had to remove my children until further investigation.
When were the kids removed from your custody?
February 8th, my 2 boys.
Of last year, of 2022?
Yeah.
Very sorry to hear that. And you're working on this actively to regain custody of your children?
Yeah, well, my oldest has come home as of December, but my youngest is having some behavioral issues at school. So my social worker wants to make sure that I am, okay with my mental health, and he has support and I have support before he can return home, but he's in the process of transitioning back.
Very good. Just a couple of more questions. You said that you've come off medication earlier this year. Can you just briefly describe what medication you were on and what it was for?
Well, I don't remember the name of my antidepressant, but I was on antidepressants, and then I was on lorazepam for my anxiety because I was in abusive relationships and had childhood trauma, so I have severe PTSD from all of that. So, but everything was fine. It's just that since I got this injection into my body and I knew something was seriously wrong, I no longer trusted pharmaceuticals or doctors.
You said you've had anxiety and depression since childhood, which you also said got heightened because of the vaccination. How was your mental health up to and when you were? How was your mental health affected after you received the vaccination? Did your symptoms increase, or did they stay about the same? What happened?
My symptoms seriously increased from basically depression and anxiety to severe panic attacks where I felt like I was having a heart attack constantly. I had chest pains, electrical shocks in my chest. I had chronic fatigue and anger issues. And then basically it just escalated from that to I had a tremor in my leg last April because I was out for a walk and I became chilly, and my right leg, so like when I came home, I put my feet on the heater like I normally do to warm up, and then my leg just started shaking uncontrollably. And it's basically affected my entire nervous system. I have severe nerve pain, like my feet go on fire, and it's mostly my right leg. That's what I don't understand. Like, I guess since I had the bruise there, and with my research, the spike protein possibly started attacking that one part of my body, and then it spread throughout my entire system. But even now, like, my neurologist checked my leg, and he said that my leg is much more weaker than my left leg. So I have a severe pain all the time, like numbness. My foot goes numb, it goes on fire, crawling, and pins and needles, shooting pain, stabbing.
Thank you, Josephine. I really appreciate it. While I do have more questions, I do not have more time. So I'm going to refer to the commissioners for any follow-up questions. No questions. Thank you, Josephine. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please tell us your name, where you're from, and what did you do?
My name is Linda Adshade. I'm from Oxford, here in Nova Scotia. I worked with Nova Scotia Health Authority from 2009 until, let me see, probably October of 2019. At that point, I took a position with public health. Please don't shoot me.
Linda, I understand you've had a lengthy career with Nova Scotia Health Authority, but I'd like to focus on your most recent role with NSHA. Can you tell me how you came to be in the position, what the position is, and what it entailed?
So there was a broad letter sent out. They were looking for many people to come to work with them for the lab results. So you had the negative and you had the positive lab results. So
negative lab results for what?
Oh, sorry, for COVID-19.
So COVID-19 tests that people...
Yeah, the PCR tests.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So I was put in a position to look after the negative lab side of it. So when I went there, I actually started off doing the vaccine clinics. Was pulled from there to go back to work remotely from home. They made me the supervisor of about 5 people at that time.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, you had a different role. They advertised this role specifically that deals with COVID-19 test results.
That's correct.
And you assumed that role, and it was completed remotely. You did not have to attend the office.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you tell me more about what do you mean you received, or you were in charge of the negative tests? And what was the overall purpose and of that scope as well, please?
Okay. So I would get all the information in the morning. Then my staff would call all of the individuals on the list to give them their PCR test results. And we only dealt with the negative side. That's the only people that we called.
Okay, so that means, if I understand correctly, people throughout the province would attend testing centers.
Mm-hmm.
They would get the COVID vaccine tests done,
Correct.
the swabs, whatever the case may be, and then you would receive the test, the lab results.
Right, that's
and
correct.
would that include then contact information for the individuals?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what would you do with the test results?
So with the test results, so in the morning I would get this huge file. Of course, you can imagine how many people are being tested. Once I got that file, I would then take the file and separate it. I would keep all of the data for myself. I needed that information to deal with situations, but my staff only received the negative lab results. So they would have the name, all of their information, so that we could confirm, you know, may I speak with so-and-so? Could you please give me your name, your date of birth, health card number, anything along those lines, just to verify. Then we would give them the test results.
Okay, and you said you received a big file in the morning that included all test results. So that
That's
would be
correct.
negative as well as positive.
Positive, yeah.
But you were focused for your role only on the negative aspects that you would then disseminate to your staff who make the contact with the people. Is there anything that you can tell us how that data that you received in those spreadsheets was related to information that was given to us on the televisions, through the media, or through the government messaging?
Okay. So I started getting a little, thinking to myself, wow, they seem to be like saying there's all these cases. I don't get it. So again, it came on an Excel spreadsheet. I was able to take out the positives from the negatives so that I only ended up with the positives. When I counted those up each day to the end of the week, they didn't match what they were telling us on TV, not even close. They were saying thousands of people. There were not thousands of people in the run of a week. They were off by hundreds, not by 2 or 3, hundreds. I started thinking, okay, this is crazy. They're lying to people.
So based on the numbers that were shown on TV, it did not match up with what you had in front of you. You literally had the actual figures in front of you that they would have used to compile the numbers shown to the people in the province and around.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you take any steps about that? Did you follow up on that, or was this really more you were gravely concerned, but how did you feel about that then?
Well, I was upset because they were lying to the people. They were lying to us. They were lying to everybody. I didn't take it up with my management or my supervisor because I was met with a lot of resistance prior to that for my opinion on the vaccine.
We'll get to that too.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that. To surmise, your role as a supervisor gave you access to all the data, all the tests within the province, the entire province.
Yep, the entire province.
And the province inflated grossly, according to you, grossly inflated the numbers that they gave to the people in terms of how many people tested positive for COVID-19 in relation to how many actually tested positive.
Right.
Thank you. Josephine, now I'm going to move away from that, and let's talk about your story a little bit as well, because it is also very important. Your job that you had as the supervisor for negative COVID-19 testing, that was, you mentioned it was done remotely. Was it done, were you able to do that entirely remotely, or did you have need to go to an office at any time?
The only time I would have had to go to the office was to pick up equipment. But other than that, I worked remotely just from my kitchen in my home.
Okay. And what happened that changed your employment status? Did you receive notification from the province in regards to your vaccination or vaccination requirements, because there was mandates were coming in?
Yes.
For Nova Scotia Health Authority workers, employees, not just healthcare professionals, but all employees for the Health Authority.
Right.
Were you affected by that?
Yes, I was. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to enter Exhibit TR-17, which is a letter, an email that was sent out, and I just want to read just a short excerpt from that, if I may. The date on this is November 30th, 2021 at 10:29 a.m. It was sent by the COVID-19 policy request, and the subject was viral vector off of vaccination. Dear NS team member, you're receiving this letter as you have submitted an intent to decline COVID-19 vaccination or an exception request, medical or human rights, that has been declined or remains under review. COVID-19 vaccine core planning team and Nova Scotia Health Occupational Health Safety and Wellness team are continuously looking for ways to support healthcare workers impacted by the provincial mandate for those working in high-risk settings. So I just want to focus on those three little words to that high-risk settings. How high-risk of a setting was your home?
Well, let me put it to you this way. I live in the middle of absolutely nowhere, so unless a bear had COVID and come into the home, that's the only way.
But because it was really a rhetorical question in a sense, wasn't it? No, that's okay. I wanted an answer. But they send an email out to Health Authority employees, specifically addressed to those working in high-risk settings, yet your role was not in a high-risk setting because you had no contact. Ultimately, I'll sum it up as with the outside world, because you were working from home remotely with no need to attend the office.
No.
Is that true?
No.
Okay. I won't read the rest of it, but it will be there for the commissioners. I take it you received that letter because you showed an intent, or you gave them notice that you were not planning on getting vaccinated.
That's
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Did you feel that you had enough information about the vaccine, about its safety and efficacy before making that decision, or what prompted you to turn away from the vaccine?
There were several things. Basically that it was rolled out so quick. My understanding is a vaccine takes years to, not that I'm a doctor, nurse, scientist, or anything, just from understanding, it takes many years to produce a vaccine. I felt that this was too quick. 50 years ago, my mother was given a drug when she was pregnant. It affected me that I had, at the age of 22, cervical cancer from this drug that she took. It also affected my daughter, who also has precancerous cells. It can also affect my grandson. So I have a little issue with trusting that stuff without actually doing some good research. When I did all my research and looked into it, I did not feel comfortable at all.
You had obviously a very serious experience as a result of that vaccine. Do you remember what vaccine your mom got that might have caused it, that might have been responsible for that?
I'm not sure. I believe.
Okay, but that's fine. So based on that, you made a decision. I'm not going to. I just don't trust it. And you said you've done some research about this vaccine. Because of that decision, did you submit a letter of exemption or any other documentation to your employer, telling them, advising them of your hesitancy?
I did not. Again, I've worked in about 8 different areas of the hospital. I also worked at the doctor's office at one point. Not that this came from a doctor, but told by some of the staff was, don't even ask. Nobody's getting them.
So you were told, but basically, so your belief was that, well, I was talking to people, colleagues and workers, and they said, don't bother, so she chose not to.
That's correct.
What was your response to, you received this email about the need of vaccination. Can you tell me about that experience that led to your suspension or termination of employment with the Nova Scotia Health Authority?
So I had my manager ask me several times, about, getting the vaccine. I told her, you knew from the start, I'm not doing this. So she said, that you will be, put on unpaid leave, which could lead to termination, if you don't take this vaccine. And I said, I'm well aware of the consequences. And
so you had a conversation with your supervisor about the vaccine, your hesitancy, and you were advised of the potential consequences.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have an experience with your supervisor, or a specific chat with your supervisor or manager about getting vaccinated? And that supervisor then go and get the vaccine in order to make you feel safer about its safety. Can you tell me more about that, please?
So I was talking to her one day, about my hesitancy and explaining, things just don't seem to be adding up. She goes, well, I'm going to get mine this afternoon. My first one, when I get back, I'll touch base with you, because I was the supervisor. So she said I should be back by, 4 o'clock at least. So it's getting on to 6 o'clock. I still haven't heard from her. Finally, she calls me. She says, I am so sorry that I ran so late. I got my vaccine, and I got facial paralysis and had to go to the doctor.
So that certainly didn't.
No.
How did that make you feel, I should say?
I was like, okay, that determines it 100% for me.
So you had no support from your employer in regards to the vaccine hesitancy, not because you submitted a letter, but because you chose not to, and also not to I guess, speak up because you were under the belief that they were not going to be receptive anyhow.
Right.
Just in the interest of time, how were you then, I guess, laid off or terminated? Can you tell me what, as we move forward, to how that happened for me, please? Thanks.
So I think my last day with public health was 27th of November of 21. So thinking to myself, okay, I'm possibly going to starve to death here. So I decided to, okay, I guess I'm going to take early retirement. I still had 3 years to work to get my full benefits. Unfortunately, I don't have my full benefits. Sorry?
No, go ahead.
So basically, they just told me that as of December 1st, you're done. So I got up on the 1st of December to collect all my information off of the computer, and they had literally stripped me of everything. I could not get into my email. I could not check my pay. I could not look at anything.
So you were locked out effective. Was that a deadline for the vaccination requirement, or was that when you said I'm going to take early retirement, and that early retirement is going to be effective on December 1st?
No, because it didn't become effective until January.
Okay, so you were.
So I was
locked out of the
just
system
done.
a little early.
And I even called and said, can I not just get my email about my pay? Nope, you are done, and basically don't contact until you're vaccinated.
How has this impacted you financially? The early retirement, because it doesn't sound like you wanted to retire.
No, I didn't.
So, yeah. How did that affect you?
Well, we are just living on my husband's income at this time. Thank God, he's he's a good worker, he's a good man. So right now we're living on his income.
Once again, while I have more questions, in the interest of time, I will ask the commissioners if they have any questions.
Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Just had a question about the numbers that you were talking about at the beginning of your testimony. And I was just wondering how you know that the numbers you were getting every morning were for the entire province.
Because we called the entire province. So that was part of that's what they indicated when you first started working. You would receive all of the data of all of Nova Scotia. We called everywhere in Nova Scotia. It wasn't just within our area. We called right across Nova Scotia. So all the results came from the testing that was done here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, on the same topic, what was the gap you would see between what you could see on the Excel sheet and what was published? Was it a significant gap in terms of the number?
I would say anywhere from 200 to 400, possibly. Is that what you're meaning?
I mean, in terms of, was it like a twofold more, or because 200 is an absolute number? Is that what you're saying?
No, it wouldn't be an absolute number. So I would say that probably, I don't know, they were reporting 25 to 30% more than what was actually there.
Okay, so it's an increase about 25%.
Yes, I would say, yeah.
Okay, and any information on the cycle threshold on these Excel sheet, or is it blind?
They were sent to you every day, every morning at 8 o'clock. They were
No, I'm
sent
talking
to you.
about what was the level of amplification they were using to get the positive. Was it like fixed 40, 45 cycle, or you don't know? You don't have
I'm
this
not
information?
sure on that, to be
You don't have
honest
this
with you.
information?
Yeah. No, I don't have that information.
And how long was that reporting or communication to the public maintained? Was it stopped at one point? What was the time frame? It was since the beginning of the pandemic, and then it went on until.
It was still going on when I left in 21. They were still reporting. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
yes.
And
yeah.
it was going on after that.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate your time.
This lady, right? Katrina Burns, do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please tell us your full name, where you're from, and your occupation?
My name is Katrina Burns, and I'm from Truro, Nova Scotia, and I'm a substitute teacher.
And how long have you been a teacher?
I've been a teacher for about 7 years now.
Has that been in the public system? Or?
No, I was originally started out in the private school sector and then moved into Halifax Regional Centre for Education in 2020.
Okay, so you did approximately 5 years in the private system, and then you switched to HRC. When did you start at HRC, sorry?
I started in September of 2020.
Okay. So going back to the pre-pandemic era, sort of late 2019, early 2020, can you share a bit about what your life was like back then, family, community, etc.?
We were just a basically normal family who had just had our second daughter. I had my second daughter September 22nd of 2019. And we had planned to do, with my first daughter, I had gone out, I had done every activity possible, from stroller boot camp to play groups, and then with the birth of my daughter, obviously, in came COVID, and we were on lockdown essentially right away.
And did you know your neighbors pretty well at that time?
Very close with our neighbors, very, very close.
And at that time, you're in Truro now, but at that time,
I was in Hammonds Plains.
Hammonds Plains. And how long had you been living in Hammonds Plains?
7 years.
In the same community?
In the same community.
And then you started at HRCE in which month of 2020?
Well, it would have been August is when teachers usually go back.
Okay. And what was it like starting there?
So I had gone into the public school system as a substitute. So when they originally started in 2020, they had sectors of places where you were allowed to go to sub. So there was about, I think, 30 schools in my section that I was allowed to sub at. I kept it narrowed down to 2 schools, and I was lucky enough to get a job every single day at those 2 schools. But a lot of people had a problem or a difficult time finding employment during the time because of the limitation of where they were able to sub.
So over the course of 2020 school year, you were subbing between 2 separate schools.
Yes.
And you substituted pretty much every day.
Yeah.
And then the place that you worked in 2021, did you continue doing that, or?
Yes, so I ended up falling into a long-term sub position, which was a maternity leave at one of the schools that I was subbing at. And then that's where I had started of September 2021 in a grade 2-3 class.
And you had been subbing there at the
Yes.
same school the year before. Can you tell us a bit about your class that year in September 2021 and the school you were working?
Yes, so I was at a school named Sycamore Elementary in Sackville, and it was a lower income school with a lot of kids who had diverse needs. The class I was getting was a particularly difficult one with multiple students who had anywhere from behavioral needs to severe learning disabilities.
What grade was it?
It was a 2-3 split.
And so do you feel that in the course of your time teaching there, that you were able to make some progress, build some good rapport with the students in that class?
Absolutely. So from day one, I started my class similar to another teacher who was actually here, where we would kind of talk to each other about how we were feeling. We weren't able to have any kind of physical contact, but we would be having conversations in the morning about how we're feeling coming into the class, how we're feeling about our day, and kind of what our day would look like so that they were prepared throughout the day for their transitions.
And so you started in 2020. There had already been shutdowns the year before, and so the COVID protocols were sort of in place. We were about 6 months in, I think, at that time. Do you recall what sort of COVID measures were implemented in your school?
Absolutely. So when I was originally subbing in 2020 and started out, there were many different protocols in the different schools. So some schools went as far to have walkie-talkies so you could communicate if a child either fell on the playground or needed some assistance. That way, someone from the office would come and escort the child back to the office to kind of be looked at. That way it would keep kids from transporting through the school so much, and we could keep transmission down throughout the school. There were other schools who almost barely had any kind of protocol, and then Sycamore did have the same kind of protocol where it was down one side would be a class going down one side, another class coming up the other, sanitizing as soon as they came into the classroom or left or went to the washroom and came back in. Even if they had just washed their hands in the washroom, it was still sanitizer to come back into the classroom. There was also, if there was any sign of sickness, it was a call up to allow the principal to know so that we could then call their parents to get them to be picked up.
Were the kids subject to masking and social distancing?
Absolutely. So desks had to be, when I had gone into the 2-3 class, we were allowed at that point to put the desks kind of together, but they had to stay in those groups. There was no traveling around the classroom unless they had the mask over their face. They were able to bring their mask down while they were sitting at their groups. And I did have an area set up in my classroom beside the window for the summer months when it was really, really hot for the kids to go down and pull their masks down so that they could sit and get fresh air in the morning.
So based on your personal observation, how did those measures impact the daily life for students and teachers at the school?
It was so hard to go in the morning and see all of these kids with the mask up over their face and struggling to breathe, and struggling to kind of express themselves. It was almost like they had become kind of emotionless to what was happening around them. You had some kids who were so worried about getting COVID and spreading it to family members that they were just panicked as soon as they came in. You had kids who were also against the mask because obviously they had heard their parents talking, and they would fight you on the mask, and it was constant that we would have to remind them to pull their mask up over their face, and that they had to follow the rules in school that we were mandated to follow. So,
would you say that the kids generally kept their masks clean and sterile?
No.
When the COVID-19 vaccines came out, did you take one?
I did not.
And why not?
I had just felt really off about how fast things were coming out and how much pressure they were putting on people to go get a vaccination. Like, there had never been that much pressure put on any other kind of like flu vaccine or anything like that before. So I had not, like, it just seemed kind of fishy to me that we were pushing people to kind of go do this, and even against their will, even when they were asking for exemptions. So,
did you feel pressure to take the vaccine?
Absolutely. There was pressure on all ends, not like from my family, from family friends, from people at school, to just everyone all around me seemed to have kind of, like, our neighbors as well became people who would just constantly be reminding us, like, oh, well, you could just go get the vaccination. Like, it's easy. You could go get it and then all of this would be over. So.
Did you start noticing any differential treatment on the basis of this decision?
I did, especially for my 6-year-old. We grew up in a community where we all had kids together. And it became part where there were bubbles, and my 6-year-old daughter would sit in the window and stare out at her friends playing, and she wasn't able to go play with them.
Did you notice any differential care in the healthcare system?
Yes. So around October of 2021, I had been driving with my husband, and I felt a sharp pain just shoot down my left arm. And then it came to a point where I couldn't breathe. And we had to pull over, and I couldn't catch my breath. My heart was pumping from my chest, and so we went to emerge. I have a vast history of heart problems, everywhere from heart problems to blood clots to aneurysms in my family, including my father, who had his first heart problem at 27 years old, and I'm 33, just for reference. So I had gone in, and once we got to the hospital, there was screening for COVID, and I'm standing there clutching my chest, asking to be helped. And the woman went through the protocol, got to the question about whether or not I was a vaccinated individual, and when I said that I wasn't, it was at that point where she proceeded to then stop and tell me that her father-in-law was not vaccinated and was against the vaccination, and decided after she had a long talk with him that he would go get it. So therefore I should go and get it because I'm just hesitant on the vaccination, as I'm clutching my chest thinking that I'm having a heart attack.
In the fall of 2021, when Nova Scotia announced the Nova Scotia COVID-19 mandatory vaccination protocol in high-risk settings, indicating that teachers would be required to have 2 COVID-19 vaccines, what was that like for you? What were you feeling?
At this point, I was incredibly worried for my future. I knew that I wasn't going to get the COVID-19 vaccination, especially after having gone through what I went through at the hospital, it just kind of reconfirmed that it wasn't something for me. If I wasn't going to get the care at that point, if something did happen when I did take the vaccination, I wouldn't have the care at that point either. At that point, I just felt that I couldn't go through with it.
Were you worried about your job?
Very much so, but I was also more so worried at that point about the 21 kids who were sitting in a classroom who also needed to have that constant or consistent support and the constant reassurance from someone in the morning that they were going to be there and be that support for them. Some of these families were children who didn't have the proper support at home or the proper care at home and who needed someone there. And then there were other kids who struggled very much with bullying and were coming back to school and struggling with their reading and their writing and needed that support. So it was these 21 kids who weren't going to have that support from me that I was giving them, and I didn't know whether or not the replacement or my replacement would give them the same amount of care. So I was worried about losing my job, and financially it obviously put a strain on my life. However, I was more so worried about the 21 kids that I was teaching.
Did you attempt to get an exemption from your employer?
I did. So I had sent in an email explaining why I felt that I couldn't get the COVID-19 vaccination, and I was denied the exemption.
Did you provide me with a copy of that response from HRC?
I did, yes.
Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Yeah. So it's Exhibit TR0007B. And do you mind if I read an excerpt from their response?
Mm-hmm.
So after careful consideration, I have concluded that the information provided is not sufficient to support the need for an accommodation. Further, I note that your position as a teacher requires that you interact directly and in close proximity with students. As such, even if you are entitled to an accommodation, Halifax Regional Centre for Education could not accommodate it without undue hardship. So they felt you had insufficient information, and they state that even if you had sufficient information, they would not grant an exemption.
Mm-hmm.
Did you also inform your employer that you would be willing to wear a mask or test regularly as an alternative to vaccination?
Absolutely. So I had gone in every day wearing a mask, even though it was the most horrendous thing to try and teach with a mask on, especially when you're trying to teach kids who are trying to read. And I did tell my employer that I would test every single day if I could keep my position.
And what was their response?
No.
Did you also provide me with a letter of support from one of your students' parents addressed to Tim Houston, Zach Churchill, and Robert Strang, expressing their discontent with the mandates on account that their child was losing you as a teacher?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of that in front of you?
I do.
So that's Exhibit TR-0007A. And do you mind if I read an excerpt from there?
Sure.
So to Tim Houston, Zach Churchill, and Robert Strang, today I received notice that my 8-year-old son's teacher will be removed from her position due to this unethical, unnecessary, and illegal vaccine mandate being forced on all Nova Scotians by your government. I am irate. Katrina Burns is one of the best teachers my child have ever had. She is irreplaceable, yet you now unwisely and unjustly cause her to have to be replaced. Can you tell me a bit about this student?
So he was a young boy who had trouble in previous years with being bullied, and his mom had removed him from school in pre-primary, but then he wanted to go back to school and get to know some of his peers and kind of socialize with peers. So he had decided to come back to school. He had struggled very much with reading and his writing, and in the short time that I was with him, he made leaps and bounds compared to what he was, and he loved coming to school, which was vastly different from his previous years. So that made all of the difference in the world for him to come in every day and be as happy as he was.
Was this the only parent who had expressed support for you at this time?
No, so I was made to stay and go through parent-teacher. and go through all my parent-teacher interviews, which were all phone interviews at this point. And then afterwards was able to allow parents to know that I would no longer be their students or their child's teacher. And I had so many parents reaching out to ask, like, what can we do? Who can we contact? And given the response that I had received, I said, unfortunately, I don't think there is anything that you can do. But I appreciate very much the support. Yeah.
Did anything change your employer's mind?
No.
So you were placed on unpaid administrative leave?
I was.
When?
For December 1st so November 30th was my last day of work, and December 1st I was completely done.
So from the time, do you recall when the vaccination protocol was announced?
I feel like it was October 6th that it was announced.
So approximately early October, you find out that you're going to be placed on unpaid leave indefinitely. And then you stay in the school and you work there for approximately 2 more months.
Mm-hmm.
What was it like working there during that time, knowing that?
So I kind of kept my vaccination status hidden as long as I could, just to avoid any kind of bullying or kind of different treatment from the staff. Again, I worked at a very lovely school. For the most part, everyone was COVID conscious, but they didn't kind of judge me any differently once they found out. So I took the time to kind of let them know myself. The people who were very COVID conscious and were constantly checking numbers and constantly following all protocol to make sure that they didn't get COVID kind of stood back a little bit further from me, but there was never a point where they kind of treated me too much differently. They would just keep their distance.
Can you describe what it was like for you to leave school on your last day before your leave?
So the last day of work, the last week I was at work, I was asked to train the person who would be taking over for me, and to kind of help them with some of the needs that were in the classroom. So I spent the week packing up my classroom, and if anyone is a teacher in here, they know how much stuff teachers accumulate over the time. So I spent that week unpacking my classroom, but still leaving stuff so that there was a bit of normalcy for the kids. And then come the last day, it was a very emotional thing for especially my classroom, because they couldn't fully understand why I was going to have to leave, and they didn't fully understand why I couldn't just stay and teach them, even though I wasn't vaccinated, because I still followed all of the rules.
What impact did this have on your life, this experience?
So my life has drastically changed compared to what I did before. I was very much, I guess, what you could call a rule follower. I didn't go against the grain at all. I thought that I would have this wonderful life where I'd become a permanent status teacher. My husband would work, we'd make money, and our kids would grow up. And now we're living on one income. We've moved out of the community that we were living, and sold our first house and moved to Truro. We have lost family members. We have lost friends of family that have been family friends for 24 years since my dad passed. So to say that it's had a mass effect on my life would be like a valid thing to say. It's been horrible. My mental health has struggled incredibly. My kids have struggled. We've missed out. I had to miss out on dance recitals. I had to miss out on first-time things for my 6-year-old daughter. So it's been horrible.
Do you have any final words, Katrina?
I was very hesitant to come up and speak, just because I've kind of stayed hidden for a little while, especially with the move. I had a lot of backlash when it came to my choice and why I wouldn't just go with it, but I feel like it's very important to make note that I was classified in with a group of people just because they were fighting for a right, and I was then called a misogynistic racist, And if you know, like if the people who know me know that that's not who I am, that's not who I am as a mother, that's not who I am as a daughter, that's not who I am as a wife or as a teacher. So to be classified as that and to be treated the way I was treated by people who were a part of my life for so long is insane that this has happened.
Thank you, Katrina.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You started to mention that you used to be a rule follower.
Mm-hmm.
That's by temperament, I suppose. So have you now come up with being more questioning about rule?
Absolutely. Especially with my the time at the hospital where it was just like things were just dismissed. I definitely question a lot more. And especially when it would come to my kids, there's definitely a lot more question when it comes to vaccinations. Even my hesitancy to go to a doctor if my kids are sick or if I'm sick is huge at this point.
There's also another thing I miss in your, or maybe it's just me, when you went to the hospital, did they ended up treating you properly?
So no, I didn't get into that part, and but I was brought in and I went to triage, sat down, and the nurses were whispering behind triage, and then I heard them say she's unvaccinated. So at this point, they handed me the little monitor to put on my finger, and then they proceeded to put their gear on, and then threw my identification bracelet at me instead of handing it to me or putting it on. Asked my husband to leave, who had driven me in there and I live with, and then they brought me into the main area of the QE2 to kind of check my heart, but then again said she's unvaccinated, so moved me to another area. The room that I went into had a bed with dirty linen all over it, and the nurse took the linen, threw it to the side, and then told me to remove my shirt. Then another doctor came in, slapped the monitor on my chest, then ripped it off, and security escorted me down to a room that had plastic boards up the middle of the walls, and then signs posted all over that said droplet exposure. They then allowed my husband to come back in, but had him fully dressed in mask, headgear, like a gown, and made him sit 6 feet away from me. They then came in, they took my blood, they then administered a COVID test. They took the COVID test right away, stuck my blood on the door, and every nurse or doctor that came in had to put on new gear and take off the gear as they left the room. I saw probably 2 nurses, and then the doctor came in. The doctor disregarded all of my conversation about how I was feeling, proceeded to tell me they would not be sending my blood for any testing. They would send my COVID test, however, and I would hear back about my results from my COVID test, and then sent me on my way.
Is that normal protocol for these?
It doesn't seem normal. And my dad, as I mentioned, had multiple heart attacks, and when he went in, they did test his blood because usually the heart attack had passed by the time he got there. So I wasn't oblivious to that having to be done, but he told me that he would not be sending in my blood work.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Katrina.
Thank you.
Mr. DeRoche, do you affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please tell us your full name and where you live?
Kirk DeRosiers. I live in the South Shore, Northwest Cove.
What was your occupation?
I worked for a company called Admiral Insurance. I was a facility specialist for just a little over 13 years now.
What does that mean, facility specialist?
Dealing with the property itself within the building, contractors, vendors, health and safety, IT support, and ergonomic assessments.
Okay. And you were a volunteer in your community?
I do lots of volunteering in my community, yes.
Okay. Particularly, do you volunteer as a volunteer firefighter?
I do, yes, for District 1 Blandford.
I want to talk a little bit more about your volunteer firefighting. What was your, as a volunteer firefighter, for you specifically, what was your role? What were you doing there as a volunteer firefighter?
Well, for a particular role like that is a lot of extensive training and a lot of studying and learning about the equipment and the apparatuses on the fire trucks, and a lot of dealing with medical calls and learning about medical procedures.
You also,
I was studying for the MFR, Medical First Response.
You were studying, okay, excellent. Within that capacity as a volunteer firefighter, not only did you receive a lot of training, but would you suit up and attend calls, fire calls, and calls of that nature as well?
Starting off, I was just still training. I wasn't a full firefighter, but I would wear the gear and do drills and training exercises.
Okay. For those training exercises that you did, that would, when you see full gear, what does that mean? What do you mean by full gear? Does that mean you get the helmet, the
you'd
mask?
have the helmet, the full wardrobe, the tank, the scuba gear they call it, all the apparatus, all your equipment.
How much weight would that be? If you put
it's a little over 75 pounds.
75 pounds. So you'd have to be in pretty good physical condition to strap on this apparatus suit and then conduct exercises in that as well?
Not so much physical. I guess in an aspect you would have to be physical, but strong. Right. Because like I said, depending on the extra equipment that you have to carry, depending on the type of call or emergency you have, it could be overwhelming.
So in order to become a fully qualified firefighter, you said you had to undergo testing. What was there a test you did in 2021 in order to proceed in those qualifications?
Yes, in order to be a volunteer firefighter, you'd have to go to a doctor and do a full physical assessment to make sure that you're mentally and physically able to carry out your duties.
What's the test comprised of, the physical?
Like check your heart, measure the stress on your heart, doing treadmill tests, make sure that you don't have a hernia and any things like that. They check your blood pressure and make sure that it's normal, and make sure that there's no issues with like breathing.
What was the result of that test?
I was good. Good. Perfect.
Clean bill of health, good to go, ready to
Filled out all the forms, gave me the clean bill of health, sent it off to the firehouse.
And that was in early August of 2021?
It was, yes.
Okay. So you were fit for duty?
I was fit, yep.
Then you gave some consideration to getting vaccinated shortly after that, is that correct?
Well, not shortly after that. For the longest time, I was, so to speak, against it. I didn't think it was safe enough. I was really terrified and nervous. I didn't want to put that in my body because I just felt it was too soon to take something like that without extensive testing. So I tried as long as I could not to take the vaccination.
But you decided against it and you did take it?
At the end, yeah, I did. It was mostly due to peer pressure, the media, the medical doctors. Everyone was telling me that I have to take it.
Okay, so you went and got your first shot. How long after your, to put it in context for time, how long after your firefighter physical tests did you get the first shot?
The first vaccination was August 16th, and I got my physical August 17th.
So very, very closely together, obviously.
Yes.
Just for the record, the lot number would have been, this is Pfizer vaccine?
It was Pfizer, yes.
Do you have the lot number in front of you?
The lot number for that one was FA9099.
Now, before you received the vaccine, who administered it for you, and where did you go?
The first one I got was at the drive-through setup over in Dartmouth at the Dartmouth Hospital.
Okay. And do you remember who gave it to you, the person, or their
I don't,
qualifications?
unfortunately, no.
Okay, well, that's okay. Whoever administered this to you, did they warn you about potential risks, side effects, benefits of getting the vaccine?
At the time, they briefly said some stuff. I couldn't really remember. I don't know if I was just panicky or scared. It just happened so quick, and then they told me just pull over and stay in the parking lot for 20 minutes while someone looked after me.
And how did you fare out after the first shot? Any issues?
No issues, no symptoms, nothing. I was perfect after that, like it didn't even happen.
Wow. And then you decided to get the second shot as recommended.
Yep.
When was that?
That was on that was September 13th.
So roughly a month after the first shot.
Yes.
Give or take a few days. And that was also Pfizer?
It was Pfizer, yeah.
And do you have the lot number for that in front of you?
That one was FA9091.
And I'm going to ask the same thing as well for your second shot. Where did you go get that?
That one was at the Superstore.
And who issued that to you? Or who gave you that?
Unfortunately, I don't know.
Was it a pharmacist?
It was a pharmacist,
yes. It was the pharmacist at the Superstore?
It was, yes.
Okay. Did the pharmacist talk to you about potential risks or harms or benefits of the vaccine?
No, nothing at all.
Did you have to sign a form?
I did, yeah.
Do you remember what the form said by any chance? Or was it to lay things out for you, or was it just a consent form to receive?
It was a consent form for them to administrate it.
Yeah. You don't remember how many pages there were, what the consent form said?
I do believe it was just one page. But it was mostly, they were like, sign it or you're not getting it. Like, we got to hurry up and move along kind of ordeal.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any issues after the second shot?
Well, after the second vaccine, everything was same as the first. Everything was going good. No signs, no symptoms. Everything was okay, except on September 22nd. And that would have been a Wednesday, because I woke up and I was really kind of out of it. I wasn't feeling right. And I thought it was just because I was overworked at my job and doing the training. I was just tired and sore. I was having trouble breathing. I was like, oh, it's the middle of the week. I'll just push through, see what happens. But I remember waking up that day and it felt like someone was sitting on my chest.
Did you do anything about that, or what did you do after that?
No, I just played it off as, oh, I'm just getting run down with everything I've been doing at my company and at the firehouse. So I just thought, oh, I'm probably just getting a cold. Or I was thinking, oh, maybe it's symptoms from the vaccine. Maybe it's like, if you get a vaccine, you get like cold symptoms. I didn't really know. But that day I just drank a French vanilla just to warm up my lungs, to try to help myself to breathe.
You know, Kirk, I'm just going to backtrack just momentarily.
Yes.
Because there's one question I'd like to ask as well, just in regards to what the pharmacist the conversation you have with the pharmacist, considering you were a volunteer firefighter, pretty good shape, carrying heavy equipment, right? Potentially having, life, pulling somebody out of a house, of a car, operating the equipment. Because given your age and your health, were you given like a personal risk assessment by a pharmacist that your chance of becoming, to let you know what your chance of becoming seriously ill or dying should you contract COVID-19?
Nothing like that. No.
Nothing like that.
No.
Right, because you'd be one of the fitter people really around in the community at the very least, because of the duties that you would have to perform.
Mm-hmm.
So there was no consideration given whatsoever.
Nothing like that. No.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to move forward once again. So you had all these symptoms that you kind of just chalked up to work-related. I'm stressed, a little bit of this. So you carried on. You went to work that day.
Yes.
Can you tell me more? Just what happened, I guess, throughout the day, just briefly, and then what happened after that?
Well, it wasn't just that day. It was over time. I just kept thinking, oh, it's a chest cold, and it was probably within 2 weeks time frame of going back and forth to work and doing my training. I'm like. And I said to my partner quite a bit, I got this chest cold in my lungs, but I don't have a cough. And we did some research, and she goes to a naturopath about taking elderberry. It's supposed to be good for your lungs. So I tried that, and it seemed to be okay. But it was one of the last days at work. I remember I was doing a lot of activity, and it was all day. I was lifting stuff that's about 50, 60 pounds all day long. And then I just started sweating, and I felt a really bad pain, and I just couldn't catch my breath, and I had to leave.
Did you go to the hospital right after that because of how you were feeling?
No, I went home, and I just laid down, took a nap, and it seemed to be passing me, except for the sore lung feeling. And I decided that night to go to the firehouse for training, just because it was mostly just learning exercises. It wasn't physical hands-on. So I was like, I'll go there tonight and learn some stuff.
Okay. And once you get to the fire hall, can you tell me what transpired there?
Yeah, it was quite early as I got there, because I was still kind of overwhelmed a bit. But it was basically, we're just going around at the fire trucks and checking all the storage compartments. Mm-hmm. So if there was a scene where I was located, if one of the firefighters said, I need the fire axe, I'd know to go to compartment 10 on the truck to hand it to him. So it was just cataloging items on the truck. And then we started to do the MFR, Medical First Response Training. And the training that we're doing that night was checking blood pressure. And the first one was just the automatic where you push a button, and it just reads the cyst and diagnostic pressure for you automatically. But I remember the fire chief that night said, well, if you do get a medical call, what I want you to do first is use the manual, the one that you...
Oh, the little pump. And,
yeah. Okay. And I said to him, well, that's good, Chief, but I don't know anything about that or what to listen for, the blood coming or going. And he goes, well, since you asked about it, why don't you be the guinea pig or you be the volunteer to sit up front and show everyone? So I sat there, and one of the EMTs put the cuff on me, and his face just blanked out white. And he got right nervous, and I was like, what's wrong? And he read it, and it was 157 over something. And he goes, that's really high. What I'm going to get you to do is just sit in the corner away from everybody and just try to calm down. And I'd like to read that again. So it was about 45 minutes, and then he came and got me and asked, can I do your blood pressure check again? And the second time he did it, it was 187 over something. And he goes, that doesn't seem right because you're just sitting here relaxing. And I goes, well, what do you think? And he goes, I got to get you to the hospital immediately. And I'm like, oh, well, let's not go immediately. I said, I have a pain in my lungs for a while. I think it's just a cold, and that's interfering. He's like, no, you could take a stroke or a heart attack at any second. So I remember Tammy, my partner, came and picked me up and rushed me to the emergency room. And I got there, we walked in, and they asked were we vaccinated and stuff. And I was like, yeah. They took me aside. And Tammy, unfortunately, my partner, she wasn't vaccinated then, and they almost physically took her at the hospital. They wouldn't let her come in at all with me. She had to wait out in the car. And I first sat there after they kicked her out, and I was alone waiting for someone. Finally, the nurse came over and got me, and she put the blood pressure on me, and it read 212 over 137. And all I remember is getting thrown in a wheelchair, and they dragged me off to different rooms. The first room was the EKG, and then they rolled me down to another room and said, we're just going to put you on the monitor and check everything. And then one of the nurses noticed, your oxygen level's like extremely low. And I'm like, okay, I didn't know that it was low. I'm just doing my thing. So another doctor came in, and they were assessing the monitors that I was hooked up to. And one of the nurses was like, oh, you just got high blood pressure because of the work you've been doing at the firehouse. Once it goes down a little bit, we'll send you on your way, you'll be fine. And I kept telling her, well, does it have anything to do with a chest cold? Because I had pain in my lungs, and it was getting quite severe. She's like, oh, no, that's just because you're doing extensive work, and it's just your muscles sore. And I'm like, well, sore muscles doesn't have anything to do with my breathing. Like, I'm having trouble breathing. So the other doctor that came in the room was like, oh yeah, we should look into it a little more. And he's like, I'll be right back. I'll get you prepped for some tests. And then another doctor came in, and she was asking me some questions. And I was like, yeah, I had a pain. It was almost 2 weeks now. And it's like I'm having trouble breathing, and obviously now I got the extreme high blood pressure due to it, which I never had in my life. And she goes, oh, it fits the time frame. And I'm like, Doc, what do you mean time frame? Time frame for what, me coming in tonight? She's like, no, time frame for your vaccine. And I didn't mention anything then to the doctor. And I was like, well, what do you mean? She said, when did you get your vaccination? I was like, I got my second vaccination was September 13th. And she calculated in her head for a minute, and she goes, oh, that's a few weeks off. That's right where that lines up to what we see.
What happened after that?
And I'm like, well, what do you mean what you see? And she goes, well, we're seeing people with blood clots. She goes, don't be alarmed. I'm going to do some tests with your blood and just check. And she said at the time, we're going to check for a coagulation agent in my blood. So she drew my blood, and I was nervous because when they took my blood before, it was in the cup pretty quick, the little tube.
Okay.
But this was like motor oil, like it was really thick. So I was kind of sweating nervous because of that.
Mm-hmm.
So she came back with the tests with another doctor, and she's like, yeah, we're correct. You do have blood clotting agents in your blood. And then she said, don't worry about that. You don't have to be alarmed. Such percent of people have that, but it doesn't affect them. I'm like, well, obviously I'm being affected some way. So she goes to the other doctor, let's get you in a wheelchair and we'll take you up to get x-rays. So I went and got a chest x-ray, and then I came back to the room waiting for tests. And then another doctor I never saw came in with two other doctors, and they were talking amongst themselves, looking at the chart. And they said, yeah, we find there's some stuff in your lungs. I'm like, okay. And they're like, yeah, blood clots. And then they didn't really give any other information on that. And then the other doctor that was late coming in, they're obviously having a little chat, said, we got to get a CT scan. That's where you inject the dye into your body. So again, they threw me in a wheelchair and took me up there. And I remember as I was going up, and I was thinking to myself, well, this is crazy. Like, I was terrified. Like, you go in somewhat not feeling all right, but it seems like it was getting worse as soon as I got in there, because one of the doctors that was in the room was like, have oxygen on standby. And I'm like, oh, my lungs are going to collapse on me. I'm not going to be able to breathe. But they put me back in the room, and each time I did a test, it was 2 hours. And then my cell phone died, so I was in the room for altogether 15 hours without my partner, and I couldn't
15
contact
hours.
her.
They were running tests.
Yeah, and So after the doctors came back into the room, they said, the one doctor that wanted the additional tests, I can't really explain the words that he used. It's from memory, but he said,
Summarize it for us.
Extremely large quantity of blood clots in both my lungs.
So you went from having a clean bill of health, testing to be a volunteer firefighter, everything's great,
Yeah.
to all of a sudden severe issue with lung clots.
Yeah.
And within weeks of receiving the second dose.
Within 2 weeks of the second vaccination.
Within 2 weeks of the second
just-
vaccine.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened after that? Did they do further testing? Did they put you on medication? What happened?
No, they did. After they showed me the test and told me that, my partner, she was panicking. Finally, she called every floor, every office, every room, and one of the nurses came in and said, "Are you Kirk DeRosier?" I'm like, "Yeah." "Your wife's trying to get in touch with you, and we'll charge your phone." So they charged my phone. I talked to her, and she was upset and crying, thought I died because my phone died, and I told her I had blood clots.
No answer, yeah. No answer.
But they kept me in for another little bit, and they said, "Oh, you're going to be fine in a couple months. Just take the blood thinners. We'll get you in touch with hematology. Everything's going to be fine." And I knew it wasn't going to be fine because one of the doctors that was standing behind that doctor was just shaking his head like, couldn't believe that the other doctor was telling me it's going to be okay. But after I talked to my partner, she said, well, she was concerned that it had something to do then with the vaccine, especially when the doctor said, before I even mentioned it, it suits the time frame.
So did you have further tests done to see if there were, let me put it this way, do you know if the physicians that you were dealt with, or your main physician there, did they enter anything into that, once again, this vaccine reporting system to CARES? Do you know?
Well, that was it. Tammy told me to talk to them. I had the phone on speakerphone, and I said, well, the doctor knew, and obviously I put two and two together, just like that doctor. Like, this has something to do with the vaccine. All of a sudden, I got all these blood clots. So I asked the doctor that told me to go for the x-rays and the CT scan. I'm like, are you going to fill out the adverse reaction, that I had a reaction to the vaccine? And his words to me was like, it takes too long, we're not going to do that here. So they didn't fill out anything there.
Okay. We're getting a little bit short on time, Kirk, and there's a lot more that we would like to get to, but so I need to, just bring it. I need to shorten it up a little bit if we can.
Yeah.
What were the last one? Because this happened in September of 2021. We're now in March 2023, a year and a half later. What have the long-term implications been on you since that incident at the hospital to today?
I'm taking Xarelto. It's a high milligram of blood thinner, which the specialist said where it is affected through the vaccination. They have no idea how long I'll have to take these blood thinners, if it's only for a short period of time, or if I'll have to take it for the rest of my life.
See, a specialist said it is. They made the correlation to your blood clots to the vaccine?
Yeah, the hematology department at the Dixon building put two and two together, filled out the forms and sent it off to, I think they said, Health Canada, something like that. But I talked to them, I gave them the batch numbers and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I'm also taking now, because of that, 2 different types of medications for high blood pressure.
How has this affected your quality of life?
Till recently, I'd have to say I didn't have any quality of life. Since October 19th on, I'd say for the first 6 months after that, my health deteriorated so bad I was bedridden for 6 months. Couldn't do anything. That affected my mental health. I ended up putting on over 70 pounds. I'm still trying to get off me because I'm not being active. Because talking too long or walking too long or doing anything, it's too much on my body. I can't breathe. My lungs are on fire. I'm sore to this day. It's like someone's sitting on me all the time.
It's a long road to recovery.
It is, yeah.
Because we have your spouse coming up as well, I'm going to leave some of the questions that I would have for you in regards to the financial hardship. I will pose those to her instead, okay? Thank you, Kirk.
Thank you.
I'm going to see if the commissioners have any questions for you.
Thank you for your testimony. Just one question, and I hope you don't mind me asking. How old are you?
43 years old.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Just going to add in for the commissioners, for Kirk's testimony, the exhibits would be TR-18, as well as TR-18A and B, and they will be made available to you. I just received them this afternoon.
Tammy Clark, do you undertake and affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you please tell us your name? We know where you live because of Kirk. Your name and occupation, please.
My name is Tammy Clark, and I'm a coordinator for Public Works.
I'm going to do a continuation really right from Kirk's testimony, because you're his spouse, and the significant health issues that Kirk had would have had an impact on you as well.
Yes.
How were you affected by Kirk's health issues? I know it's a very broad question, but how were you affected? We know, we can imagine the distress you went through at the time he was at the hospital. So I'd like to focus more on the time since then. How has that impacted you and your quality of life and your relationship?
I had to receive a vaccine, both vaccines, after he had his blood clots in his lungs in order to keep my job. So
I'll get to that.
Okay.
I just one more.
So my quality of life.
Yeah,
in
just
general?
with Kirk, and then we'll talk. I want to get to that.
I'll wake up in the middle of the night to see if he's still breathing. I'm nervous to leave the house sometimes because I don't know if he's going to be okay. He's different because he doesn't socialize as much, or he's not able to do the physical things that he'd like to do or talk for long periods of time.
What impact does that have on you and your relationship?
I feel overwhelmed. I feel anxious. I feel depressed. And I feel alone.
Tammy, who were you working for when Kirk received his vaccines? Who was your employer at that time? Do you remember?
The province of Nova Scotia.
In what capacity, or what department for the province of Nova Scotia were you working in?
Education and early childhood development.
When the requirement came out for the vaccine, and bearing in mind, that Kirk had effects from the vaccination, what were your thoughts to the vaccine requirements?
I didn't want to have that vaccine.
Did you reach out to your employer and see and regarding those mandates? Did you send any emails or letters?
No, I didn't. I just asked my director at the time if there was any exemptions for someone who would feel traumatized by taking a vaccine that their partner had that affected them so much.
Did you send an email on November 19th to the NSGEU asking the union not to mandate vaccines?
I did.
What was the response to that?
They said as long as the employer has a policy that clearly states what they're going to do about vaccines, that was all they were going to require.
The contract that you have with the province and your role with the Department of Education, that have any mention of vaccination requirements?
It did not.
What was the reason given by your employer for requiring employees to be vaccinated?
So that we didn't spread COVID-19 to others.
Just going to think about what specifically was your role within the Department of Education. I know you said educator, but can you be a bit more specific? Can you elaborate on that a little, please?
I was a coordinator for the transcripts and international programs. I was only dealing with the people in my group, and there was 3 of us all together and no members of the public whatsoever.
So you had 3 of you working together as a group in an office setting?
Yes, an office of 300 to 400 people, approximately.
But how many for you? You said in a group of 3?
Just 3 for us in my division specifically.
Okay.
Including myself.
Including you. So there wasn't really no reason given for them why they required the vaccination, other than nothing at all? No reason, it's just that you need to get this done.
It was just so that we don't get COVID-19 or spread it to people around us. And that we are civil servants, so we are the people who the province would look to for direction, I suppose.
Okay. Did you seek an accommodation for a vaccine? I know you sent an email off to the NSGEU regarding asking them not to implement the mandates, but did you send any correspondence or asking them for an accommodation?
No.
How come?
I had people who I knew that were in my department and otherwise that had asked for accommodations, well, an exemption to the vaccine for religious reasons and reasons that were much worse than mine, heart conditions and things like that, and they were all denied. So I didn't bother to go that route.
So no accommodations or exemptions at that point then, you thought?
No.
So you felt you had choice in regards to getting a vaccination for your employment?
My choice was either be vaccinated or be unemployed with no income.
Which route did you choose?
I chose to be vaccinated.
How did you feel about that decision?
I felt like my autonomy was taken away. I felt like I didn't have the freedom to choose what chemicals were in my body. And I felt like I was taking a drug that hadn't been tested and that I could die or have something that's long-term like Kirk.
So you were scared?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
How long after, I guess to put it in perspective, with Kirk's health issues, did you go through this?
How long did I go through?
You know, like when Kirk had health issues, side effects, how long into his side effects, into his health issues, before you had to make a decision to get vaccinated? Is this early on after his vaccine injury?
It was about a month.
About a month.
Yeah.
So quite fresh.
So in November, I had to be vaccinated with my first vaccination. And his condition was diagnosed in October 19th.
So, weeks.
Yeah.
Barely. Do you remember where you got the vaccine?
Yes. At the independent grocer in Hubbard's, Nova Scotia.
Do you remember who administered it to you? Sadiq.
I don't know her name, but I could find it. I think there's only a staff of under 5 there.
Perhaps, do you know what her role is? Is it a pharmacist, a nurse?
Pharmacist.
Pharmacist?
Mm-hmm.
Were you advised of any risks?
Yes, I don't remember what they were. It was a short thing that they sort of did. I think it may have been a page. It was quite quick, and your choice was either say yes or don't have the vaccine.
Just like Kirk, you're a young lady, given your age and your health, they had to do a personal risk assessment on you from the pharmacist's perspective in terms of a need of a COVID vaccine.
No. I do remember filling out a form prior to getting the vaccine that was a government form asking if I had any autoimmune issues. And I did tell them that I have Graves' disease, but they knew that. So I informed the pharmacist without prompting that I have that. And she said I was fine, good to go.
No issues?
No.
Okay. Do you remember which date you received the vaccines?
I received my vaccine on the first one, November 24th, 2021.
Do you have the lot number with you as well?
Yes, it's FF5109.
Did you have any symptoms, any signs, anything going on after your vaccine?
I felt traumatized by the vaccine, so it would be anxiety and, yeah.
Any side effects from the vaccination other than the mental health side, the anxiety, the depression, potentially?
No.
Thank you. And you had to take a second vaccine as well?
I did. In order to go back to work again, I needed a second vaccination.
And you received that when?
January 18th, 2022.
Do you have the lot number for that as well, please?
Same, FF5109.
Same lot number?
It
twice.
was.
But 6 weeks apart. Any signs or symptoms regarding the second vaccination?
Other than the feelings of anxiety and trauma, no.
Tammy, we only have a few minutes left, but I want to dig just 2 things, because I cannot imagine what you went through. So what can you? How did it make you feel having to go to your employer, having to go get a vaccination, knowing that your spouse had a significant vaccine injury, and your employer was unwilling to listen, and nor apparently was the province? How did that make you feel?
Horrible. I feel like there's no trust. I feel like there's a broken system, and I am just a number. I don't feel like there's a human side of things, and there was an agenda, and it was just the agenda and not me. And yeah.
How were you guys affected financially by all this? Because Kirk is not able to work at this point in time. But I wanted to be, we'll run over, that's okay.
He had to go on unemployment insurance at first, and then in between unemployment insurance and the benefits from his workplace for disability, there was 120 days of no income whatsoever for Kirk. And for me, I was on short-term illness as long as I could be through my employer, but then it would go down to 70%, and I had to go back to work at that point. So we've had to determine which bills to pay, if we can afford to eat the same way, and if we can visit our family in Cape Breton because we can't afford gas. Just lots of decision making that we never had to make before.
You've been able to find employment a little closer since then? Has the situation improved over the last little while? Is there a light at the end of the tunnel for you?
I'm closer to my home, so I don't worry for Kirk as much. And now that I have a new employer, I feel like they understand that sometimes I have to work from home if Kirk isn't feeling well, because I just want to make sure that I can take him to the hospital if he needs to go. So, yeah, I feel like it's a more positive workplace.
So you have an employer that actually accommodated your needs?
Yes.
We are slightly over time, so I'll stop my questions now, but I'll see if the commissioners have any questions. Tammy, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that concludes the evidence for this first stage of 3 days of hearings here in Truro, Nova Scotia. There will be the next segment of hearings is going to take place March 30th to April 1st in Toronto, Ontario. And in total, there will be 9 sessions of the National Citizens Inquiry. And I just remind everyone, folks in the room and everyone watching out there, those who may hear about the proceedings on social media or otherwise through their networks, this is a National Citizens Inquiry. It's about you and it's for you. It is your inquiry. It therefore requires your interest. It's working for you. It's working to vindicate you. It's working to give you a voice. But it also requires your support. And I know that we all here at the National Citizens Inquiry thank you for all the support given so far, and we will need more as we travel across the country. Commissioners, you did ask me to make a very short set of concluding remarks here, or summation based on the 3 days of hearing, and I'll do that. And the way I'd pull this together is we heard basically 3 major themes coming out. One is fear, the other is truth, and the third I would call safety. There's some overlap between fear and truth as themes, because what we've heard about is that the truth has been perverted and sometimes outright lies told. Outright lies have been told, big lies. But there are also smaller lies involved with exaggerating data. For example, there's Linda Adshade's testimony. She had access on a frequent basis, weekly basis, to the spreadsheets reporting the positive testing. And remember, the testing at 40 cycles, like you're getting a lot of false positives there, so even the testing results were, in a sense, a lie to start with. But even built on top of that lie, she discovered was a 25 to 30% larger lie, because what public health and the authorities were reporting to the public was exaggerated beyond what was stated in black and white in their own data on their own spreadsheet. That's lying. Fear. Jordan Peterson. He told us that our leaders panicked and adopted repressive, authoritarian Chinese model for how to deal with this apparently new virus that was on the go. They adopted an authoritarian communist model of how to deal with it, out of panic and fear. And then they used fear to manipulate public opinion, to impose tyranny. Those are his words. And commissioners, I submit to you that what we've heard from many people in these hearings in the last three days shows us that this tyranny imposed from above by the leadership of the country, provincial, federal, resolved itself into smaller group tyrannies, group cruelties, and group punishments in the workplace and even in hospital emergency rooms and in the healthcare setting, where that should never, ever occur. We've heard from Shelley Hipson, her work extracting or crowbarring or somehow or other extracting data from various government departments that COVID hospitalizations, contrary to what we were told, that the hospitals were under tremendous pressure from COVID cases, that they were no more than 1% of all hospitalizations. We've heard continual anecdotal evidence from the physicians who testified that they were waiting for COVID cases and went for stretches, even for a year and a half or 2 years, no COVID patients. Yet, we were told something different, weren't we? Why was that? Because the authorities wanted to perpetuate and inculcate fear in the public, in the citizens, in you. And to use that fear, as Peterson said, to use that fear to impose tyranny on Canadians. There were many smaller untruths or manipulations of the truth. For example, one you could call the sucker punch. And we heard a teacher today, Katrina Burns, she was told by her school board, even if you were entitled to obtain an exemption, we still wouldn't give it to you. Now, on safety, I have to wrap this up, commissioners, because it's late in the day and it's on a Saturday. But very briefly, Dr. McCullough told us 17,000 deaths are recorded in VAERS. And of course, VAERS, he also indicated, and others have said, and it's generally known that VAERS only records a small percentage of the total actual number of adverse events get reported to VAERS. That's the U.S. database for adverse events. And he told us that 5, 10, no more than 50 deaths, and even a large vaccine program in the past has been deemed not safe and not effective, and withdrawn. And yet we have, in the United States alone, 17,000 deaths. That doesn't include, for the most part, it doesn't include Canada or countries outside the United States. And commissioners, we stopped AstraZeneca at one serious adverse event in 55,000. 1 in 55,000. We heard from an expert whose reanalysis of the data in the Pfizer and Moderna trials turned up a 1 in 550 serious adverse event rate. 1 in 550, and yet AstraZeneca was withdrawn at 1 in 55,000. What is going on here, and where are the heads of our leaders? Do they know what safety means? And yet they continue the rollout and the promotion of the mRNA product. But not just that. We heard from Dr. Brayton, and she called it abhorrent, I'm quoting her words, abysmal, the quality assurance and quality control systems in place or non-systems in place for the manufacture of these injectable products, the mRNA products. They're not just deficient in complete RNA, they're heavily contaminated with truncated mRNA, double-stranded DNA, circular plasmids, which are replication competent, in other words, they can reproduce themselves, potential endotoxin producing E. coli, and DNA with a high rate or potentially entering the human genome through cells in particular with high rates of division. Now, I don't know about you out there, but to me, that sure doesn't sound like something people should be getting injected into their bodies. Abhorrent and abysmal quality-controlled substances with unresolved issues, untested issues, and potential horrific consequences, not just in this generation, but in succeeding generations. And so, Commissioners, after 3 days of evidence, this is where we are, and this is where the evidence rests. We'll hear more, I'm sure, in Toronto. Hopefully we'll hear from the authorities because we've sent out summonses to them, the public health officers, the politicians, those who've been telling us and repeating the safe and effective mantra for how long now? Years. We've asked them to come and explain themselves and explain why this is safe and effective and why they did the various things that they did, why they perpetuated mask mandates, which, by the way, are still in effect, we've been told, in hospitals here in Nova Scotia, and a vaccine mandate still in effect to work in hospitals here in Nova Scotia, which everyone now admits, including the makers of the vaccines, do not halt transmission or infection. Why? Commissioners, on the face of the evidence we've heard so far, this is madness. I rest.
When the National Citizens Representative stands before the Canadian government, representing the people, I would like the government to apologise to all the children.
But yeah, I really saw, and we are still 3 years later dealing with the mental damage that has happened to our children because of what the government has done.
My daughter is in high school, and the messaging at high school, which was very similar to the messaging we would have heard in the news, was that we all need to do our part for the greater good and follow these protocols and these mandates.
I was very concerned for my family throughout the pandemic. A lot of the rules that we were asked to follow stopped making sense, and a lot of them seemed to contradict each other.
I personally had an issue with the comments about, you must wear a mask, you must get vaccinated because you don't want to be responsible for the death of someone you love, like a grandparent.
But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness.
This is not the country that I grew up in. It's been a horrendous 3 years, and
why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children?
As a medical professional, every day I see the impact of what these mandates have done.
But are you okay with what they did to us? Are you okay with what they did and how easily they could just pull the pin on our lives? But I have kids and they deserve better than this.
And unfortunately, it got to the point that the policies no longer made sense. And we really began to fear about the impact that these policies would have on not just us as a family, but especially on my child. My background, my educational background was in psychology, and kind of at the forefront of my mind throughout the past 3 years is what are the long-term effects going to be on our young children. We're going to see a lot of mental health issues such as depression in our younger generations that had to find a way to survive the last 3 years. I don't think we fully understand the scope of the damage that's been done.
So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens?
It created a them versus us cap, where if you followed suit, you're being a good citizen, everything's okay. If you don't, you are then almost shunned from what should be our natural rights to work, to go to school, to buy groceries, to do whatever you need to do. I just saw this as a divisive tactic that I couldn't really find any real rooted truths in.
My daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government.
I think the government has to change in a lot of ways.
When you think about it, when in history has the government coerced students to do things they don't want to do? And then on top of that, they're giving them free credits if they agree to get a booster. I want the National Citizens Inquiry to stand before the government and ask them, why are you mandating children? They know they made poor choices. It's now their responsibility to apologize and resign. Hold themselves accountable.
In order for us to move forward as a country and not walk through these egregious, errors that have been made, we need to maintain open conversation. We need to not silent people who have different views. We need to have open and honest conversations and debates again. We need to allow ourselves to go, you know what? You have a differing opinion. Well, let's explore that together, and not shut down the ones who weren't, shouting out the government message. I think that's going to be really important in the medical community. Again, let's have conversations. I heard once that science is not to be trusted; it's to be tested, and that's what we did not see happen.
Yeah, I spent 3 years apologizing to my family for something that's not my fault.
Love each other. When the National Citizens Representative stands before the Canadian government, representing the people, I would like the government to apologise to all the children.
But yeah, I really saw, and we are still 3 years later dealing with the mental damage that has happened to our children because of what the government has done.
My daughter is in high school, and the messaging at high school, which was very similar to the messaging we would have heard in the news, was that we all need to do our part for the greater good and follow these protocols and these mandates.
I was very concerned for my family throughout the pandemic. A lot of the rules that we were asked to follow stopped making sense, and a lot of them seemed to contradict each other.
I personally had an issue with the comments about, you must wear a mask, you must get vaccinated because you don't want to be responsible for the death of someone you love, like a grandparent.
But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness.
This is not the country that I grew up in. It's been a horrendous 3 years, and
why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children?
As a medical professional, every day I see the impact of what these mandates have done.
But are you okay with what they did to us? Are you okay with what they did and how easily they could just pull the pin on our lives? But I have kids, and they deserve better than this.
And unfortunately, it got to the point that the policies no longer made sense, and we really began to fear about the impact that these policies would have on not just us as a family, but especially on my child. My background, my educational background was in psychology, and kind of at the forefront of my mind throughout the past 3 years is what are the long-term effects going to be on our young children. We're going to see a lot of mental health issues such as depression in our younger generations that had to find a way to survive the last 3 years. I don't think we fully understand the scope of the damage that's been done.
So a question that I'd have on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens?
It created a them versus us camp, where if you followed suit, you're being a good citizen, everything's okay. If you don't, you are then almost shunned from what should be our natural rights to work, to go to school, to buy groceries, to do whatever you need to do. I just saw this as a divisive tactic that I couldn't really find any real rooted truths in.
My daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government.
I think the government has to change in a lot of ways.
When you think about it, when in history has the government coerced students to do things they don't want to do? And then on top of that, they're giving them free credits if they agree to get a booster. I want the National Citizens Inquiry to stand before the government and ask them, why are you mandating children? They know they made poor choices. It's now their responsibility to apologize and resign. Hold themselves accountable.
In order for us to move forward as a country and not walk through these egregious, errors that have been made, we need to maintain open conversation. We need to not silent people who have different views. We need to have open and honest conversations and debates again. We need to allow ourselves to go, you know what? You have a differing opinion? Well, let's explore that together. And not shut down the ones who weren't, shouting out the government message. I think that's going to be really important in the medical community. Again, let's have conversations. I heard once that science is not to be trusted, it's to be tested. And that's what we did not see happen.
Yeah, I spent 3 years apologizing to my family for something that's not my fault.
Love each other. When the National Citizens Representative stands before the Canadian government, representing the people, I would like the government to apologise to all the children.
But yeah, I really saw, and we are still 3 years later dealing with the mental damage that has happened to our children because of what the government has done.
My daughter is in high school, and the messaging at high school, which was very similar to the messaging we would have heard in the news, was that we all need to do our part for the greater good and follow these protocols and these mandates.
I was very concerned for my family throughout the pandemic. A lot of the rules that we were asked to follow stopped making sense, and a lot of them seemed to contradict each other.
I personally had an issue with the comments about, you must wear a mask, you must get vaccinated because you don't want to be responsible for the death of someone you love, like a grandparent.
But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of, back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness.
This is not the country that I grew up in. It's been a horrendous 3 years, and
why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children?
As a medical professional, every day I see the impact of what these mandates have done.
But are you okay with what they did to us? Are you okay with what they did and how easily they could just pull the pin on our lives? But I have kids, and they deserve better than this.
And unfortunately, it got to the point that the policies no longer made sense, and we really began to fear about the impact that these policies would have on not just us as a family, but especially on my child. My background, my educational background was in psychology, and kind of at the forefront of my mind throughout the past 3 years is what are the long-term effects going to be on our young children. We're going to see a lot of mental health issues such as depression, in our younger generations that had to find a way to survive the last 3 years. I don't think we fully understand the scope of the damage that's been done.
So a question that I'd have on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens?
It created a them versus us camp, where if you followed suit, you're being a good citizen, everything's okay. If you don't, you are then almost shunned from what should be our natural rights to work, to go to school, to buy groceries, to do whatever you need to do. I just saw this as a divisive tactic that I couldn't really find any real rooted truths in.
My daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government.
I think the government has to change in a lot of ways.
When you think about it, when in history has the government coerced students to do things they don't want to do? And then on top of that, they're giving them free credits if they agree to get a booster. I want the National Citizens Inquiry to stand before the government and ask them, why are you mandating children? They know they made poor choices. It's now their responsibility to apologize and resign. Hold themselves accountable.
In order for us to move forward as a country and not walk through these egregious, errors that have been made, we need to maintain open conversation. We need to not silent people who have different views. We need to have open and honest conversations and debates again. We need to allow ourselves to go, you know what? You have a differing opinion? Well, let's explore that together. And not shut down the ones who weren't, shouting out the government message. I think that's going to be really important in the medical community. Again, let's have conversations. I heard once that science is not to be trusted, it's to be tested. And that's what we did not see happen.
Yeah, I spent 3 years apologizing to my family for something that's not my fault.
Love each other. When the National Citizens Representative stands before the Canadian government, representing the people, I would like the government to apologise to all the children.
But yeah, I really saw, and we are still 3 years later dealing with the mental damage that has happened to our children because of what the government has done.
My daughter is in high school, and the messaging at high school, which was very similar to the messaging we would have heard in the news, was that we all need to do our part for the greater good and follow these protocols and these mandates.
I was very concerned for my family throughout the pandemic.